Muted. Ready?
Let's go, run.
Well, hello. Hi there. Hey, I'm Scott.
Hey, and I'm John. And we've got a ton of stuff today, right, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely, we do. Listen, I got to tell you, we are so stoked to be here with you today. We've been thinking about you really these last couple of months as we've built this workshop that we're going to go through. And just like you said, John, we got just a ton of stuff that we want to lay out before you. We think it's content rich. You'll be able to take a lot of this stuff and start using it right away. I want you to know that we are planning on having some fun during this workshop, and we're going to roll with a whole lot of stuff. I also want you to know, too, that we come with a lot of responsibility on us. We know exactly why it is that we're here with you today. And it's to get money in your savings account, right? You're here to make money. And so we feel that burden and that responsibility that we're going to give you everything we have so that we can do that with you.
That's right. And we're going to cover today, we plan on covering just lots of good stuff. We're going to cover at first why you should be in the short-term rental business. Today, now, 2023, this is the time to get into this business. We'll discuss all kinds of reasons why this is the best time. We're going to go through the complete process. Once you decide to get into the short-term rental business, the process of how to find places to do it, how to make sure that you're going to make a profit, how to find the deals, how to talk to landlords. That's the most important. Without any of that stuff, you're not in business. We're going to be talking about some results. You'll see some results of what good landlords and what can happen. We'll tell you about building your team, how we built our team, and how you can build your team so that one day, the less you do, the more you'll make. Now, I'll tell you what, when we're done at about midnight tonight,
ooh, I'm going to have to eat.
I'm only kidding. No, we'll be done sometime, we think around 5 p.m.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a couple of breaks during this whole afternoon, a couple of breaks. And as a matter of fact, at the end of each break, there's going to be a drawing. We have Global Publishing here in Jacksonville has a special way to make these drawings work for you. So if you're online, they'll explain, John, Doc, and Nick, they'll explain how to do this for the drawing. But you got to be present. So you're going to have to come back from the break and be drawings. And we're going to give away some really cool prizes. Should we tell them the prizes now or wait till later on?
No, we want to keep it fun. So no, let's keep them on the end.
So we'll tell them to keep that Corvette in the back for now, right? Keep the Corvette, yeah.
Ron's great Corvette that we're going to give away. Yeah. Ron, we got to say, we are so thankful for Ron that he's letting us use his studio. We're just honored that we're here and we're able to do this. So yes, we are about short-term rentals, right? And so you might be asking the question, well, why would you consider short-term rentals, or what we really call Airbnb? That's kind of a universal term that we use. Well, the number one reason is really cash flow. Cash flow is a great way to really fuel your business and to start creating some wealth so that you can really build something that's significant. You'll find that in the short-term rental business that when you compare cash flow and what you would typically get for rent, you can get 2 to 4 times, and even in some cases, even more than that, on net cash flow. And it requires very little bit of your time. And I think you're going to see that as we sort of show you all the stuff that we can't wait to share with you. All right, the good news is, now I know that you're in Ron's world, so listen, you're in the right place being on Ron's planet here, because he's teaching you how to buy houses. But I want you to know that in our system, really for us, the good news is you don't have to buy houses in order to really build a short-term rental business. So it's really a great exit strategy in a lot of ways, that if you can't buy it, and in particular can't buy it on terms, there's another outlet for you to go ahead and work with that landowner and acquire the house through a long-term lease, as well as working with landlords. And we're going to talk more about that in just a second. If I can get this to go. All right. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So what that means is, sorry for the delay on my little clicker here. I may not be pressing it right here. So what that means is that you can actually build your business quickly, because this is about creating cash flow very, very fast. Okay. You don't have to worry about things like funding and credit. Get all that stuff out of your head. Don't worry about that kind of stuff. No delays and closings and things that can just kind of slow you down. This is something that you can pick up and monetize very quickly and very easily. Let me share with you a little bit of math. And this is some really basic math here, okay? Just show you how easy it's going to be to scale this particular business. Let's just say that we've got a property that you can get $150 a night on. which by the way, in many places around the country, that's a pretty cheap short-term rental daily rate. But let's just run with that rate for right now, $150 a night. If you were to look at full capacity on any given month, that would generate gross income of $4,500 a month, okay? Now, we have a standard that we're always shooting for 85% or higher. I can tell you that the industry is lazy. The industry sometimes can be 70, 75 and even lower, even 60%. So we're going to take advantage of a lazy industry and share with you how we tweak things to really maximize that occupancy. All right, so our goal is 85%. So gross income on 85%, $150 a night is $38.25. Not bad cash flow coming in, gross cash flow, that is. All right, so what our goal is, and we want this to be your goal too, and this is very, very reasonable. It's kind of like low-hanging fruit to get, to generate net cash. That means after all of your expenses, to generate net cash on any one unit, like $1,500 a month. And you're going to see that that's not really hard to accomplish, okay? So $1,500 a month. Now, the whole goal here is in just the next few months, you really focus on this. You learn from us. We know that's why we're here, for you to learn from us so that you can really maximize this thing. You can get 10 units, I'm telling you, in no time. Focus on it and work it. 10 units at $1,500 a month per unit. Some of you are already running ahead of me here, probably running it in your calculator, right? 15 grand a month. You know what that is a year? We're looking at, we're six figures very, very easily with the first 10 units, low-hanging fruit with this number that I'm showing you here right now. I'd love to be able to see your hands. Like, how many of you, if you could actually do this, right, really get your head around this and get 10 units producing this, that would change your financial life and your financial future. I suspect if you were here in front of us, I'd see a lot of hands going up on that. Well, you're in the right place today because we're going to discuss with you what we like to call the art of short-term rentals. So let me tell you, some of you I already know. In fact, I can see on the side, I see some of the people that have already signed in. I recognize a few names. So I know some of you already know who I am and who John is. But I suspect there's some others of you that don't know who we are yet. And so I just want to give you just a brief bio of myself. I retired back in 2016. I've been a pastor pretty much almost my entire adult life. And John and I were just getting into our real estate business, started back in 2013. And we've been pushing it. And in 2016, it was the right time for me to retire from getting paid as a minister. I still engage and do stuff, but I'm just not paid. And that's all right, because there wasn't a lot of pay in the first place. So this really was a pretty good gig for us to move into. Full-time real estate investor, been on Planet Ron for over 7 years now, and I've been honored over the almost 4 years now to serve as a mentor as well. John?
You almost lied.
Oh, you know what? Let me tell you something. Anywhere I go, John, you probably already know this because of this next slide that I'm going to show everybody. Mm-hmm. Everywhere I go, I'm passionate about a few things in my life, okay? One of them is my organic garden. I'm a gardener, been doing it for 35 years. I don't care where I am. That's going to come out in conversation somewhere. The other thing I'm really passionate about is real estate. I'm not shy talking to people about the things that I get to do in real estate and how I've been able to, with our partnership here with John and me, to build something significant. The third thing is that I am passionate about my chickens. They're so endearing. They bring so much joy to my life. Now, you're going to get to know John here. John and I are very, very different personalities, okay? John's a Rhode Island guy. He's going to tell you how the cow ate the cabbage. He's pretty straightforward kind of guy, real manly guy. This guy actually bought me that plate, which actually makes this pretty funny, that you would think of me in this wonderful, endearing way, John. And so I thank you for recognizing this.
Yeah. It wasn't really endearing. My wife went out on a 2-day Western Mass time off kind of thing, a little time out, and we were in a gift shop, and I saw that, and I just couldn't pass it by. That and the matching coffee mug that says that your chickens think you're amazing. I know Scott loves his chickens, and they are really funny. The chickens are very funny, but as Scott said, we're different. Now, I'm really a professional engineer. I've got a master's degree in business. I'm a numbers guy all day long. I've got things down to the minute, and I get laughed at for it, but it works for me. It works with me to have planning and that kind of thing. So I've been a real estate investor since 2013, but retired also in 2016. And from my 40 plus year career in the large construction industry. And it was a great ride. I was senior vice president for international operations, building runways and military bases and power plants and things all over the world. It was really fun, complicated. And you know something, this business, the newfound business from Planet Run mostly, is also fun, and it's been a challenge, but man, it's worth it. So we're going to show some things that we have, what we've done over our real estate career working with Ron and now in the short-term rental business. But I'm going to go into now, just start off describing to you the process, what we do, what we found about the process of how to get your short-term rental business up and running. So let me start with, there's the first question. I know people are going to have this first question is, where can I have a short-term rental? And we say STR, that means short-term rental. AirBNB, we use that term interchangeably. So you're going to be wondering, is it legal? Where do I do it? Is it legal? Well, we have a complete software, web-based platform, and it has a tool on it. We call it our city search tool. It shows you if you need a license. It shows you what paperwork you need. We have over 2,000 cities and municipalities in the United States, and it's growing every month. We add a few more that we think are interesting to students or to us, so it keeps growing. And I'll tell you this, if it is a restricted area, there are a few. I want you to know that there are some cities and municipalities that put some pretty heavy restrictions, but they're very few, and it's easy. If it's red, we have red, yellow, and green. If it's a red city, just avoid it. Go next door. Go to the city or town next door. It's going to be easy. You'll see that's the solution, really. Now, you could go ahead and delve into it and try to see if you can make your short-term rental work in a red location. We don't do that. It's just too much. But again, there's so few of them, it's just not a problem to find a yellow or a green one. And with our city search tool, there's nothing stopping you from doing this Airbnb business. It's just an easy tool to use. I'm going to demonstrate it in a minute. And guess what? Here's a real shocker. Your short-term rental, I know people think, oh, I got to go to a vacation area. I'm going to have my short-term rental in Daytona Beach. I'm going to have it in Jacksonville. I'm going to have it on Amelia Island. I'm going to have it in Aruba. You know something? No. I will tell you this. About 75% of our Airbnbs are not in vacation areas. They're just not. And they have the year-round occupancy we can work with, as opposed to vacation areas might be seasonal. So be thinking about that. You don't want to focus only on vacation areas. Now, what I want to do now.
Oh, John, just before you go into that, let me say something here.
Mm-hmm.
I can get on screen. I want to brag on you here for a second. I was telling you that, can we get both of us on here? That'd be great. I just want to say that we are so different, right? John's this thinker brain kind of a guy, and I'm kind of the action brain guy, right? I mean, I do a lot of our networking. I do a lot of the shaking the hands and working deals and things like that. John, I duct tape him down to the, down in the basement to have him do systems and all kinds of stuff like that. He created this whole system, created the criteria. You are not going to find this city search tool anywhere else. I mean, this is proprietary. It's only on our site. And I think you're going to love what you're going to see. And it's why I love our connection and our relationship, because you know how to do those systems. And I play with the other stuff and I go in the other direction. So it's good.
Yeah, it works. It works for us. And so I'm the technical guy. I developed this platform and how to make it work. And again, we're always adding cities, always figuring out a new way to make it even better. So you'll just see continued development additions. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and show you, demonstrate on our platform, on our website, our system that you can have access to, and show you how we do city searches, different kinds of city searches. So let's suppose, let's go ahead and go to my screen, guys. And let's suppose you start out and say, I don't really know anything about even the state that I live in. So what I want to start by doing is just doing a general search. And you'll see on our web platform, there's a pull down that says My Stuff and City Search Tool. And I'll click City Search Tool. And here we go. This is what the page looks like for a city search tool. Now, I happen to live in Massachusetts, And so what I would do is say I'm brand new at this. I might click this pull down and select Massachusetts. And I might go ahead and submit that and say, let's just take a quick look at Massachusetts. Now, here they come. Here's the cities. And you can see some are green, a few are red. I scroll down, there's a few reds, some yellows, a couple of reds there. The reds are typically over near the Boston area. You'll see around that metropolitan, you see a couple of red ones. But let me show you up top here. Here's a red one. I'll show you an example. So when you see this screen in your city search tool, and you can scroll down your all the cities in your state that we have entered here. But let's take a look here at Amesbury, Massachusetts. It's up on the North Shore. For those who aren't familiar with Boston is kind of on the ocean there on the coast, and North Shore is up right to New Hampshire, all the way down the South Shore and to Cape Cod, and then on to Rhode Island and so on. Amesbury's on the North Shore. It's a really kind of a exclusive kind of a town. So I click on Amesbury. What you'll see is it comes up with some explanations. What's going on here? The rank, we said it was 3, which means that basically stay away from it. You don't want to be in Amesbury. But I want to show you how this page works. When you click it, you'll see whenever we have any kind of a reference that we can bring you to so you can do some more exploring, it's a municipality website, okay? And that would be clickable. I won't right now. Oftentimes, that goes straight to a web page with that government all about short-term rentals. When it's available, we'll do that. We'll put it in there. But you can see our team of researchers put in here the regulations right here. And let me just tell you a couple things it says about Amesbury. It says a short-term rental is rented for less than 30 days. Right there. So really, the first thing is if you want to have a short-term rental in Amesbury, and you say, you know something though, I'm going to make it so they have to rent for 30 days or longer, which we wouldn't do that, but not for a real short-term rental. That's a severe restriction. But you could do it. It's not red anymore for you. But that's one of the key reasons why we would call this red, because that's not really conducive to you running your short-term rental business where you have a 30-day restriction. I don't think so. It says here too, investment properties are not allowed to be used as short-term rentals. I'm not sure exactly what that means. You might have to research that a little further. A short-term rental cannot be sold to a third party. Here's one here. The short-term, this is if you're under 30 days, the short-term rental operator must reside in the single-family home or within one of the units in the duplex or two-family home for which they own both properties for more than half the tax year. So you see that if you have these short-term less than 30 days, you can do it if you live in it. So if it's your property and you've got a rental unit in the property, let's say you've got a 3-family you live in, you can do that in Amesbury, but that's not for most of us, okay? So what this means is you're going to want to dig in a little deeper. If you see a red, but your heart of heart says you want to be in the town, check it out. It may suit you, it may not. Now you see we have a little note here on permits required, so you can see what kind of permits may be required, occupancy tax if there is one, and then we have the state regulations, and sometimes, no, all the times, there's some kind of state regulations. You'll see more in just a few minutes. They have an occupancy tax state requirement in Massachusetts. There's other regulations here we point out in the state of Massachusetts. Okay, that's Amesbury. I don't want to spend too much time on the bummer. The bummer is the red city because, quite frankly, there are not that many to worry about. Now look at this town. Matter of fact, this town, Beverly, Massachusetts. Beverly is real close, just 2 towns away from the city of Boston. Great location. I know some people live in Beverly. You click that, you can see that this ranking is green. It's 1, green. And you can go to the website right there. Regulations. I like that. How many like that? Regulations. None. However, a business certificate is required. And it's $25 for 4 years. Oh no, $25 for 4 years. And here's a link for seeing where to get that in town of Beverly. It's right there for you. There is an occupancy tax. It's a 5.7% state lodging tax, which you don't need to worry about. Everyone pays that at hotels anyway. It's not a big deal. And here's that same state regulations that you saw earlier for the town that was red. But this one's green because they have no regulations. So our team does this research for you. and helps you by showing you maybe some website links so you can dig a little deeper when you need to. Okay, so that's Beverly. How many are on time here? Actually, I'm ahead of schedule, Scott.
You're good. Yeah.
Good.
So we do have we decided there's a request. We know that this particular city is in a green zone, so we're only going to do it for this one student. Let's go ahead and do it. And do we have the city, Nick, that they're in? Let's just do one that someone's asking about.
Right.
Someone's got I saw Norwich.
Norwich, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Nice area. I like Norwich.
So I can just enter Norwich here in that search bar, and there's Norwich, Connecticut comes up. So it's a green. Norwich is green. Let's see what we have here about Norwich. Here's a website you can check out. There's no regulations, but a short-term rental ordinance has been proposed that would limit the total number of STRs in town to 100. Now, understand, we are constantly updating these. We're just going through update. This was dated. You can see this was dated on this research, updated on November 9, about a year ago. So we're right now in the process of updating these. You got to understand that sometimes there are changes that may get entered, and the change may happen in a week or two. We'll be updating those, and I will show you this as well. For anybody who's using this tool and you have a question about something, scroll down further and you see everyone says submit a question about this municipality. And you can submit your question and it comes to us and we answer that question for you to help you with any other challenges or questions you may have about, in this case, Norwich.
Make sure you understand that. That's going to come to us. Don't be shy with that.
Yeah, that goes right to us, to our team, research team. So permits, none at the municipal level. Occupancy tax, none at municipal. And here's the state of Connecticut requirements. We have no regulations in Connecticut, but there was a 15% lodging tax. Not a real big deal. Again, we don't worry about that so much. So we're showing Norwich as green. As I say, we'll be updating these on a regular basis. This is right now, as we speak, it's an update right now, Scott. I know that.
Yeah.
So that's Norwich. Let me do another one here that I want to show you. Let's just go to Tennessee. And I'm doing, again, the state level. I don't want to put that together. I might mess that up. Submit Tennessee. And Scott and I happen to have some properties in Tennessee. So I have a special interest in Tennessee. There's a few reds up top there, but let's look at Nashville. Nashville is one of the first places that people are thinking about in Tennessee. Rightfully so. Nashville's a great place. I like Nashville. So I'll scroll over here to Nashville, and we see Nashville's yellow. We classified Nashville as yellow. And let's see what we say about Nashville here. We have a link there to the Nashville government webpage. And the regulations say there are two types of short-term rental property permits in Nashville: owner-occupied and non-owner occupied. It says new non-owner occupied short-term rental permits, often investor-owned, are only permitted in certain non-residentially zoned areas as listed in the district land use table. And here's the link to that table. Okay, so you can have them, but there are certain restrictions in Nashville. Any signs, sign laws, that's not a big deal. We don't really put signs anyway. Permit holder responsible for activity, which we are anyway, and you always should be responsible for your guests. No food prepared. These are pretty easy things to live with. The principal renter shall be at least 21 years of age. Not that big a deal. You can manage that. So I'm seeing that there are some restrictions on where you can have it with zones. You're going to watch that. But I see Nashville as a yellow. You can do it as long as you are aware of these. See the name, telephone number. That just has things you got to post. That's not a big deal. So permits, it's required. Fee is $313. Here's a link for that right here. 6% occupancy tax, and there's some state requirements. State laws, it's in Tennessee, state laws say municipalities cannot make laws prohibiting short-term rentals. So of course, they can't out and out prohibit. That's a state law in Tennessee. But they can put some restrictions. They can have, towns and cities can have their own restrictions. In this case, Nashville says certain neighborhoods where you can have them, where you can't have them. They're allowed to do that, I suspect, by state regulation, okay? Let me go back now to, I got another one I want to show you. Let's just look at another one this is not far, we have some family in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And so it's green. Murfreesboro, which is just outside of Nashville, just south, a little bit way south of Nashville, not like half an hour maybe south of Nashville,
Yep.
thereabouts. So that's what we say, is if you find that the city of Nashville is a challenge, for whatever you don't like, that's red, let's say it was red, or it's yellow that you don't want to really comply with, and the yellow, say, just go to the neighboring town. It's not a big deal. People will still rent in that town. Here's the Murfreesboro website. This here, I like that. Oop, there's another one. No regulations. Business license required. That's not a big deal. I mean, we have business license anyway. When you go into any state, you've got to have some kind of a registration. Your entity registers or whatever it is. So there's all kinds of licenses. Not a big deal. They have occupancy tax of 5%. Don't worry about that, by the way. I don't think we covered that today, but I will say that typically Airbnb handles that part for you. If you use the Airbnb platform, they handle that part for you. They collect it and pay it to the state. Usually, you got to check it out though. Here's the same state regulations here that we see. Tax registration, the state, of course, they're going to get their tax, 7% sales tax. Again, not a big deal. So Murfreesboro, just a stone's throw out of Nashville, is great. Mount Juliet, even closer. So the point of this whole thing is that this first step, you can do your research by state. Pick the state and start scanning for the cities and towns that are there. I will tell you this, if you get onto the platform and you find that in your state, your favorite city or municipality isn't there, just let us know. We're happy to do some more research and get them into the system, although we already have over 2,000 in the platform. So it's just, you're going to find most of the cities and states that are of interest to you are in there, okay? Now, I do want to do a couple of specific searches here. Okay. Let's just do this. This is all my cities in the country. So there's also a search bar. We just did it actually a minute ago for Norwich. I want to do it for a couple of more cities here. Well, here we are. We're in Jacksonville. All I can do is just Jackson. If I do Jackson, you're going to see a few of them come up, but that's good enough. I don't have to enter the entire name. You just hit search. You got Jackson, Michigan, Jackson, Mississippi, his Jacksonville, Arkansas, his Jacksonville, Florida is green. Look at that, baby. Jacksonville, Florida is green. Gonna click it?
Yeah.
And here's a website link to the city's website you'll find short-term rental discussions there. Look at this, another one. No regulations. Business license is required at the county level, appear to be in municipal. So we're good there. It's the county. There's an occupancy tax, 6% occupancy. There are state. I like this right here. Gotta love Florida. State law bans municipalities from outlawing short-term rentals. So all that means, of course, we know that there are always ways for municipalities to find navigating through that. But the state does not allow a city or town to outright ban short-term rentals. So if there are some restrictions, if it becomes a yellow or red, it's got to be something to it. They found a way around or to not ban, but maybe by neighborhood, historic area, or whatever. They do that kind of stuff. A state business license is required naturally. Pretty much every state would have some kind of a licensure. So that would be Jacksonville, Florida. Let's look at Orlando. What do you think? What do you think about Orlando? Scott, what do you think about Orlando?
Yeah, Wayne.
What color?
Oh, I'm going to say it's yellow.
I kind of know, but I forgot. It is red.
Oh, it's red, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
So Orlando's red. Let's see what Orlando says. And you see up here at the top, we say rank 1 easy, rank 2 medium, rank 3 hard. That's just, like traffic lights, right? Here's the Orlando website. Here's the regulations. Hosts may participate in home sharing under the following rules. Rental period of less than 30 days. one booking at a time. That's not really a problem, I don't think. The resident must live on site and be present when. That's a real deal killer for us, at least in grading these green, yellow, red. So that means if you happen to live in Orlando and you have a multifamily that you live in, then this rule wouldn't apply to you. You could go ahead and do that. But we're looking at people who want to have a short-term rental business where you're going to be in first a few in your town or county or someplace near you. And then before you know it, you're going to be growing to other states. So we'll tell you it's red because in the business structure where you're going to have 10, 20, 50 short-term rentals, you're not going to live in all of them. Okay. An annual fee, that's not a real big deal. First, there's just the fees. Residents may share individual bedrooms, garage, apartments, etc., provided there's only one booking at a time and the resident lives on site. I guess that means if you have a house with multiple bedrooms, in some places you can do this, and some folks do this. You can put locks, special keypad locks on every bedroom. It's like a real B&B when you go to B&B and you share a bathroom, let's say, from 3 or 4 rooms or whatever, and you put separate privacy locks, keypad locks on each door. So that's what this is applying to, is that if you have that situation, I think it's telling me that only one guest at a time. You can't rent all 4 of those rooms out at a time. It's one at a time. The rental portion designated as accessory use space, and the rental space must be 50% or less of it. There are a lot of regulations here in Orlando. Renting out an entire unit or property is not allowed. Home sharing proof. So these are the kinds of regulation and restrictions. He would say, hey, you know what? Just go next door. Just go to a different town. I mean, what's near? There's Kissimmee nearby. I think Kissimmee's nearby, isn't it, folks? I'm going to do a quick little time here. I'm going to do a quick look at Florida and so we can just kind of scroll down.
And while you're doing that, John, go ahead and find that. Let me say, just to reiterate this, I know, and I can see in the chat, a lot of people were putting in their cities and state and all that stuff. Even if the place that you think that you want is red, do not get in your head, oh, I'm not going to be able to do this. The overwhelming majority of the country is very open to us doing this. All you got to do is just go to the outskirts, because if you can't do it in the main city that you think that you want to do it in, I'm telling you, all those short-term rentals can be on the outskirts, and you can make a killing doing it. And that's what you really should focus on. You want to be light on your feet with this thing, so don't talk yourself out of it if it's red. Okay, you really got to keep that in mind.
See, Kissimmee, which is nearby, I think. I'm not a Florida expert, but Kissimmee's yellow, which that wouldn't scare me. There's something to find there. I'm sure there's some minor thing you got to do that we want to flag it. So there's a little bit of extra work, but it could be worth it. People, I think, if I'm not mistaken, might stay there to go to the Disney complex or whatever in that area. There's maybe, I'm not sure, Lauderhill exactly, but look at this, look at all the greens. There's more greens in Florida than anything else.
Yeah. Some
yellows and a couple of reds here and there. So don't let the red scoring scare you. We just say, just avoid it. And you're going to find plenty of cities and towns nearby where your Airbnb will in fact work. Okay. So I think unless there's some questions, we do some questions about the state search tool. If they have questions, Nick, because we got a little time here. I'm good. I'm a little bit ahead of schedule on this.
All right. Yeah, we've got a few questions I can pull up here.
Okay.
Thomas says, have you done any STRs in rural locations?
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, I think one of Scott's stories is a classic story about it. Maybe you've heard it, you haven't. He found this remote location. This sure is rural. It was a unit attached in part of the building that was really a Thai restaurant. It's a great story, and it is pretty rural. And I said, how can we get money on this one? It's just so remote. And you know something, that has been one of our best. The occupancy in that was 85, 95%. For so long, we had people in there. It was in a great location. It wasn't that far from a city, say 15 minutes, but it's in southern New Hampshire. And oh my goodness. So here's what I would suggest though. You say rural. If you're in the middle of North Dakota and the population is 500 people, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
The occupancy will have to do the coming and going of outsiders, of visitors, either for vacation or just people who visit. So the populated areas might be an easier start for you. You'll find because there's a lot more traffic of people, visitors in and out of the city, and that's what you're looking for.
Let me say something about that property, John. This is a great opportunity here for you all to think about this. I told you there are several things that I'm passionate about. Real estate's one of them. I've been going to this. It was a Thai restaurant. Been going there for years, and it dawned on me. I hadn't mentioned, some specific things about my short-term rental business, but I was talking real estate. They always love to hear my stories about real estate, and I just happened to mention while I was eating pad thai that, hey, by the way, we also work with landlords. Just like you said, John, I had no idea there was even an apartment attached to the back of this Thai restaurant. And they got all excited and said, hey, do you think you'd be interested? And I said, well, let me finish my pad thai. We'll go over there and take a look. And within 3 days, we had a lease signed up and ready to go with this property. And it was just a wonderful property for us. So the way that you also get some of these is you open your mouth, be willing, have that chat, be willing to share with people. You have no idea who may jump in and say, hey, I know someone, or I may be that someone that has a property. So keep all that in mind.
Yep. Nick, I did see someone had a question about New Mexico. What cities in New Mexico? And I have my screen up with New Mexico, if you want to share that, because now New Mexico, there aren't a lot of, I think, cities, heavily populated cities. So, but we have a pretty good list. I know where Alamogordo is. Albuquerque, there's a green. Look at it. Carlsbad is green. Clovis. Wow, that's in the middle of nowhere. There's an Air Force base there. Clovis is green. Farmington is green. Gallup, Hobbs, green. Las Cruces, Rio Rancho, Roswell. Santa Fe is yellow and Taos is red. I don't know why, but there's our listing. And as I said, though, if you are in our platform and you have a couple of more cities, towns, whatever, in your area, and sometimes counties in your area, just send them to us and we can do the research and get them added in. So that's not a really problem. We get tons in California because I think the population, it's just the way it kind of works out. So any more questions, hot ones you want to cover, Nick?
Yeah. Steven says, what type of license might be required?
Good question. Well, let me just say that, first of all, when you do business in any state, and we're not really covering your entities, Ron covers that, we do cover it in our platform, you're going to want to have, of course, an LLC, and that LLC needs to register as an entity doing business in that state. I wouldn't necessarily call that a license per se. Now, as far as real licensing to have a short-term rental, I know that I can tell you that some states might require a hotelier's license of some kind. They call it different things in different states. So you'd have to get a license. Now, we have one, we got one in New Hampshire, and it didn't cost anything. It's just a registration with the state. And it's being registered now. We have to submit our tax payment every quarter. Now, if we happen to have zero rentals, and I say zero rentals means zero of our own rentals, because in the case of that state, AirBNB has their own hotelier's license. So technically, if we stick with Airbnb, only Airbnb, in most of the cities, most of the states we're in, we don't need a license or a permit. Airbnb covers that for us. And they take care of the tax, collecting and paying the state the tax. So there could be a hotelier's license or a permit of some kind. You might, in a state, you might have a municipality requiring some kind of a $25 or $100 permit to be able to do it. The problem is every single state, city, town, county is different. We cover that in our search tool so you can find out that answer on a case-by-case basis.
Dora says, I'm concerned about leaving wine in the unit for a recovering alcoholic. How will I know if I'm compromising their sobriety?
That's a good question, Doris. And I think that's a personal judgment you have to make on your own self, how you want to do that. In our units, we do leave a bottle of wine. And we expect that recovering alcoholics, if they would have, we've never had that comment from anybody, by the way, of anybody who would be offended, let's say, by that. Some people have not consumed the bottle of wine, don't know why. If they feel tempted, I would suggest that they hopefully have done their recovery and would hide it from themselves someplace. Get rid of it, hide it, whatever they want to do, and that's fine. But we feel that people are certainly responsible for themselves, and I certainly hope if they are recovering alcoholics, they're not tempted by a bottle of wine we leave out.
Simon says, does your company offer private consulting?
Not yet. We do have, in our system, we do have a level of coaching, and we do help our people, our students in our
And
system.
we're
So,
going to talk about that.
yeah, we'll talk about that some more later on, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
today, we're going to talk about that a little bit today.
You'll hear more about that later on today.
Yeah.
I don't call it private consulting as much as I call it coaching, but you'll hear
Yeah.
about that.
India says, will this work with short rental arbitrage as well?
Oh, you're going to hear about that too. Absolutely. Matter of fact, you'll hear us say that this system really is nothing more than another exit strategy. You could buy properties, or you could rent the properties from a landlord and then re-rent them on the Airbnb or VRBO, whatever platform. So yes, and that's what arbitrage means. Folks who don't know, arbitrage means kind of get into the middle. You buy low, sell high, and that's a system of arbitrage.
Paula says, are you using VRBO in addition to Airbnb?
That's a good question too. Not today, we're not. We have in the past, and we do teach about how to synchronize and work those together. But we found that for us, we kind of embraced the Airbnb platform, and it really works well for us. But VRBO is definitely a viable platform as well.
Dolores says, is this the same as corporate leasing?
If I understand what the question is, I used to work in the corporate world. The company, when I'd be on a temporary assignment someplace, my corporation would rent a unit for me, and that'd be more of a longer term, many months, let's say, residency. So this is just your own business. You're going to get properties and put them on the Airbnb platform, and you're gonna reap the rewards of this yourself. Now, as far as renting, you could rent the unit out to corporate people, and there are ways you could access those people for a longer term. That's a great way to get some higher occupancy for those longer term guests. Oh yeah.
Rob says, so can I use my LLC in Texas when it's registered in Delaware?
That'd be a legal question. You're going to ask your attorney, but I will suggest this. I'm 99% positive if you have a Delaware LLC that wants to do business in Texas, you'll very likely have to register that entity in Texas as what's called a foreign entity. That's what I believe.
Paula says, will you be assisting the master's students if other terms exit strategies do not work?
This system we have is not part of Ron's master's program, but you'll hear more about how we can help all of you. And I'd like to think the master's students, they'll see what we're doing maybe quicker than the new students maybe, but
Yeah, good exit strategy.
Yeah, I think this is just something good to add on to your arsenal. So if you're dealing with any sellers who maybe just aren't willing to sell on terms, maybe they're willing to rent it out to you. And you could do arbitrage, something like that. So it's another exit strategy and another acquisition strategy.
Great comment. You can apply. So put yourself, if you're a master's student, then you know about mentoring and about Ron's scripts and how to buy properties. And yes, let your thinking go. Let your transaction engineering brain get to work and say, I've talked to this owner who won't sell to me on terms, and he really doesn't want to do the lease option, doesn't want to option it. Yeah, you could ask him, I'll tell you what, Mr. Owner, Mr. Landlord or whatever, would you consider just renting it to me on a lease, a long-term lease? So now you've got the same owner who maybe didn't want to sell on terms, maybe didn't want to sell to you with a lease option, but he would consider leasing it to you at a long term. You could apply this to that category. So add it on as another exit strategy. Yep.
All right, and last question to catch us up is William. How about Vacasa? You ever worked with them?
No, I've been to their website. I've seen it. I have not used Vacasa, but again, perfectly viable platform to use, I would suggest. But you're going to want to find. I know there's one that I forgot the name of that requires you to be exclusive to them. That if you sign up with them, I don't think it's Vacasa, but it's another one. I forgot the name of it. But so look at those kinds of terms and conditions, because I don't like being exclusive. I want to have freedom to wherever I want to put mine, including advertising on my own website, maybe, and taking my own reservations.
All right, we're all caught up.
Great. Wow, super. All right. So I think that the next thing, Scott, that we're going to go into is looking at the profitability analysis, right?
And we have some guests. Hey, I do want to say something. That question that person had about like master's people and all that. frankly, there's a reason why Ron has us on this platform. He recognizes the value of the exit strategy. Ron always wants to own, okay? So even if you can't get the seller at the time, John, where they're willing to do it, but they're willing to lease to you, now you're working that connection, that relationship, and then they realize maybe a year later, you've treated the property well, you pay every single month, everything's great. We're always trying to acquire the property, and that's why this works so well with the system.
Perfect, because sometimes owners, we've had some owners that we tried to buy, and I can think of because he didn't want to put the deed in our name, so the exit was lease option. He went for it, but if he hadn't, we didn't know this then. This is years ago.
Right.
If he hadn't, we didn't know to apply this. But you're right. So what you could do is maybe if you get a lease only, and now over the course of a year or maybe two, you've built a relationship with this landlord, and now he trusts you. Now maybe he'll sign to a new lease option, or maybe he'll sell to you on terms because now he trusts you. So it's a great tool. It goes both ways on this.
So John's going to show you here in just a second the profitability analyzer, which is another thinker brain tool that he created. And I think you're going to really like this a lot. But we have a young lady that's waiting to join us. We're going to bring her in. Her name is Jerusha. She's a young mom. She's a very, very motivated human being. I can tell you, I do believe, let's see if we can get Jerusha on here right now. Hey there, Jerusha. How are you? Good.
Good. How are you?
Good. You're in your car.
I am.
All right. Well, great. Thanks for joining us. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You just came into Ron's world. Was it at the Quick Start in November?
Yes, it was. Yep.
So that was your first real exposure to Ron, and then you heard us, and you jumped in on the short-term rental stuff. And Jerusha go ahead. Go right ahead, Jerusha.
Well, I was gonna say, my husband had purchased Ron's course maybe back in like February of last year. So like he had done that. I know he talked about Ron, but I kind of tuned it out and went about my life until we went to Quick Start, and that's when things changed. Yeah, and Jerusha took us up on an offer that we made up on stage when we were talking about some of the stuff we're sharing with you right now. And one of that offers was, hey, I'll make some calls with you. If you get me some qualified leads, I'll make some calls with you. And this young lady was on it. And she didn't waste too much time. And I think you submitted, it was like 3 leads or something like that, right? What we call it was either 3 or 4.
leads. And you and I we sort of looked good, and we got on the phone together, and I did the whole conversation. Tell us about that. How did all that
go? So finding leads was easy. I don't know if you want me to go over doing that.
Yeah, and I'm going to illustrate that here in a little bit. I'm going to show people how they can go on Zillow and Facebook and sort of do that.
Yeah, so that's where I got the leads from. There's nothing scary about that. You just got to send them a message, and if they respond to you, if they don't, it doesn't bother you.
That's right.
And then you called. We had one lady who was kind of interested. I ended up deciding it wasn't going to work for me. Yeah. Another guy who just right away said no. We got off the phone because there's no point in beating that horse. And then a third man who, he's a property manager. He owns a lot of properties. He also manages a lot, and he took zero convincing. He was just happy to have someone come in there and take over the place. And so I got my first apartment with him. Yeah, I'm working at doing a second place with him.
I think this guy was relieved when we called and talked to him, like, oh, because he's doing a lot of work, kind of taking care of all these properties, and he wasn't threatened at all. But I remember you saying something after, something like, this was nowhere near as hard as I thought that maybe this could be, about having the conversation and all that. Do you remember that?
Yeah. In my head, I expected to be a little more scared, and it's the first time you're doing it. I was nervous. I expected to be a lot more nervous, and I expected to have to call 100 people to get a yes, not 3 or 4.
3 or 4, and it was.
Now I don't know what the averages across the country are, but out of the ones I called, that's what it was.
Yep, and some of it's going to have to do with skill as well, which is part of what we're trying to teach in all of our training about how to really. And we're going to do this. I'm going to illustrate the script, In fact, in a little bit, we're going to be calling. It's going to be a little bit later this afternoon, Jerusha. So I don't know if you're going to be able to be in on the call or not, but I'm going to call your leads. We're going to have all this, recorded as well, so you can see that later. But we're going to do that a little later this afternoon. I'm going to call live. I'm going to call some of the leads that she submitted to show you just how easy it is to have these conversations. Now, I don't know if we're going to get something, but we're going to find out. We're going to just see how those conversations go. So you have a unit. So we talked to this guy. He was all open to even working with, and like you said, I think you got maybe a second one maybe lined up with him as well. So that's fantastic. So tell us about your first one. Did you just got, so this first one is like a 1-bedroom, right? It's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah.
go ahead.
Well, no, you go ahead.
No, so I was going to say, you even got the landlord to do something to the unit.
Yeah. So when he first showed me the unit, it was dark paneling, really dated light fixtures that were really yellow, and the yellow light with the dark paneling looked really depressing. And I told him, I said I was interested in the unit. When can he get it painted? Or I said, I'm interested in the unit if he can get it painted. And he's like, yeah, he could have that done in like 2 days. He's like, I'll replace the toilet seat and the light fixtures too. So that I didn't have to like convince him of anything.
The way you get this kind of stuff is you open your mouth, you present it, and see what the landlord says, right? And so you feel good about the unit. Now you've got this up and running, right?
Yes. So I signed the lease December 28, and I got it listed. I think the first I listed it was right around the 8th of January. It's like 1 week into January. And let me see, I think it was about 24 hours after it got listed. I had my first person who wanted to book it, and they wanted to book it. They weren't sure. They wanted to go week by week, but they knew they wanted to be there 4 weeks, possibly up to 6 weeks.
So your very first booking is like 30 days plus. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
That's pretty nice. Well, that's why we have you on here, Jerusha, right? I mean, this isn't as hard as you think. And so this is great. Now, it doesn't always happen that way, that your first listing is going to take a month, but it's a pretty good indicator that you might be in a really good area to go ahead and pick up some more of these properties, and that someone's already jumped in on that. I know that John helped you a little bit with some of that and onboarding this thing on the AirBNB site and all that, and we were honored to be able to help you with that. So let's talk numbers. What's your rent?
$825 a month.
Okay, so what John's going to do here in a little bit, because we're going to bring it to the profitability analyzer and show you how we go through that. All right, so you said $825 a month.
Yes.
Are you paying for heat?
No, I do not pay heat.
Isn't that nice? Sometimes that happens.
Yes.
And I think it's because the whole building's heated. Is that right? So it just kind of works. It just works in your favor. You don't have to worry about heat. So what did you budget for electricity?
I budgeted $100 a month. I don't know. I haven't got my first electric bill yet. I'll have to see exactly. The people are there right now. They're not there through the day at all. So they're not using electricity.
There's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment. And, when people are renting these units, they're not moving in, right? They're probably working, they're visiting somebody. I'm guessing they're not there for vacation. You're not in a vacation area, right?
No, I'm not. They're their own work.
That's right. And listen, most of the places that you can build your short-term rental business on are going to be in non-vacation areas. There's going to be steady flow of cash flow coming in. And so these are place. What about your insurance?
My insurance is like $85 a month.
Yeah, that's short-term rental insurance. You'll see that in our whole system. You got to get the place insured, and don't ever hesitate to do that. So $87 for the monthly insurance.
65.
Yep. And any other expenses to operate from month to month?
Internet. I got internet there, and it's like $49 a month. So $50.
So you're doing internet, you're not doing cable TV?
No, I'm not.
Good choice.
And why? Why would you make that choice?
because I've never had cable anywhere I've lived and I don't need it, so I didn't want to pay for it.
Okay, there's one good reason. But what we know today is, and you put a smart TV in there, people stream all
Yeah.
this stuff. There are people that are members of all kinds of different, streaming organizations that are out there. So cable is really not a big issue these days. So I wouldn't worry about it either. Okay. Any other monthly expenses?
That's all as far as for that property.
Okay. So what we're going to do is, John, can you run us through the profitability analyzer?
Yeah. So we have a tool on our system, on our platform. We call it our profitability analyzer. And maybe Nick, I can share my screen. I don't know how you're going to fit us in there, but go, great.
Oh, there we go.
So once again, here we are on the platform. You would see when you're logged in, you would see under my stuff, and there's this profitability tool. And this is now understand, in my career, engineering, construction, estimating, this is an estimate. You have to have an estimate. I can do that and save it. Now we have a week. What's your daily rate? I don't think we got the daily rate. I think, are you at $80 a night for now?
For now, I'm at 80. I think I should be able to get it up to 100.
So if you could repeat what he said.
Oh, I think you have to repeat because he took the sound off there.
Repeat what, the whole thing?
Just where you started as soon as I took John off.
Okay. So my mic was off. So they're going to go over this. This is the profitability analyzer, and you don't have to, but you can enter an address, some kind of identifier for the property. This you would have to have if you want to save it for future reference or for updating. So I did 222 East Street, Anywhere, USA. Now I know, Jerusha, I think you start with a discount on your property. That's a good idea to start when you first go live with your property. Start with a discount because you want to have that elevates your listing in Airbnb. You want to get 2 or 3 guests and guest reviews, so then you get some traction. Once you get those reviews, the Airbnb algorithm, however that works, it's a secret. You want them to elevate your listing so that when someone says, I want to go to Hershey, Pennsylvania, say, you want your listing to be somewhere near that top. Just like in Craigslist, it's the same kind of thing. You want it to be there. So the way you get that is there's all kinds of things you do. Price changing, your reviews, there's things. When you help Airbnb make money, they're going to help you get listings. So think that way. So for now, I know that you have a discount. We do that same thing, but we're expecting, and I think you're right, Jerusha, $100 a night is a fair number for that particular property. Sometimes you might have a weekend rate of a little more. You might say, I'll have it at 110 on the weekend or 130. Let's just leave it at 100 for now. Now, I will show you this. We let our system default at 60%. I am a conservative estimator. We always target the 85% occupancy rate, and we're good at getting there or getting near that. But I like to start with a conservative, so I know that even if my property isn't as good as I think it can be, I'm still going to be good if I can make money at 60%. So that's my default number. You change it to what you like. In this case, you're paying your rent at $825.
Yes.
Water and sewer is 0. Heat was 0. You said electric, which that's average per month for the whole year. And I know in the summer it'll be higher because maybe air conditioning and things. And in the winter, it'll probably be lower because you're on free heat. You pay for your internet. You said $49 for internet, nothing on cable TV. Insurance, I think you said $85 for insurance. And that sounds right, Jerusha. I pay typically in the 90, 95. It's always less than $100, or so it seems, for our Airbnb. It's a special package, special insurance plan that we found. Now, this whole startup expenses, did you have to furnish this property?
I did.
So
In total, it was all about 1,000 or 3,000, just shy of 3,000.
3,000. I put 3,000. And so this is important. You might have sometimes you would negotiate, a landlord might want a security deposit or advance rent. You might be buying some kitchen supplies. You're going to buy maybe cameras and smart locks. You could, and I get this breakout so you can identify where these costs are. It doesn't matter where you plug it. If you put furniture here, I could put just a bundle of expenses here. And Scott's waving at me.
No, I'm sorry. I was waiting. I was looking at John. I just wanted to ask Jerusha, when you said 3,000, did that include things like your supplies, your kitchen utensils, or was that just furniture only?
No, that included everything from smart locks
thought
to
so.
bedding to furniture to kitchen supplies to
Great.
the wine I
Great.
set out.
Even better. So I was glad to hear that, because with such a small unit, and by the way, the temptation, as you know, John, for especially newer people coming in, you can have a tendency to put more stuff in there than what you really should, because sometimes you feel like it's almost like, well, this is the way that I would want it. If I was there. It's all clutter. So I think you did well with it. I'm glad to know that it covered a whole lot of other stuff here as well. And so I just want to clarify that.
This side of this analyzer, it's good to see it. It doesn't really affect anything except you see it if you click own cash down here, funding source. If you have no money and you see you get multiple Airbnbs going and you say, I got to borrow 10 grand, 15 grand, whatever. Say it's the $3,000 per property, and I say borrow cash, and I can put in here, I can even pay 15% on that. That's going to have almost no impact. So you can borrow from private lending or whatever, and that's what this is for. So I'll leave it there for now that we borrowed it at 15% per year.
Sure.
We scroll down, we see the profitability forecast, and we see that the total revenue is $1,800. This is the short-term rental platform fees. This is what Airbnb charges you. If you choose Airbnb, you can change that. They charge 3%. We have a front desk. I'm going to go over what that is in a little bit. Front desk cost, I plug it in as 3%. Total operating expenses is $1,059. Now here you can see the finance cost on your startup expenses is $37.50 per month. If I went over here and said own cash, that goes away. It's now zero. So if I have my own cash and I'm financing it, there's a cost of money, whatever. But the point is I'm not paying someone else. Now you might say, okay, so I'm making $650 a month on this. You know, that's not a lot of money. Well, but that's because I'm at 60%.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a safe number. If I do as poorly as 60%, I'm only going to make $650 a month. Now I know that you've got a different rate for your first month, but let's just say you get to 80%. Let's say I get up to 80%. Not even 100%. Not at $1,200 a month. This is just one unit, folks. One unit, $1,200 a month in this particular unit.
On a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit.
1 bedroom, 1 bath.
That's amazing.
So this is the estimating component of our system we call the profitability analyzer that you would use once you decide where you want to be, what city, what town. Okay, you've got that narrowed down. You're going to start looking at what you think the units can rent for. You're going to get to a specific unit, maybe. You're going to know a property that is for rent. You're going to get some numbers and plug them in here to see if you should proceed. It's like a pre-screening. Mm-hmm. If you should proceed any further, because you're going to see what the rent you're paying, any other expenses you have, and you're going to forecast up top here, your rent will show you how to figure out what that rate should be. And you'll leave it at 60 at first to see if it pre-screens very well, knowing that you can do better than that.
Yeah.
And then there you are, and you get some numbers, say, well, I'm going to give this one a shot. I think I can do it. You could save it or not. If you save it, you'll see I have some other ones down here I saved. I can open those and edit them, or I can delete them. And that's the essence of how our profitability analyzer works for this particular property.
So Jerusha, so you're on the path. You're talking with this particular landlord to pick up another property. And I also know, because you submitted some more leads that we're going to call later. So I know you're going after others. I'm glad that you're hungry And you're on the right road to success. The whole way we started this whole thing, I cannot wait to see what you're going to accomplish. And I know you're hungry. I know you're motivated and you're willing to engage this. And those are the people that are going to make it. I'm really proud of you. I think you're going to do great. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, if I can
really
say-
do appreciate it.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, of course.
The biggest thing to anybody who's watching, if and when you purchase this course, which I would recommend it, just do what they tell you to do. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Their system works just fine. They know what they're doing. Just do what they say. And it works. I'm proof it works.
Yeah, it does. It does.
But John,
What if I can? No, you're right. And thank you, Jerusha, for that compliment. And life is uncertain. There's all kinds of uncertain. That's why I say eat dessert first, by the way, because life is uncertain. So there's so many things in life. Anything, every single deal is like a fingerprint. They're all different.
Yeah.
So we're here to help you figure things out too. So every day I come across something that I say, oh, I learned something new. This is what we're here for, to help figure these things out. And you're right, Jerusha, there is a pattern we follow. And then when something comes in so different, we figure it out because we know how this thing works. So good. God bless. I'm glad.
All right. Yes. All right. Jerusha, thank you for your time. You have a great week. And I'll let you know how those calls go later. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Peace. See ya. All right. John, maybe one more thing on the profitability analyzer. We want to bring in Kyle. Actually, I talked to Kyle. It was a couple of days ago. Recorded our conversation. He couldn't actually come on live. He was already tied up. So I want you to hear this conversation that he and I had. And John, you can run these numbers, and we're going to move from there. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So that video.
We got Park Daddy here. He's one of our own, a mentor with Ron LeGrand as well, and big time mobile park guru guy. But Kyle, we wanna just touch base with you with what you've done sort of since we connected with short-term rentals. And so what do you have for properties right now that are in the short-term rental, or what's coming up?
Right now, Scott, we have 4 active properties on the market. The duplex, I've got some individual rooms upstairs at our main office of our management company that we converted into a 5-room facility. Yeah. Common kitchen, common bath. We've got 2 of those rooms up and running, and the other 3 are halfway together.
Okay.
And
awesome.
What I'm excited about, what's coming probably next week, we have a brand new mobile home in one of our parks, very nice park that should be on the market. My wife Cindy and David have done all that work, but that 2-bedroom mobile home has been sitting there. We use it about an hour a month to satisfy the state.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're going to do with that yet, numbers wise, but that's ready to roll. And there's also an 8-plex building that we took over management, and we met with the owner and went through, that spiel that we personally would like to rent one of those units for our Airbnb business. And he knew all about what we were doing, used all, the contracts. So that one should be going next week as well. And then 3 more upstairs, like I say, and then we have another new mobile home in the second park that we intend to do something with moving
awesome. So
forward.
you've gotten creative. So you got like on the horizon about a total of 7 or 8 units then with the few more that you're going to work on. That's great. Hey, so you mentioned the very first property that you did, what was a duplex that you picked up, I think in your management, decided to put it in the short-term rental. Could you share what I want to do with everybody that's watching? I want us to go ahead and take a look. We're going to go over the profitability analyzer, and we want to show them some real numbers. Okay. So, so it's a 2-unit. What's the square footage? Just curious. Do you know about?
Great question. They're about 900 square feet per unit, upstairs, downstairs, as part of a triplex.
Okay. What are you paying for rent to the landlord for each unit?
Each unit, we are paying him $600.
$600. Okay. you
Per
know
unit.
what your expenses are for electricity, heating, and all the other stuff that, internet or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. Gas, electric, water, internet, insurance.
Yeah.
Per unit is $266 a month.
Okay, total of 266 per unit. So you're
Yes.
866 to operate each property on average then, is what you're saying, because you get the 600 for the rent
Yes.
and then the
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
And no other expenses.
No.
Okay. What is your current daily rate?
It's right around $90.
$90. Okay.
Yes.
So what we're going to do in the profitability analyzer, we're going to show everybody, we're going to put it at, because we're teaching everybody, just like we did you and
Yep.
David, do it at 60% and see what your margins are. So we're going to show them that. But I want to come back and ask you, do you know what your occupancy rate is averaging right now?
Yeah, actually, and we had no way of knowing. This is a downtown Fort Wayne old triplex, and we got two
Yep.
of them.
Yeah.
But for the year, we were 85.9% occupied.
Kit out 85.9%. And what we teach is, I mean, our goal is to get to, I mean, we're always pushing to get to that 85. So you're like the poster child here. So we're going to run the numbers, but just off the top of your head, what do you think you're cash flowing a month on average?
We are in that 1,500 to 1,800 range, I believe, is what I quickly calculated.
Is that total or per unit?
Per unit. I'm sorry, that's per unit.
So you're all right. So you're 3,000 plus a month on 2 units.
Yeah.
That's 36,000 a year cash flow net.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And you've got the 3 upstairs working on a couple of more, or 2 upstairs working on 3 more. Got the mobile home. Man, thanks for sharing.
It's a good way to make a living.
Yeah. So, okay, great, Kyle. Thank you for sharing those numbers. We're going to get it in the profitability analyzer. We're going to have fun. Wish you were with us, but we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right. Sounds good, man.
Peace. Okay.
Wow. I got to tell you, folks, if you can do this in Fort Wayne, Indiana, you can do this any place.
Yeah, for sure.
So what we're going to do is let's just take Kyle's property. Let's just take one of the units here and enter it in the profitability analyzer. And we're going to forget the name and address for now, but let's see. He said that his rate was, I think he said, it was $90 a day. And I think it's the same thing for the weekends, Scott. And we're at about, I'll say 85% where he said he is right now, which is great. His rent is $600 a month. Now he said, I think he said, Scott, if I heard him right, $266 is total expenses.
Total, yeah. He didn't break it down, but
that's okay. So you can take, I put these notes here so you can see the breakdown on your own, or that's how you may enter it. But I can just plug it in here and say 266. And that's the same thing. It includes insurance, it includes his electric bill, whatever, all the stuff he has is monthly is included there. I don't have to enter anything in here. The startup expenses, again, these are good for you to see so you can know what kind of money you need, or if you're going to borrow it, you want to have that there so you can click borrowed cash and then see the results. With this forecast at 85%, he's at $2,319 per month is the revenue. Platform fees from Airbnb, $69. Front desk, which, by the way, technically I think he has zero cost.
You know, and I didn't say this before, but Jerusha right now, because she's just starting out, it's so easy for her to manage it. She's not paying the 3% as well. So she has that advantage as well right now.
Sure. So
Yeah.
now if you're doing it yourself, you're not going to, that's a zero cost basically. Now Kyle has his team in place. It's a very small amount of time. You could allocate money towards that. You don't have to. This would be if you have somebody outside your company or you're paying someone to manage your front desk. We'll explain that later on. No finance cost. That shows that his net monthly profit is about $1,400 a month with these numbers, which I'll tell you what, I take that one all day long.
All day long.
Yeah.
It's I think he said these are like $900, 900 square feet apartments. By the way, that's per unit. So he's averaging that on both, John.
Right. So you can double that for his building.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
fantastic.
Let me, you know, Scott, I have one of our properties here I can do.
Yep.
real quickly here. So we have a property, and we have a daily, the weekday rate is 185. The weekend rate is 195. I'm gonna leave it at 60. We're better than 60, but I'm gonna leave it at 60 just because, as I said, if you're doing the analysis at first, leave it at 60 to see how it looks at 60%. Our rent is $1,800 a month. I'm saying electric as estimated at $50 a month. That's for 12 months out of the year. I will say electric is higher in the summer, lower in the winter. Heat is the same kind of thing. This is up in New England, so heat would be higher in the winter and virtually zero, really zero in the summertime.
Yeah.
We have an internet. We pay about $50 a month for internet. We do not have cable TV. We get out of that. We had a few of them, and we just decided that the age of streaming is here upon us. Our insurance, someplace around $95. Typically, we're paying that for these units, about $95 for insurance. I will say that over here, we didn't pay advance rent or deposit. We got away with that. It was furnished. Came furnished.
You hear that? Furnished, folks.
Furnished. Kitchen supplies. I think we paid about maybe, let's just say it's $100 we had for some kitchen. That's some, but then, by the way, there were a lot of kitchen supplies that were there. We didn't spend that much. I'm gonna spend $50 maybe on kitchen supplies because there was some already there. But cameras, I did put in a camera. I did put in a couple of, and I have some high-end smart locks and a thermostat. The thermostat's about $150 for the one that I like, that I use. Okay, that was our own cash. We have a good cash resource. I'm not worried about that. So let's just see what happens at the 60% occupancy rate. If I was doing this analysis, I'd say, well, look, I'm making $1,100, over $1,100 a month. I'm in, and I know I can do better than that. So I say, nope, $1,100, and I got my default 3%. That's all good. I'm all in at $1,100 a month. I'll tell you what, though, we always shoot for, and I'm usually very successful at much higher. Let's just say we only make 75%. I'm showing this because I want you to know that what you assume for your rates, what you charge, daily rate, that's important. But even more important is once you get this property is working on occupancy.
That's right.
Because when you increase from 60 to 75% occupancy rate, your bottom line goes to 19. Let's just be amongst friends, call that $2,000 a month net. That's from changing your occupancy only. Now, our target is 85, and this property, we oftentimes, maybe not every, well, we've had some big.
No, we've had, in fact,
85%, I'm making $2,100. I'm sorry, $2,500.
Yeah.
That's the expenses. $2,500 a month.
For a furnished apartment. Didn't have to buy any furniture. Brainer.
Yep.
I wonder, I mean, can you all sort of get your head around that? Does this make sense? Could you see yourself actually doing this? You know? Hey, John, you were mentioning on this property, I actually did have this slide here. I think we got to go back. How do I get to back to my?
Get off of my screen, guys, now, and maybe go over to the slides that Scott has on his.
I just want you to tell, this is such a great story. I want you to tell the story with you and Ron.
So one day we're at one of Ron's quick starts. I think this.
You want me to show it? You want me to show the slide? Okay, here, you do it when you're ready.
I'm going to say we're in Tampa. I think it was Tampa.
Yeah.
And it was after the day was over. We're at the hotel there. We're sitting out back by the pool. It was a warm night. And, you know, there's a few guys smoking cigars or have a little glass of wine or something. We're just talking and we're chatting with Ron. And all of a sudden, I get this notification on this little box here. And it's an email. I said, hey, Ron, look at this. Here we are sitting there. We had a good day. It was a good working day.
Yeah,
Ron
yeah.
works hard, those things.
He does.
It's late. It was a late day. So we're at night. I get this email. I say, Ron, check this out. Look what I just got notified of. At that unit I just showed you, we had a person rent it for a month. I'm sorry, 2.5 months.
Yeah, 70 some odd days.
Yeah. Now, there are some discounts applied in there because when they have a longer term, we'll allow, and you decide, you want a 10% discount for a full month or 15, 20, you decide that. So we built in some discounts in there, but $9,370 gets dumped into our checking account. And you know that the cost in that, well, the cost is probably someplace around, say, maybe half of it. Maybe half of that was cost. I'm going to ballpark. So the balance of that number was all profit, all profit. It's just a beautiful
Just
thing.
easy money. Yeah.
And it's like just sitting there having a glass of wine. I think I had scotch.
I think you had a second one when you saw that.
Yeah,
glance.
I did.
I think
I
that's
did.
what happened.
This is just a beautiful thing to see this happen in your business. So this is the time. This
All
is
right.
the time.
So I'm going to bring us through. This is going to be interesting for you guys because I know some of you might be thinking, boy, how do you find these properties? How do you know who to talk to? I want to bring us back to Jerusha. She realized pretty easily it's not hard finding the leads. Okay. Keep in mind that landlords and that's really where we have really built this business. It's talking to landlords. Those are the easiest properties to get. Don't hear us say, don't go out of your way to acquire properties on terms. Absolutely go for it. And if you can acquire them in other ways that you can turn them into short-term rentals, you want to do that. Okay. We've done that very thing. So we've acquired properties on terms that we decided we're going all in on short-term rental with. So you get a lot of option here. But I'm telling you, the way that our system works, the majority of your cash flow is going to come using other people's properties. And you're going to leverage that by creating this kind of cash flow, okay? So I want to bring you on two platforms. I'm just going to show you how you find what I call a qualified lead. You don't want to just call anybody just because they're advertising that they have an apartment or a house or whatever for rent. So I'm going to bring you, let me see if I can do this here to share my screen. How am I going to do that, guys? Do I just go over to the page I want? Okay, so I'm on there right now. I'm on Facebook. Hey, here we are. All right. I literally this morning I sat down. I picked two spots that to see what was going on, and I'm going to just walk you through this on Facebook. I'm guessing most of you are on Facebook, and when you're on Facebook, you can go onto Marketplace, and you're going to see that this is where I am right now. So in my Marketplace, if you can see my cursor here, I think you can. I picked Springfield, Missouri, and then I did a circle within 20 miles. You can see that I got it right here on the left-hand side, okay? And then I'm not concerned about price minimum or maximum. I'll take anything that once I run it through the profitability analyzer that will make me money. I'm not going to limit myself to go, oh, I'm not going to do a 1-bedroom, 1-bath place. Look at what Jerusha's doing on a very humble rent of $825 and the kind of money that she's in the process of making, okay? I'll take anything that will create cash flow and bring in good profit, okay? So I just leave that blank. Stay over on the left-hand side, and you're going to see second entry says property rentals. So you're going to click on that. Let me see if I can bring us back over there. Property rentals, and you're going to see the map here that shows that's right in the center of my screen that shows Springfield. There are a lot of properties that are here, like this one here that says 88. When you click on that, there are 88 properties that are being advertised today for rent. Here's the cool thing with this whole system that we have. What's for rent today is not always going to be for rent tomorrow, because some places are going to, get rented, and new places are going to come on the market tomorrow. This is self-sustaining. It's always moving. It's always changing, and you can keep fishing in this pond and keep looking for properties, okay? What I do is go up to the top right-hand corner where it says shop by category, okay? And I'm going to click on houses for rent. I'm interested in houses for rent. That's where I want to start. I'll look at apartments and condos as well, but my favorite place to go first are houses, okay? And so you can see that there are some pictures here. So here's this first property. It's $1,000 a month. Let's see if we can figure out if this is someone that's worth contacting. I'm going to click on that. You're going to come to the right-hand side. Listen, before I even start clicking on pictures, I'm not interested in pictures yet. I don't have time to sit and start clicking through a bunch of stuff. I want to see if I can identify someone that's actually what appears to be a bona fide landlord. That's what qualifies this lead at first to decide if I'm going to give them a call. So I come over here on the right-hand side, and I'm going to start scrolling down. Now it says seller information. Obviously, it's not a seller. It's someone that's trying to rent this place, okay? And we see who the person is, okay? So we got this here. What I like to do is I like to click on seller details. When I click on that, I'm going to see if they sell other stuff. Well, in this case, it looks like they're selling clothes. But I see that there's one house that's for rent. This tells me that very likely this is the landlord. If I looked at this profile and I saw that there were 4 other apartments for rent, it's probably a realtor or a property manager. So right now I'm feeling pretty good that this very likely would be a landlord, okay? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna slide down where it says send seller a message. I'm gonna beg you, don't just click send. See that automated message that says, hi, Mary Grace, is this still available? I don't want you doing that. Here's the language I want you to type in here. You can, and I love addressing the person by their name. So I would still do the same thing. Hi, Mary Grace. I'm interested in a long-term lease. Are you available for a phone call? Question mark. Thanks, exclamation point, and I'm putting my name on that thing, okay? I'm giving it a little bit of energy. I'm not putting hearts and balloons, but I'm showing that I'm enthusiastic, right? That I really want, I'm really interested in this. And all I'm trying to do is to get this person willing to get on the phone with me so I can see if I can pre-screen them, okay? Does that make sense? I hope it does. Maybe let's see if I can find another one here. And then we're gonna go over to Zillow. And Zillow is a great place for you to go ahead and do this. And I'll show you how you do that as well. I want to go with my gut here. This third picture that just shows a picture of, I guess, what's a big living room. I'm going to guess that this is probably a landlord. Now, or it's just someone that's a very poor realtor or property manager. Interesting to me, they would just show a picture of the inside of the house and not the outside, okay? It doesn't look like it's very professional. So we'll see if I'm right. So I'm going to click on this. We see where it is. I'm going to slide down. We got this person, this Russ Burke. I'm going to click on the seller details so I can see. All right, so it looks like he's trying to rent two different places. I'm a little suspicious that he very likely is going to be a realtor or a property manager. I might still reach out, but one of the things I'm going to do, again, when you reach out, let me close this. Come over here to the right-hand side. See where it says send seller a message. I'm going to first just see if I can get some engagement, okay? And then say to this guy, Russ, I'm interested in a long-term lease. Can we get on the phone today? I'm always trying to lead that conversation. I never leave things with, hey, give me a call when it's convenient for you. You're never going to hear words like that come out of my mouth. These are the kinds of skills that I really want to be able to teach you. And this is how you really make things happen, okay? So if this person did respond and said, yes, let's get on the phone, I may ask them at that point, are you the landlord or are you a property manager? Because then that's going to allow you to go ahead and filter them out if they're a property manager. Now, I say that, but Jerusha has me back in the lab processing how to go about this, because when we called her landlord and landed this deal, now keep in mind, he did have 40 properties that he owned. They were his properties. But in the middle of that conversation, he indicated to me that he had 70 additional properties that he does management with, and he was open to working with us on that. So I'm back in the lab to see, I'm going to experiment on some stuff. So there's going to be an ongoing process. I may have another way of having those conversations, and I'll share that with you. So we can come over here, take a look at these pictures. Now the house looks a little humble on the outside, but look at this. I mean, keep in mind, this is Springfield, Missouri is not a vacation spot. But there are a lot of reasons why people are going to travel to Springfield. It can be for hospitals, it can be for family, it can be for schools, all kinds of reasons. And this right here, I'm looking at this, it would not take much to make this place look really, really good. So this is how I do it on Facebook. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring us over to Zillow. Hopefully you have some familiarity with Zillow. If not, it's not going to take much. Just play with it. So what I do here on Zillow, so I went to Louisville, Kentucky. John and I were just there back in November. We did a 3-day event back then. And so we were working this area. I wanted to see what it was like. And I really like Louisville, Kentucky. So I want to show you this. So I just go in the search window. I type in the Louisville, Kentucky. And I just come up here to the top button right here and click rent. When you click rent, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see this map and all these purple dots. Again, I'm not coming in here. I'm not putting anything for price. I'm not looking at beds and baths. I will come under home type. Now you can look at townhouses, apartments, and houses. I always start with houses first. That's just the way I do it. I want to get those first, and then I work through the other ones and see if I can pick up additional properties. Okay. So this is how it populates. It shows you every one of those dots as a property that someone is advertising that's for rent. This place is loaded with apartments, as they are all over the country. No matter where you go, if there's some level of population, you're going to see this sort of thing happen, okay? So our job is to go in and kind of investigate here a little bit, see if we can separate the property managers and the realtors from landlords. I want to talk to landlords. That's what I call a qualified lead. Now, if you go over here to the right-hand side, all these purple dots are all going to be populated here. See how I'm all these properties? These are all single family. So let's take a look. What I did was, you know what? I want to show you one that, like this first one right here, I don't have a white heart. What I did is I went through this earlier today and I marked those just so we could expedite our time together. I marked those that I really wanted you to see that, you know, shows you that it's a qualified lead. But let's just take a look at this first one. You know, it's just a little cape here, $875 a month. I click on that. I wonder, is this a property manager, a realtor, or what? What you're going to do is, and again, you're going to want to flirt with looking at pictures. There's only 4 here. I don't even look at the pictures. I want to know first if they're qualified. So I scroll down here on the right-hand side. Now it says listed by property owner. So you get a little excited, but look who it is. LAH Property Group is a property manager. I'm done. I'm clicking out. I'm going to start. I'm just like, I'm sifting. It's like I'm sifting for gold, right? That's what I'm doing here. So you'll be able to see that. So a lot of these properties here are listed with either a property manager or a realtor. But watch what happens as we continue to sift and I scroll down. Here's a property right here. This is $1,765 a month. It's in Louisville. I got a little white heart, so I saved it for you so you could see this. And here we go. I come down here. I'm on the right-hand side. Been 3 days on the market. And it's listed. Oh, this one said listed by property or management company. I think I made a mistake on that one. I'm no longer interested. Let's scroll down. Here we go. Here's another white heart right here. You see that? Let's click on this one. Okay. 13 days listed. Listed by property owner. The guy's name is Will. This tells me it's probably a property. It's probably the property owner because it just doesn't look as sophisticated here, right? And here's this nice little house. Now I'm interested in going, let me look at some of these pictures. That looks pretty nice. Wow. Look at this. Already my imagination is flourishing. Like, yeah, this could be a really cool looking short-term rental. I could do really well with this. See all that? Look nice? I'm telling you, this thing would rent in a heartbeat. Okay, so I'm looking at pictures. I feel good about that. Now, look what you see below Will's name. We see a phone number. Now, that number more than likely is encrypted through Zillow, but that's okay. You call that number, and we're going to go over a script. What we're going to do is take a break here in just a couple of minutes. When we come back, by the way, John, we're going to be doing the little giveaway thing when we come back, aren't we? Yeah, so you want to get back in on time at the break. So you got to be here to watch it, to see it in order to get what we're giving away, the prize that we're going to give away. But I'm going to go over the script with you guys and show you how that script works. And then we're going to position ourselves in just a little bit where I'm going to make some live landlord calls. I think you're going to really enjoy going through that. Let me just look at another property or two here. Let me just check my timing here. Yeah, so let's go with, I got a couple of more minutes here. Look at this one here. It's just a picture of a room that has a pool table. that got my attention. $1,800 a month for rent. All right, so we're going to scroll here on the right-hand side. I'm scrolling down. 9 days on the market. This is Amanda. Looks like it's, no, this is also a management company. Here we go. Here's a little ranch. Let's see what this one is. This would certainly work. 5 days on the market, listed by property owner. This guy's name is Dan. I'm already interested, okay? So I click on this. It's just a little ranch. But look at the inside of this place. Oh, man, I could make that look so good as a short-term rental. This thing would rent in a heartbeat. Look at this. Very cozy. Looks very comfortable. Ooh, it even has a little like a hot tub or jetted tub. Look at that. I would grab this in a heartbeat. Okay. Come back over here. You see the, all right. So in this case, you see the property owner, Dan, but there's no phone number. So typically what you're going to do is continue to scroll down, and there should be a texting format so you can reach out to this landlord. We'll see if that's in here. Let's see. Oh, right here. So you see where it says Dan, just below it says other things you can do. You can ask a question. So you're going to click on that so Dan gets your question. And what are you going to say? Hi, Dan. I'm interested in a long-term lease with this property. Are you available for a call later today or perhaps tomorrow morning? I look forward to chatting with you soon. Period. Thanks, exclamation point. Scott, that's how you do this. This is how you flesh out some of these people so you can get on the phone with them. Does this make sense? Can you see yourself doing this and building this cash flowing system very, very easily? I hope you can. Let's look at one more, and then we're going to go to break, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. But let me show you this one right here. Let's see if I did this one right. Let's click. Man, I like the front of this house. I love the color. Okay, so what do we got here? 2 days on the market, listed by property owner Jackie, and we have a phone number. You see it all right there? I'd be calling this in a heartbeat. Look at this. See how easy this is? Oh, man. Yeah, I could be a short-term rental so nicely right there. That would work really, really well. Very, very cozy. All right. Let's, John, I think this might be a good place to break. What do you think?
I think so. Except maybe you guys have me on here, the microphone.
Any questions
Any
you're
questions
thinking?
you want to address here?
That would be good.
After the break. Okay. So questions after the break, but also after the break.
Oh,
a 10-minute
yes.
break.
Yes.
10-minute break. We're having a drawing. We're having a drawing, and you have to, now I know John or Nick's going to explain. You've got to be in attendance to win the drawing. They'll explain in a second. But here's what the prize is going to be. This is the first drawing of the day. We're going to give away one of our thermostats. This is like $150, $160 thermostat. Honeywell. I love the Honeywell 9000. I feel like the guy on what's his name? Tim Allen, you know what?
Oh, yeah.
Full-time Tim, yeah. Honeywell 9000. We're gonna have it. It's a beautiful thermostat. I'm telling you what, you can't go wrong with it. So I love it. They're not cheap. You can get cheap ones, but I don't know. I'm the gadget guy. So that's what the prize is going to be at this first drawing. He or she who wins, we're going to get that information and mail that Honeywell 9000 to you. You're going to love it.
And you'll be able to run that from your phone. I mean, that you could be anywhere and run this thing, which is why we
You
have
can run
these particular items.
Afghanistan, I've run these things. So overseas, you can do that. So there's maybe John or Nick can explain how it works, how the rules are, whatever, for being present, and then we'll go on a 10-minute break.
Yeah. So when we come back from the break, we're just going to tell you a keyword that you're going to type in the comments there. I'm not going to tell it to you yet, but when we get back from the break, you don't need to type it in more than once because it'll only take one entry, and we have a little software program that will randomly draw someone, and that will be the winner.
Super. Easy.
All right. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
10-minute countdown.
It's all fun. Well, hello.
Hello.
How was that 10-minute break? To me, it felt like 30 seconds. Is it up already?
And in case you haven't noticed, Scott and I changed positions.
Boy, I like John. I'm in the desk
You know,
seat. This was a powerful
This is-
place, wasn't it?
When I sit at this desk, I feel 10 times more intelligent than I really am.
This is too funny. Well, we got something fun we're going to do right now, aren't we?
Yeah, this is the funnest part. The most funnest.
Yep. We got something we're giving away.
Yep.
We got a drawing.
I love giving away stuff. Love giving away stuff.
Are we, so how are we doing this, guys?
All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have everybody type in #smart, as in all these smart devices we use in these homes. So I just put it in the comment section. You guys type in #smart, and we'll do a random drawing after we take a few questions here.
Good. Yes, we'll take questions now.
Yeah.
All right. First question is from Paul and Sherry. What length of a lease do you look for from a landlord?
So, in the big picture, as long as I can get, when you're first starting out, I think just for right now, get the first or second one in place and keep it within that year. Just test your area.
So 1 year, you're saying?
Yeah, a year. But listen, we just signed an extended lease. In fact, you're going to hear an interview here in a little bit, a little later this afternoon. There's a lot of value in this. It's actually a conversation with a landlord. Total 6.5 year, all said and done, lease on 2 properties, and they got a couple of more across the street that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So you want to go big, but if you're just starting out, just get in the first year and take it from
But
there.
it's good if in typical lease agreements with landlords, we'll have a renewable in there so you can renew it. Now, there may be a change in price, whatever, but
Yeah.
you want that 1 year fix and then worry about the next year.
Good question.
Sarah says, can you do short-term rental in an apartment?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we do.
Yeah. In fact, what we were just showing you when we had Jerusha on, that's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment. And we didn't have the picture here for you, but in the profitability analyzer, the one that John did where we had the furnished unit, that's a 2-bedroom apartment that was furnished. And that's on the second floor of an apartment building.
Right.
So absolutely. Yep. And they're real cozy places too, by the way.
Brett says, what's the difference in short-term rental insurance that you said we need to get and the liability and property insurance that Airbnb provides for free if you list with them?
That's a John question.
So Airbnb insurance is good to have, but we know the owner, landlord or the owner. They had their own insurance on the property, fire, theft, that kind of a damage, windstorm damage, whatever, liability. So let me just talk about now what our policy has. It's a much cheaper policy, and we also name the owner, landlord, as an additional insured, which, by the way, he shows to his insurance company, and he usually will, get a discount on his insurance. The insurance package that we like is from a company called Proper Insurance. I like Proper Insurance because they have a business policy, landlord's insurance, and also insurance on you in this one package, the way they do it. You won't find many, I don't know if there are any places who insure like that. So in that particular package, it also insures you if you do happen to go to that short-term rental and stay overnight. The insurance won't cover you typically. This package does. Now, what Airbnb provides, I'm not exactly sure that I've never had to cash in on that. I will tell you though that we did have some. I think we had a minor theft one time. Really, it was like $300-400 worth of theft.
I remember some art
and I learned
and
quickly,
stuff like that.
But Airbnb is quick to help you out, but you have to submit that claim within 2 weeks, and they'll cover that. But if you miss the 2 weeks, you're not going to get a penny. If you do submit your list of things that were stolen, and you've got your communications on their platform with that guest show. I don't want to scare you, by the way. I think in the past 3-4 years, I think I had one of those. If you do your right screening of your guests, you're not going to have that problem. So I'm not exactly sure the full breadth of what Airbnb covers in theirs, but I just don't worry about it. I know landlord's insurance and our package covers everything we want for us.
And our training really gets into all that as well. We're not going to leave you out there, and we bring you through that whole process so you know exactly what to do.
But now you think of it, I don't think the Airbnb package covers you. It covers the situation, the rental itself maybe.
Yeah.
But as a business, you want to make sure you're covered too. Now you're a landlord, and you want to have some level of liability protection as well. So you got to cover you and your entity, and that's what.
And it's also protecting the landowner.
Well, that's because of the additional insured. Yep.
So what do you think that does when you get into the irresistible offer, what I like to call the irresistible offer to the landlord, when you're talking to them going, oh, and we're going to provide insurance. Now, our main interest is that it's for us, right? We're protecting ourselves. The secondary interest is the landlord. We just make that the primary when we're talking to them, that we're doing this for you. It's even that much sweeter. This is why these conversations, when you follow our lead and what we're trying to teach you, these conversations are translated very, very well for the landlord.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Next question.
Darlene says, who pays the lights and gas?
Good question. Sometimes on some properties we do. On some properties, and we saw with Jerusha, the heat was included. For example, the heat was included, which would be maybe if it's gas heat would be included. And we've had some properties where the heat was included, but the electric bill was not. And so it depends on what you can negotiate. It depends on what kind of a building it is too. Sometimes buildings have central heat. You're not paying that. So that's all whatever you negotiate with your landlord as to who covers what.
That's the biggie. It's whatever you negotiate. And I say go for as much as you can. I'm not talking about beating the landlord over the head. You want to be careful. But all you got to do is open your mouth and ask. That's it.
Darlene, again, how are you renting apartments without owning the building?
Well, that's what we teach. And I'll tell you right now, what we do is we talk. You're going to hear Scott talk to landlords. We would just talk to landlords, tell them what we're doing. We rent it from a landlord. Say that landlord also owns, assume he's also the owner. We rent the property for a year or 2 years, a renewable lease, whatever, on a long-term basis. As soon as we get it, the landlord knows what we're doing. We then advertise it on Airbnb as a short-term rental. There's a big difference in price between long-term rent and short-term rent. And that's what we enjoy, is that spread.
Yeah.
Mary says, who are you using for short-term rental insurance?
Yeah, and I just mentioned that we like Proper Insurance Company. And they have a website, proper.insure. Check it out, proper.insure.
Ben says, how may we accurately budget for monthly expenses and utilities when searching for properties?
Yeah, that's a good question. Now, we had that profitability analyzer, and at first you would compare perhaps with your own electric bill, your own utility bills, and plug them in. Trust me now, if you're a little bit off, it's not going to make any difference in your assessment. After you had that property for a few months, you're going to know that where you were, you're going to be some pluses and minuses. The little pluses and minuses shouldn't make a difference. The real problem is if you forget something entirely. That's why I list and identify potential specific costs in the profitability analyzer, so you don't forget a cost at all. Don't worry about being off by 10 or 20 bucks a month. That's not going to kill the deal.
Yep.
Christy says, what about the cost of cleaning and preparing the unit for the next renter?
Easy one.
Oh, it is
renter
easy.
Pays it. The way it works is we have a clean that goes into our advertisement. They pay, say it's $100 a night. We have some that are $400 a night. And the cleaning fee is an add-on in our profile, our property profile in Airbnb. So the guest pays $100 a night, and say it's $120 to clean it. They pay that. Now, yeah, I get the invoice from the cleaner. I pay the cleaner, but I collected the $120. So it's basically, you don't see that in the profitability analyzer because it's a wash. No pun intended.
That's pretty sweet though, isn't it? You don't have to worry about those expenses. It's pretty sweet.
Helen says, if we're a vacation club owner, can we use your scenario for short-term rentals?
Well, you can. There's nothing wrong with our model. The problem will be with whatever your agreement is with your vacation club. They may prohibit it. You have to check with your agreement with the vacation club, as well as HOAs if you have that kind of situation. That's an agreement I'm not privy to, so you'd have to look at that.
William says, do you ask about subleasing when talking with the LL or property managers?
Yeah, I mean, we're having that conversation right up front. In fact, you're going to hear me have that conversation here in just a little bit.
Full transparency.
Yeah,
we
tell them right up front. I'm not going to anyone's house or looking at any house without us having an initial conversation. Very short, by the way. And I'm going to show you some techniques that I'm using to keep it short. And I'll explain that here in just a little bit. We're going to go over our scripting here in just a little bit. I think you're going to see value in that.
Helen says, why is a property manager not a good form of advertising?
For the most part, we are competition for the property manager. property manager is getting paid by the landowner, and we're coming along saying, hey, we're going to do security, right? We're going to have automatic door locks. We're going to put insurance on the property. By the way, any property managers out there, sorry about that. However, if you are a property manager, you still want to listen, because you've got people that already know you and they love you and with the service you're doing. That's what we brought Kyle in a little bit ago. He's taking advantage, and I mean that in a positive way, his relationship with his landlords. They already trust him, and he's converting some of those to short-term rentals. But for someone else coming in, unless we can work a relationship with them in some ways, and I want to still process through that because Jerusha has changed some thinking going on in my head here right now. But for the most part, overwhelmingly, a property manager is not going to give you the time of day because you take their revenue away from them.
Rory says, how do you deal with income qualifying for 3 or 4 times to have them rent to us? For example, $1,000 rent.
How do you deal with income qualifying?
I don't get that.
I don't understand that.
Income qualifying for 3 or 4 times.
Rory, why don't you retype your question?
You're right.
A little more clarity. Yeah.
Try it again.
Ben says, what is the number of room limit for short-term rental? Is there a sweet spot, say 1 to 3 rooms, or is a 5-room property too big?
No, first of all, there's no limit. I think the most we have is 5. I think is the biggest we have. And the smallest we have is 1. I will tell you this: there are some properties that rent for $20,000 a week. You go to like Aruba and those places, you can get these short-term rentals that are they're built, they're hurricane-proof. Well, maybe not Aruba; they don't have hurricanes there, but there's places that are just phenomenal. They come with a butler. Anything can become. You can rent a boat. You can have a houseboat as a short-term rental. That works too.
A bus.
So there's no real limit. Now, sweet spot, in the areas we are with not in the cities, but kind of metropolitan type areas, I don't think we have any more single bedrooms, but 2 bedrooms. I like a 2-bedroom. 2 to 4 is a good range, I think. That's what I would suggest. Let's say we go up right now. We have one that's 5, I think, maybe a few that are 5 bedrooms. But that's our. We like that window. Say 2 to 5 is where we like to be. But my gosh, I'm not going to tell you there's a limit. It just markets different kind of a group.
It's like I said before. If I run my numbers and I can make a profit, I'm interested. It's not about personal preference at that point.
Sure.
It's about income.
Morgan says, do we need to provide proof of income 3 times more than the rent to the landlord?
No. The landlord, all landlord wants is rent to use property for $2,000, whatever, $1,500 a month. You're gonna have a lease, a regular long-term lease with the landlord. Then he's out.
That's it.
He's out. If you make $100 a month above or $3,000 above, he doesn't get to know that. I mean, I say that he doesn't get to know that. You could. I have seen some people do a stepped leasing, which becomes kind of a squishy partnership with the landlord, where you might have a stepped leasing. Get creative. Get creative if you think it's the only way you're going to get it. Yeah. I don't like that way. I want to have a flat monthly lease.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that as your default. I mean, in theory, you could partner with the seller, and there are some models out there that talk about that. What we figured out when we started this is don't go there if you can help it.
Yeah.
There's such, you just want to rent the place for their asking price. I don't even over negotiate that, because even if I thought there were $200 over on the asking price, if that kills my deal, what am I talking to this landlord for? $200 should not kill the deal. Go for the bigger profit by just getting the lease. Going to have full disclosure, and we're gonna illustrate some of that. And our training unpacks the whole thing. I mean, believe me, we're touching the tip of the iceberg on the stuff we're sharing with you today. But so we've got all this stuff covered. Yeah.
I think what Morgan and Rory were asking about is when you typically, rent a house or an apartment, you have to show personal income of 3 times what the rent is in order to qualify for that. So that might be what they're asking there.
Yeah.
We don't do that.
Yeah. I've had some landlords that want, they want a credit report and they want to know what my income is. And I'm ready to hang up the phone. I don't mean that in a rude way, and it doesn't make them bad. That's not the landlord that I'm looking for. If that's what they want. And by the way, my response is that we're actually a business. We're doing this as a business. We don't do a credit report.
So you know what, Scott? We got a lot more questions. I'd like to see how fast, rapid fire questions, see how fast we can answer the next bunch of questions, because we got a lot of, I love answering your questions. It means you're thinking. It means you're really considering getting into this business. So let's fire away and see how fast we can answer them.
Let's go.
First answers for you. Okay.
Joseph says, what determines if it will make a good short-term rental or not, absent regulations?
Profit. profit. We like to target at least say $900,000 a month net. That's at a conservative occupancy rate. So we know we could do better. That's why I plug in 60%.
That's right.
Next question.
I think you answered this one, but Joy says, what kind of insurance do you buy?
Yeah, it's a three package deal. It's all rolled in. Go to proper.insure. Go to the website. They've got a pretty good explanation of all about that insurance. It's just fantastic. You'll see all the answers and more on that website.
Tom says, how do you tell if the property is in a decent location if you don't live in the area?
Yeah, good question. You could check out neighborhoods. There's if you're concerned in the city area, there's a website called richblockspoorblocks.com. Richblockspoorblocks.com. I've used that several times to get a feel for the city. You know how it is, you get a railroad track or a river or some kind of barrier of some kind, and all of a sudden you go to a very, very rough neighborhood. We call it the hood. But by the way, you could be in the market of renting short-term rentals in the hood. We don't, but you could. So try that website to get a feel for the demographics in the city, and then stick with some, blue collar areas are great. We like the blue collar areas, by the way.
Even Google Street View, you can see how people keep out their yards and stuff like that.
That's a good point. And if you have some people in the area that you trust, I'd call them.
Tom, again, do you tell the landlord that you are going to sublet the property?
Absolutely. That's it. And you're going to see this if we can get into a conversation today. Full disclosure. It's the only way you can do this.
Letitia says, how do you get into apartment complexes when most of them don't allow subletting?
We don't. If they don't allow subletting, we don't.
We're done.
Chris says, do you have any protections in your leases in case you need to get out before the lease expires?
Yes, we have a lease addendum in our platform. You would typically use the standard lease, but our lease addendum, which has been reviewed by an attorney, anything in the addendum overrides any similar language to it in the actual lease. And including telling the landlord he signs that we are going to sublease it out on the platforms like Airbnb. So we do have an escape clause.
That lease addendum is really magic in what it is that we do. That's an essential piece in what we're doing here.
What is the website that helps you see what is renting in the area you're working in?
So we were looking at Zillow. The two biggies are really Zillow and Facebook Marketplace. It's a good place to go.
But you could also go to, if you want to see what kind of rents you might get. You mean to buy the renting the building or renting it out, I guess. Because if you want to know the prices that you're going to have, you go to either to actually the Airbnb site, look for similar properties in the area, or just the hotel sites. See what hotels charge to get your nightly price. And that covers maybe more than you're asking. But
yeah.
So
and we cover all this. Yeah.
Lama says, do you still suggest the kickout clause in the lease with the landlord if occupancy does not reach 60%?
We have a kickout, and it's not tied to 60%. The 60%, by the way, is not what we're shooting for. That's just a conservative estimate of what it would be if it is terrible. Okay. Yeah. So, and then we'll decide to, that's like a pre-screening. But the kickout is that we have the first 3 months for any reason. If we think it's not working, we can just plus you're the tenant is going to be an empty LLC. Your LLC, it's an empty entity. So there's nothing worse. It's minimal risk, or we really do a lot to get rid of the risk. So.
Want to make sure that there's clarity on this. That 60%, if you're not making some money at 60%, everything in the system is telling you walk away. Don't be optimistic like, oh, I know it'll be 85%. Run it at 60. If you're making some money, now you can be optimistic. Yeah. You're going to make that much more money.
You can work with it.
Mary says, have you ever had a landlord not renew your lease and do the short-term rental himself once he sees how profitable it is for you?
No, not yet. But that'd be okay. If they wanted to just play it out there, we just find another one to replace it. Yeah, not a big deal.
Michael says, do you have a staging company, or how do you determine what the property needs?
No staging company. I have a wife. We explain that. We've got a furniture checklist in our system because you want to go minimal. You want a bed, an end table, and a lamp. Maybe a burr.
This is not complicated.
Yeah. People who are visiting temporarily don't need to have 10 pieces of furniture. They need 5 or whatever.
Yep.
Richard says, what is the longest term you allow?
We don't have limits. Typically, we don't have limits. But you don't pay top dollar, though.
Yep.
Lama says, what are traveling nurses, doctors still creating a short-term rental demand?
Yeah, it is. They're longer term, and you can find some of those people on a site called Furnished Finder.
Yeah.
FurnishedFinder.com. You can advertise. You can find those people who, if you want to have those like the visiting nurses and whatnot. They might
You pay a
rent
fee,
2 or 3 months.
but it's not bad.
Yeah. So yeah, we went to them as well.
Jade says, when calculating cleaning fee into cost, why would people not just go to a hotel for less money?
Ask them. I mean, it's a market. It works. Now, first of all, hotels are different than Airbnbs. Typically, we have a kitchen or a kitchenette. There's a living area. There's the bathroom,
Privacy.
there's a couple of bedrooms maybe. It's just a better living environment. People like it better than a typical hotel. That's what we believe anyway.
Yeah.
And also, if you've got 2-3 bedrooms, they can now come in with maybe a couples, say there's family and they're getting 1 room, not 2 rooms. So there's all kinds of reasons why people, they like it. They like the Airbnb. It works. We don't ask questions why it does or doesn't work because it always works for us.
Yeah. Good point.
Natalie says, do you use a nationwide property management company to handle all your short-term rentals as far as marketing and appointments and all that jazz?
No, we use Airbnb. Airbnb does all the marketing of this. If we work that site correctly with our presentation, they do all the marketing. We don't worry about it. Property management, we may have localized managers, but we have a front desk that handles most of the day-to-day questions and answers.
And that's significant if you understand about the value of that front desk. If you're going to hire a property manager, they're going to suck 15, 20, 25% of your profit. That goes against what we're working on here. Okay. And we're trying to automate this whole thing for you with our system.
Airbnb charges 3% for all that they do.
Yeah.
Cheap.
It's good.
All
And
right.
they pay you.
Mary says, how do you calculate discount for long-term stays?
That's subjective. We you might say for a 7-day or 1 week, and you plug it into your platform. Maybe you give a 8 or 10% discount for a full month. Maybe it's 15%. It's subject. Try it out. Now those are the ranges, though. Okay, you might say I want 5% for a 7-day and 10% for a 30-day or more. It's whatever you feel is what you want to do. It's subjective. You can have no discount if you want.
But you're after occupancy. You
Believe
want
me.
to fill it.
Potential guests will ask you, can you give me a discount?
Yeah.
Ben says, is there an efficient way to find properties on Facebook or Zillow without running into all the property management companies?
So the only way you're going to do it is the way that I was just showing you. I just went on Zillow and showed you how I go through and weed out those property managers. Most of the people, for the most part, I'd say 85% of those that I weed out, they're the landowner.
Fred says, what if you can't rent enough each month to make a decent profit?
We let the property go, I suppose, but that's why we're very careful to forecast at 60% occupancy to make sure there's something in there. I mean, if it's terrible, I'd say a terrible property, you're only going to make $400 or $500 a month. All right, you're still making money. My point is that we go into it pre-screening at a very conservative number and then work the numbers higher to maximize that profit. So you just walk away, you turn the keys back to the landlord. If it just didn't work at all, it was a loser.
And Van says, do you research competition rates at hotels, et cetera, when you're establishing your own rates?
I do. It takes 2 to 5 minutes for a property to get a feel of what hotel rates are, decent hotels say, and also other Airbnbs in the area. I'll look at those and say, I think we're at 180 to 210. Then we stop pricing it. Don't sell it cheap. Stop pricing it and see where it goes. You're going to have the first 3 guests. You're going to offer some deeper discounts to get the traction. To get 3 reviews in your system. You want reviews, good reviews from guests. So we do that. You can even have family members go in through the Airbnb site maybe and go rent it and give you a review. Friends and family.
Terry says, we bought a house 13 months ago and found a squatter. He is still in there. He's actually suing us now. How do you prevent and cope with this in a short-term rental?
We've never had that problem. Our properties are secure with cameras and with keypad entries. We've never had squatters. Now, if you're saying someone who comes in and rents and then just doesn't leave, Airbnb will help you with that, and so will the police department.
Yep. These people are not under a lease, so they're not under lease law here. Okay.
Yeah, we use.
You don't have to worry about it.
We use attorneys and police, and we have to.
Yep.
John and Scott,
have to in this.
Yep.
it's time for a drawing.
Hey, whoa! This is what it is. Right here. That is the thermostat.
I love it. The Honeywell 9000.
All right, so the drawing for the Honeywell 9000.
Oh,
Here
drum
we
roll.
go. Who will it be?
John Duck in there. You can't win, John.
John Duck.
No, I'm not allowed to win. Michael.
Michael Suchuk. Hey,
you go,
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's one of my mentor students. Way to go, Michael.
All right, Michael.
Woo!
So Michael, you won. So what you're going to do is you're going to call in. Nick's going to put that number up for you, 800-567-6128. Call in, tell them you won the smart thermostat, and we'll get your information and get
That's
that to you.
awesome.
Congratulations.
That is awesome. All right. Are we ready to go to our next level? Are we good on questions? All righty. Let me see where I am here. Okay. Hey, I did notice, because now that I'm sitting in this seat, John, I can see all the chat stuff here on the side of the screen. And I saw James and Teresa, who, by the way, the rest of you are going to meet here in just a little bit because I have a video of them. So you're going to know who they are. And they said that they love us. Well, listen, we love you guys big time. Super, super good folks. Okay, so what we're going to do is I want to review our scripting, okay? And I have a very, very simple script. The resistance is going to be, and this is what happens with newer people. We tend to want to say a whole lot more stuff than what we need to say. And I can right now maybe see James and Teresa probably smiling, going, yep. And I think I was able to illustrate with them and working with them and helping them that we just try to get to the basics and have a conversation that's not overstated, okay? Now, I'd like to tell you that a high percentage of landlords say yes to us, and here's why. We've got something that's very, very unique here. In our scripting and in our time that when we can meet with the landlord, it helps us to unpack all this for them. But here are the reasons why a lot of landlords say yes. Number one, they don't have to deal with the typical landlord headaches. Now, I'm guessing with as many people that are here with us today, we got some landlords out there. John and I are landlords too, okay? Landlording is not for the faint of heart. So when they see what it is that we're doing and how we can really complement their property and make their lives a whole lot easier, that one in and of itself really sends the percentages up where landlords are willing to say yes. They don't have to worry about minor maintenance and repairs. That's right. We're actually, when we're talking with them and we're working through this, we actually tell them our standard is we're going to cover $100 or less on little minor stuff. Now, again, it sounds like it's a primary thing that we're doing for the landlord. In reality, the primary thing is we're paying that $100 or less with our interests in mind, because we can't wait 3-4 days if a light bulb's out or some small thing isn't working. And so we build that in this, and it becomes a benefit to the landlord. That makes it very, very compelling for them to be willing to work with us. They also get to keep more of their rent because their expenses are going to go down. They're using less water. In the places that we have people where landlords that are providing heat and electricity and things like that. Well, people that are coming in on short-term rentals, it's not like they're coming in and they're staying in the house 24/7. They're not pulling up with a U-Haul truck, okay? They're coming in, they need a place to sleep. Many of them don't even eat in the place. They just go out to eat and do their thing. They just need a comfortable place to sleep. So a landlord can save a lot of money on their rent that way as well, because their expenses go down. And this one's big, they're actually getting a property manager. If you think about it, a property manager for free. We're doing security, right? We're taking care of all that stuff. We got the special locks. We're controlling the heat. All this stuff makes it very, very, very compelling for the landlord to say yes to us. All right, here's what I want to show you.
Hi, everybody.
I'm James Marcolini.
I'm Teresa Marcolini. We're happy to share with you a few words about John and Scott. We first met John and Scott through Ron LeGrand's Real Estate World. They actually were mentors of ours. And then when they launched their short-term rental training program last year in Jacksonville, we took the training program, and with the help of their expertise and knowledge in the business, we have been very successful in the Airbnb area. We've added it to our real estate portfolio of business. And we know with their continued support and answers to all of our questions, we will continue to grow our business. We hope that you can take advantage of all the knowledge that they offer.
Mm-hmm.
And we hope to see you at an event soon. Thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. This is where this is where the initial conversation happens. This is the script. This is the script that's either going to get you to the house to meet with the landlord or get you to hang up the phone. There's really not much else to talk about other than just getting through this part of the script. So I want to sort of walk through it with you. Now, the top part and the bottom part, that's just to gather the information, right? You want to get just for your own records. You want to have the address, maybe any side notes of the conversation that you're having with the landlord. I'm notorious for that. I like to print out all my forms, so while I'm talking, I'm actually writing, so I'm not forgetting any of the particulars that we're talking about, or whatever questions the landlord has or whatever. Okay. So what I want to do is get into the middle of the script, and I'm going to illustrate it to you first. I'm going to just talk through it, and then we're going to go ahead and call some live landlords. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of some folks. So this is basically how I do it. I'm going to just walk through the script. It's very conversational, and it just takes a little bit of practice to get this thing to work. Now, you might have to pick different words, for it to come out of your mouth right, where it feels more natural. What you're getting here, and the way I wrote this is kind of just how I speak anyway, so that it just comes out very naturally. But I am trying to do something with this particular script. So let me see if I can expose it to you, and then I'm going to talk through the actual script and see if you can hear it. All I'm trying to do is in the initial conversation with the landlord, to see if we can meet. So one of the things that's unique about what we're doing, and a lot of times people don't even know who we are on the phone. They don't know if it's a scam or whatever. Everything in this conversation that I'm having with the landlord is saying, hey, it would be great for us to meet. I want us to look eye to eye, right? I want us to shake hands. I want them to see me. I want them to go, this guy looks like he has it together. This guy looks like he's professional. I don't walk in looking bad. I got a business card. I look professional when I go in. I look like I know what I'm doing. And by the way, I do know what I'm doing, but I want them to see that. So the best asset that you have in working something out with the landlord is you, and you need to trust that. So everything in the initial conversation is designed to say, can we meet at the house so that we can take a look at it? And let's see if both sides feel really comfortable with this. Let's see if we can work something out together. Okay. A lot of stuff that I do when I'm talking to sellers, sellers and buyers, or anybody, someone that's going to lease a property from us, I do a lot with questions to try to get them to respond. I try to control the conversation that way. So this is how I basically open it up. So I'm going to just start. This is the meat of the script. It's short and sweet. So I want to say something like this. Hi, Joe. My name is Scott. I want them to know right up front. I hear, and I've been working with students for a long time. It's really interesting to me. I hear it all the time. Someone picks up the phone and the student says, hi, is this Joe? It's just an awkward way to start this thing. We already know who we're calling. And even if you're unsure, well, what if Joe doesn't answer the phone and it's Tom? Don't worry about it. If you got a phone number that says it's Joe, go with Joe. And if they tell you they're Tom, say, oh, well, hey, Tom, is Joe there? I mean, just roll with this thing. Follow this the way that I've got it laid out, okay? So I say, hi, Joe, this is Scott, and I'm calling about your rental. Is it still available? Now, I might even know for sure that it's available because I just looked at it this morning. I'm still going to ask that question because I want to get some dialogue going. I want to have them respond. It's a question, and questions keep me in control. So very likely the landlord's going to say yes, and then I'm going to respond. I'm going to be enthusiastic. I'm going to say, great. Well, listen, I'm definitely interested. Joe, today I saw your property online and it really caught my eye. I just want to share a little bit about myself. Now, if you're not local, you can't say this very first piece. So you could just say something like, I do a lot of different things in real estate. Basically, what I do is I rent houses and units long-term from landlords just like you. That's an important statement to make. Okay, I'm doing this because other landlords just like you are working with me. This is what all this is implying. So again, I say basically, I rent houses and units long-term from landlords just like you. I assume you know about AirBNB and how they do short-term rentals. Well, that's my specialty. That's a very vague statement. I want them to hear that this is what I do day in and day out. Well, that's my specialty. Now, when I lease a property long-term, I then make it available to high-quality guests for short-term rentals using the AirBNB platform. Now, Joe, once I get a chance to just come over to the house, take a look at the rental, I can show you in more detail how we do a worry-free long-term lease with you. Now, the great thing about leasing to me is how much you and your property can benefit. Now, after we meet, and if we both feel good about renting the unit, we can start the process and get things going, okay? This is how you have this conversation. This is not much for you to, I guess you could memorize it. I want you to keep it conversational though. And that's the meat of this initial first call to the landlord, okay? Now, my last statement is, I'd like to come see the unit as soon as possible so that we can meet. Is it available for me to come by in the next day or two? I'm going to try to control that conversation. And I want to go from there. If the landlord is resistant, trust the script. Probably just get off the phone. If I have to try to twist the arm of the landlord, this is not like sales in the traditional sense. That's not what we're doing. I'm doing non-resistant conversation here. I'm not trying to twist anybody's arm. As I say in the script, I'm just saying right up front, if we both feel good about it. I mean, that's such a reasonable thing to say to somebody. And they don't typically hear that when someone's calling for a rental or any form of business for that matter. So this is the approach that I take. Does this make sense to you? I'm going to look over in the chat here. I mean, this is a simple process. This doesn't take much to get this thing down. Do you get this? You can get your head around maybe using something like that? Okay. All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. Let me go over. I've got some landlords here that I'm going to call. Now, I had talked to Jerusha the other day, and she came up with 5 leads that we're going to call. I haven't even seen these properties. This is the script. I'm going to keep this script up. This is exactly what I'm going to use. Now, I don't know if I'm going to land something here or not, but we're going to have the initial conversation, and we're going to see how that goes, okay? So I got to get my phone. Hey, John, could you grab my phone right over there on my computer cover? I'm assuming I'm using this mic, guys, to put the speaker for the phone. Okay. So this is a property that's in Pennsylvania. And let me get this in here. Oh, watch how easy this is going to be. Is it possible to leave the script up that I had so people can actually follow what I'm doing? And plus, I'm going to read from it. Really want them to see how this thing works. Thank you. So I'm going to come over here. All right, so this is a 2-bed, 2-bath, square feet's 1,300. They're asking $1,300 for rent, and this came from Zillow. I'm going to be asking for Judy, and we're going to see how this goes. Whoops. I can tell you in everything that I do from day to day right now, this is going to be the easiest thing I do today is make this call. And once you trust the script, once you know what you're doing with this script, and again, it's not complicated, this stuff gets really, really easy to have, okay? And we'll see if they take me off script. I'll try to say enough to get us back on script, and we'll go from there. Are we ready? I want to get the name here, Judy. And this is, okay. Here we go.
There has been an error and the property you called is no longer reachable by phone. Please fill out the contact box on the listings page to contact the lister.
Okay, I think I know what that is. This came from Zillow, and it could be that this property is no longer available. And many times the phone number that you see on Zillow is encrypted. So Zillow is controlling that, and I bet you that's what it is. The person probably already found somebody, and that's why you got that message. So I'm going to go to the next one. This one's also in Pennsylvania. And this is going to be Tessie. And it's a 2-bed, 1.5 bath. We don't know the square footage, $800 a month. This is a Facebook lead. Let's do this one here. So, okay, here we go.
This call may be recorded. This is the Google Assistant. Can I ask what you're calling about? Your answer will be recorded and a transcript will be provided to the person you're calling.
Calling about the rental that is on West Main Street in Waynesboro.
All right, hang on while I try to reach them.
Hello?
Yes, Tessie, this is Scott giving you a call about your rental unit that you're advertising. Is it still available?
Yes. Did you call me before? Have I talked to you before?
This is the first time I've ever called you, Tessie.
Okay.
Are you the landlord, or are you a realtor or a property manager?
The landlord.
You are the landlord. Okay, yeah. So it looks like this property is on West Main Street, right? And it's an apartment. Okay. Well, listen, I saw your property today online and it really did catch my eye. And I just wanted to share a little bit about myself. I actually do a lot of different things in real estate. But basically what I do is I rent houses and units long-term from landlords just like you. I assume that you know about AirBNB and how they do short-term rentals. Are you familiar with that? Okay. Well, that's actually my specialty. Now, when I lease the property long-term, I then make it available to our high-quality guests for short-term rentals using that Airbnb platform. What I'd like to be able to do is just get a chance to go out and take a look at the rental, also give us a chance to meet as well. And I can show you in more detail if it makes sense. I can show you how we can do a worry-free long-term lease with you. The great thing about leasing to me is how much you and your property can actually benefit. And then, if we can meet and we feel good about it, things, feel like they could work on both sides, maybe we could kind of get things going from there. Are you open to considering that?
It's not for you, right? It's for other people.
Correct. We would be the ones. This is what our specialty is. That's correct. Yeah.
You know something. What is your name again?
My name is Scott.
Okay, Scott. This apartment work for that purpose.
I see. Is there something unique about it?
Apartment, no, it's very nice, and that's why it's cheap. It's on the third floor. It's just a fixed up attic. It has its own entrance, but they're steep. And we're looking for a single person. It's not for that purpose. If we have other properties, if there was something else available, it would work.
Well, let me ask you this.
But not this apartment.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. How many other properties do you have?
We have good many in Waynesboro, but it's not available right now.
Okay. Would you be open to us having conversation in the future if we can find a unit that would work for both of us?
I have to ask my husband.
Okay.
He's not here right now. I'm actually at a store right now. So yeah, and we keep our properties low, and we have people that live there forever. I don't think it's going to work, Scott. I honestly don't.
Well, let me ask you if you'd be open to this, and you might be right. How about, because I know what I'm looking for. I'm pretty creative. And we do one bedroom apartments, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. There's a lot of different things we can do. I wonder if it makes sense for us to, maybe we should just get a look at it. Because if it didn't make sense to us, I would tell you, if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. But can we have an opportunity to meet? Let me get my eyes on it and see if we can do something.
Where do you live?
So actually, I do have a business partner that's right there where you are, and I live in 2 places. I live in New Hampshire and in Tennessee. So I do this in a lot of places around the country.
Who is this person that's close to here?
Yeah, her name is Jerusha, and she does short-term rentals as well. We actually do it together, and so you would meet her. You would still short-term rentals. I see. Right.
Yeah.
And so
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think, Scott.
Okay. Is there a concern?
Thank you very much.
Okay, Tessie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye now.
Bye-bye.
All right. I can see Jerusha, by the way. I just said I see that you're watching here. So, well, what do you think about that? First of all, I stuck with the script, right? I thought maybe I might have had her. I think she's a little nervous. I was about ready to challenge her one more time, but she seemed like she has her mind made up. My rule of thumb is if they're just not comfortable at the front end of this, I just move on. There's just too many other people that I can call and try to make this thing work. I still hope there was value in showing you how simple this conversation was. I mean, could you imagine you having that conversation? I mean, I went right off the script, pretty straightforward. And there it is. It's really that simple. Okay, let's do another one. All right, Jerusha, I don't know if you've been watching the whole time, but this will be the third one. Oh, you know what? It looks like she had 2 units. If I'm reading your leads here, she had 2 properties, but she's making it pretty clear that she's not interested. I think, Jerusha, you and I should talk later. I think you should make a call, and then we'll take it from there, okay? All right, here's another one. This one is in Shippensburg. I have no idea where that is. Jerusha, fortunately, I can see you. Is that in Maryland, or is it in Maryland? I see, there's Jerusha. Is it in Maryland, or is it in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
It is in Pennsylvania. Okay. That'd be good for me to know. Only because if they say, hey, all right. So notice too that Tessie saw that I was calling from a different number, out-of-state number. So she got a little suspicious there, which is why I think Jerusha would be great for you to go ahead and call her. I think I'd wait a day or two, and you can introduce yourself as Jerusha. Say, hey, I'm right here next to you, and see if you can have that conversation. Okay? All right. Here's the next one. So this is Thomas. This is a 1-bed, 1-bath, $585 a month for rent. All right. Let's go with. All right, we're going to talk to Thomas. So Shippensburg, we don't have the actual address though, right? Can we put Jerusha back on? So we don't actually have the address. You got this on Facebook and they're just advertising it in the area?
That's correct. Yeah, it said Shippensburg, but it did not give me the actual like house number or anything.
They showed pictures?
Yes.
And it looked decent for a 1-bed, 1-bath kind of thing from what you could tell?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, we're going to call Thomas. Here we go.
Hi, this is the Pix. Please leave your name, message, and phone number. Thank you.
Yes, hi there, Thomas. Scott giving you a call. I'm actually calling about your apartment that you were advertising on Facebook for rent. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and pass your contact info over to my business partner that's right there in your area for her to give you a call here probably in the next day or two. Would love to connect with you about our interest in the apartment. I look forward to talking to you sometime soon. Thank you, Thomas. Bye now. Short and sweet. Can you do that? Can you have that kind of conversation, leave that clear of a message and kind of do it that way? I think you can. All right, we got one more that we're going to try here. Jerusha, I'm trying to work it here for you. So let's go to, this one is in Hagerstown. So that's pretty close to where you live? You're like on the border there or something?
Yeah, yep. 20 minutes south, maybe.
Okay, it's a 3-bed, 1-bath, $1,500 for rent. This number says auto garage. Oh, okay, so he's got a garage here. Okay, let's get that number in. And how old, do you know how old these leads are? Are they just a couple of days?
They were all between Tuesday and Wednesday, pretty much.
Okay, all right. All right, let's get Mike on the phone. Here we go.
Same Youth Auto Service.
Yes, I'm looking to speak to Mike.
Sorry, Mike's not in today.
Oh, he's not. Okay, well, we'll try back another time. Thanks so much.
All right, you do that.
Yeah, bye now. Well, because it was a place of business, there really wasn't much more that I could say, okay?
Yeah.
But this gave you at least a taste of how, and Jerusha, you already know because we've done this together before as well. As I know, because I recognize other names on here as well. So I know that other people have as well. I guess I can shut this off. So there you go. This is how you have the conversation. Jerusha, thank you for submitting them. I wish we could have picked one up here as easily as we did that last time. But it's, as you know, it's just a matter of we'll just get a few more leads in and we'll make it work. So, all right. Thanks again for jumping on earlier today and for submitting these leads. I appreciate that. Okay.
No problem. Thank you
I'm
for your
gonna
help.
move on. Yep, you got it. Happy to do it. I was going to go right into my next section. If you want to do the Q&A, we could do that. Oh, we want to do Q&A? Okay, good.
Jade says, if a property is leased and a property manager, is there a problem with just contacting the owner?
If a property is leased and has a property manager, is there a problem with just contacting the owner? I'm trying to get my head around the question. If a property is leased, because we're typically not working with the property manager. I'm trying to understand what the nature of the question is. If it's leased and has
No, I'm reading it right. You know, we have to deal with realtors. Oops, sorry, one of my.
you got to get on there. Yeah.
Thanks, John. How's that, John?
We got it.
Better? Yeah. Sorry. No, if I'm reading this right, it sounds like that might be a concern because when there's a realtor involved going around a realtor, and we know about tortious interference and whatnot, this is not the kind of problem. You can always talk to the owner. If there's a property manager, if you get a hold of if you can find the owner. Oftentimes you won't find the owner. There's property manager in between. That's all you're going to hear from and know about.
Yep. Now I get the question. Sorry, I was a little slow on that.
Lena says, do you offer housekeeping and cleaning during the stay? If they are there for several weeks or months.
We have not. We don't offer it. If people ask for something, we can certainly service that. And if you've got people who are staying for 2 months, we're gonna help them out. We're not having any extra charge. You can always upcharge them if the request is extravagant. Upcharge them. I can recall one time we had a guest for I want to say a month or a month and a half. Typically, we have in this property we have two different people: a cleaning crew and a trash collection guy. It's in a rural area, and so the trash was building up. And she just said, "Hey, can you guys in like week 2, can you guys have the trash picked up?" Sure. We didn't charge her the $50, whatever it was. We just did it. It was a great guest. It was a long-term stay. We made a lot of money on it. Absolutely. We had the trash guy. We said, he'll let himself into the garage where the trash buckets were. She said, okay, no problem. So we did that, but we don't typically offer it per se.
No. And that's good for ratings too, by the way. When someone's in there long-term like that makes them feel good that we were responsive.
Yeah.
Right. Judith C says, who takes care of the repairs at the home? If it gets
I'm going to cover that in a while. A little after Scott's done, I'm going to cover about repairs and things. So
it's a good question. Yeah.
Do you think in the minds of the renters, they are comparing the price of Airbnb to say a residence inn instead of a hotel room?
Some might be. I try not to think for the renter. I try not to figure out what they're thinking. I just look at what I think is the market price for the kind of a unit we're renting. It's worked for us, so I don't question it. Yeah. Some might be thinking that way.
And we can teach you really how you work those pricing, that pricing out. You're not just going with one price and keeping it there.
Yeah.
There's some different things that we go over that really make good sense about how you can navigate that.
Do you offer other premium services to guests for a fee or just mark it up in the rental price?
Yeah, we don't have any other premium services I can think of, Scott. No, there's no other premium services that we offer. We just offer the place to stay. We take care of the guests. We make sure they're happy.
Joyce says, what about the yard?
That's a matter. Yeah. You're going to find when you're talking to some landlords, it's part of it's required that you got to take care of the yard. Now, can you negotiate that? Sure. If you can have the conversation. Sometimes like we got to take care of, in some of our properties, snow removal, but not all the time. So it depends. Like tonight up in New Hampshire. That's right. We're expecting a snowstorm. We're responsible for.
I don't know what about the yard? You mean about this?
I'm thinking
The-
like
the-
cutting the grass and stuff like that.
Maintaining the yard or guests using the yard? Our guests certainly use whatever space is there that.
It's kind of an
It's not a
open
problem.
question there, yeah.
Yeah.
So either one, yes, they can use the yard. And if it's about taking care of the yard, yeah, cutting the grass, some landlords are going to require that. Put it in your profitability analyzer. What's it going to cost? And does it make sense?
Joseph said, what is the entry cost of the business? As to determination, I was referring to what makes a unit a target short-term rental as opposed to regulations and profit.
Entry cost is really, for all intents and purposes, entry cost is zero. On a unit by unit basis, you might have to furnish it, but if you have no money at all, we say then target the furnished apartments first. Now you're going to have to put some keypad locks on or a camera, and these are things that have a very relatively small investment for those kinds of properties. You'll make back in the first month anyway. So
Yeah. I mean,
not a
thinking about starting a business, that's so minimal. Yeah.
and
That's pretty cheap.
not many places really require any kind of real money for permits like that. We haven't had that problem. So it's not a lot of money.
Cyrus says, how do you deal with repairs for deferred maintenance? Like if you need a new roof, busted pipes, or a broken water heater?
Yeah, well, I'm going to cover maintenance and repairs, but I will tell you this: if you're a new roof, if we're renting a unit from a landlord, we're not fixing his roof.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, if it's our own building, then yeah, we'll have a CapEx account or something that we're maintaining to be able to do those kinds of things depending on what's coming up.
Is turnkey a good idea?
Is turnkey a good idea? Not sure what that means.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I don't know what that means. I know what turnkey means.
Yeah, I think I've seen some like investors or something or companies that make it to where you can buy a turnkey, short-term rental property, or they call it turnkey, just ready to go.
So you acquire it and then you make it available to your renters. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, supposedly they've got it all ready to go.
Guess how you're going to know? You run the numbers on the profitability analyzer. That's how you're going to know.
Yeah.
And see if it makes profit. I guess if it makes profit, maybe it's worth a conversation.
Now the other one is, I think, isn't there a company called Turnkey that might be like a property management company, like Evolve or something like that?
I think you're right. Yes.
Maybe he's talking.
Yeah, we don't deal with them. Now, so property management, to take your short-term rental business and hand it over to a property management company, that's perfectly viable. But understand this, they're going to charge you someplace around 20% range, around plus or minus 20% of your revenue. I want that 20%. I can manage it with my, here's what I say, start close to home first so you can see it. If you have to at first, you're going to be doing some of the stuff yourself. Get a front desk. We'll talk about that later on and what that front desk person does. Takes a lot of the day-to-day off of your shoulders, and then grow your business from there.
And it's really fun to start, I mean, this is fun. You just don't want to be doing 10 of them. Okay. I mean, you want to get a few of those up and going. You're going to learn it by going through that process, and you're going to automate it. And that's the stuff that we're teaching in our system as well, how to automate that so that you don't own a job. It's not what you want.
Natalie says, do you teach how to do this virtually?
Sure. It's a virtual world. I mean,
Yeah.
we've set up most of ourselves, our units, but you can do it remotely and you want to have a local boots on the ground, somebody who's going to either manage or somebody who's going to help you set it up. Once it's set up, there's not that much you have to do to go see it. I mean, we want to make sure you have someone locally who can, on maybe a visit fee basis, go check things out once every 2 or 3 months. That's what we do. The local units, I might go maybe 2 to 3 months. I might go to a unit and go look at it, put my eyes on it. Just because I like
He wants to stay there. There's a restaurant near one of the places that he likes. Yeah, I know what it is.
Similar question. What happens if the property is not in your area? How would you meet the landlord?
Well, just like what I was doing, like this person that I was just talking to, this Natalie lady, and I couldn't get a chance to get it all out. But what I was going to say to her is, we'll meet. We're going to meet virtually. We'll do it on the phone. I've even invited people on Zoom calls so that we can meet. I want them to meet me. I want them to see me. I want them to see that I'm a decent human being. And my best asset is me, right? And I think that's true with you. Trust that. Get people to want to meet you. And so you can do that virtually, easily.
Eric says, on the beginning of the script, after you ask them if the property is available, would it be okay to ask them if they have time to talk?
Sure. Yeah. It could be something like, do you have a couple of minutes? Yeah. Sure, absolutely.
Marcus says, can you get a VA to do the phone work?
Sure. I don't see why not. Where you can at least, where the VA could make the initial call following the script, and then just saying, hey, I'm going to just give this information over to my boss. He or she will be calling you.
Mhm.
Yep. Sure.
This is fantastic training.
Thank you.
That wasn't a question, but and John put that in there, started that one. Judith says, what about HOA restrictions? Do you have to make sure there is no HOA?
Well, not that there's no HOA, but if there is an HOA, there's no restrictions. And how do you find out, Scott?
You read it.
Or you ask the landlord.
Oh, yeah. You just ask
during that
the
first
landlord.
call. Is it, if you suspect there is. Now, you can, in a lot of places, we see some of the older New England cities, for example, is multi-family, 2-3 decker house or whatever. There's no HOAs, though, there. It's just not. So we don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
We make sure, maybe by in passing, ask any restrictions from doing this.
So there have been some occasions, John, it's not typical, but where the landlord just doesn't even know. They're like, I don't know if my HOA allows it. So I'll say, can you send me your HOA?
Well, that's the first question.
So I can look
Is
at
there an HOA?
That's right.
And if they say, yeah, there's an HOA, well, can you send me a copy of it?
Yeah. Because even if they say yes, doesn't mean that it is. I want to read it. I want to take a look at it.
Angela says, do you search out states with specific Airbnb laws and obtain a license? And how are you getting a license for Airbnb when it's a rental, not your own property?
I don't know of any specific licensing required because you have an Airbnb, unless it's specific to the city, municipality, state. I don't know of any state that requires an Airbnb license. I do know our neck of the woods, the state of New Hampshire, they require a hotelier's license. It costs $0. It's a registration. So we have to get that if we rent directly ourselves to the guests. If, however, we put it on the Airbnb platform, they take care of that for us. I love that part of Airbnb. They take care of that stuff. So I think that that'll be answered from looking at the Airbnb, what they cover on that particular state, as well as our city search tool, find out what kind of licensing is required. And any licensing I've ever seen, per se, permits or licensing, is typically pretty easy. It's a piece of paper you submit and send $50 in or something.
Yeah, don't be afraid. And listen, when you do the city search tool, I think most of that's linked to the local city or the town hall, so you can reach out if you got questions.
And it's not because it's not your own property. They have Airbnb laws or short-term rental laws. It doesn't matter if it's your property or not. Now, some places say you have to live in it. Well, okay, that's yours. You live, or maybe you rent it. You rent an apartment and then rent out 2 more. So every state and town is different.
Angela, again, how are you finding reliable cleaning and how much are your cleaning fees?
Good question. I've done 2 ways. And I found, we use a website called Turnover BNB, turnoverbnb.com. Now, I find from my personal experience, they're good in metropolitan areas. I think because there are competitors on the cleaner side, there's competitors. I have had some not so good experience with that platform in more rural areas, in the remote areas where you don't have a lot of population, maybe because so few of those cleaners, they don't have to compete. My guess, okay? But I still would recommend trying them. But I will tell you this, I've had good luck in those other areas with Angie's.com. Angie's now, I think, .com, I think it is.
I guess Angie, yeah, it's not Angie's List. It's
I think it's Angie's, A-N-G-I-S, I think, I forget now.
Right.
But so that's a good place too. And as a matter of fact, think of this for a minute. I think it worked better for me in some properties because the people who are on Angie's are paying, the cleaners. They're running a real bona fide business and they're paying to grow their business with paid advertising. Turnover B&B, just people who want to make a few bucks, some of them, and just clean. Now, I have a couple of cleaners from that site. They're fantastic. I wouldn't trade them. And what happens is with Turnover B&B, you provide your credit card to this website. When they get done, they have a thing. They say, okay, I finished cleaning. It posts it. It charges us, and they get paid. Okay, the cleaning fees for, like, say, a 2-bedroom, we're paying about $125, someplace around there per cleaning. But don't worry about it, because then on our Airbnb website, we charge the guests the $125. It doesn't cost us anything. It's just a cash, a flow through money. On another property, it's a big property. I went through Angie's. I paid them through the Venmo app. It just works better for them. I found them on Angie's, and they're good cleaning. Matter of fact, you're going to meet them later on. The ones I'm thinking about right now that are really a good team. And they're like I think, is 225, but that's a 5-bedroom house. They're good. 5-bedroom house for 225.
Eric says, is this something you can use your 401k or IRA to pay and collect rent?
I wouldn't advise it. I'm not an attorney, but my personal opinion, only because whenever you have your own Airbnb, you probably will go to it and do something, clean something, stock something, pick something up. You're going to do something someday. Maybe you want to stay in it. If the lease is owned by your 401k or IRA, you better not do that. Or your family, the certain family. It's really not worth it. I wouldn't suggest that's what you want to do with your 401k or IRA. Buy real estate with those.
Yeah.
Ron teaches that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point.
Cyrus says, sorry, I think I missed something, but are you asking for no rental payments for a month or so? Otherwise, there has to be an entry fee or for first month's rent and deposit, right?
It's all a matter of a conversation with the landlord. So, and some of that's gut with me. I kind of get a feel for the landlord. I'm not opposed, and we teach it this way as well, to delay the first month's rent. And the rationale being, I got to furnish the property and I got to get some cash flow. I got to get people to start renting. I can still pay you that month's rent. I'm going to just delay it a month. But it all comes down to just opening your mouth and having the conversation. Some people will say yes to that. Others are going to say no. If that's a deal breaker that you got to come up with the first month's rent, you may have to reevaluate what you're trying to accomplish in this.
All right, we're all caught up.
Wonderful.
You're right.
All right. So let me share this here with you right now.
Hey guys, it's Andrew Black. I want to take a quick second and share with you my experience with John and Scott and the course that they have put together. It is amazing. It is thorough. It is thought through. And whether you're an action brain like me and just want to get things moving, or whether you're a thinker brain who wants to know the details, it works perfectly for both sides of that. You have both sides of that covered with both Scott and John. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you guys for putting together an amazing course, for the tremendous value and support you have offered. And I've already got one Airbnb doing over $8,000 a month and adding a second one that's projected to do about $12,000 a month. So don't need a whole lot of those to pay for this course a few hundred times over. Thanks, guys. Got me addicted. I'll see you soon.
All right. So here's how we can help. I started this whole thing when we started right at noon, that John and I, carry the responsibility. We know why we're here. We're here because you're here to make money. So we're here to show you how you can do that and how we can get money in your bank account by showing you how this business works. And we cover everything that we can possibly think of to be able to make that happen. So we want to talk to you how it is that we can help. So what we did originally when we got into the short-term rental business, we did an all-day training with, our good friend and mentor. I mean, Ron is our mentor as well, and we value this friendship and this connection that we have with him. But we did an all-day training. Actually, it was right here in Jacksonville, and we called it the Mastery of Short-Term Rentals. And that's where we started the foundation in building this whole system and this whole business. And what it is that it's a step-by-step how-to instructions. We're talking basic stuff, okay? You don't have to have all this experience. We've got it really basic so that you can start and run your business with no previous experience. Now, what we did was when we did the initial filming and we had a group of people come together, we met in a hotel, and we realized after we were done, we did this all day. We did like 8 hours of filming this thing. And we realized that we had some gaps that we needed to fill in. So we built 11 modules around the initial training so that we had a robust answer, everything that needs to be answered to get you going in this business. So our modules cover absolutely everything from setting up a profile on Airbnb. These are all video infused. So we actually literally bring you right on the profile, right on the website, and walk you through it step by step on how to fill out that profile. Also, and you just had an illustration today with John, but you're going to have access not just to the profitability analyzer in the system, but there's going to be a video that walks you through exactly how to use that system so that you handle it properly. We got onboarding of a new property on Airbnb as well. How to use that city search tool. Again, all this is video infused. How to assemble your house book, checklists, and insurance application form. Those two are kind of together. You have your checklist for that insurance application form. I don't know about you, but I don't like the words insurance application form. I'm not that kind of guy, okay? I like the word checklist. This is why I'm so glad John and I are business partners. He did the checklist. Now I can get my head around the form, okay? So we got all that covered for you there. We also have our system so we can help you determine, and I know that there were questions about this earlier today, but how to determine the rental price as well. Continuing with these modules, we also have one that's setting up an unfurnished rental. What do you put in there? I think you might have heard me say earlier, one of the disciplines is when you're looking in these units, you're not going to furnish it as if you're going to move into it. You're not pulling up a U-Haul truck. So we're going to go through that whole system with you so that we help you do this in a way that you're not spending extra money on furnishing the unit. There's also, and this is important too, to have a host storage option. What you don't want to do is have a closet that has all the paper towels and tissues and extra towels and things like that that's not locked. So we gotta walk you through the process about how creative you can be to create that host storage option where it's locked up, because I promise you, if it's not locked up, good people, God-fearing people will go to your unit and they will steal your toilet paper and they'll feel good about it. So we're gonna bring you through that whole process so that you protect your stuff as well, okay? We have a module on how to use the remote control devices. Again, that's something that I really respond to because left to myself, I can feel a little intimidated by this. And so John has created some great video that shows you every electronic device and a step-by-step exactly how to use it and how to do it with your phone. Okay, so you're going to really appreciate that. And then how do you promote positive guest reviews? A big part of our system and a big part of your success is making sure that you get really good guest reviews. And so we go over that with you as well. In our training, we also have checklist is one of my favorite things. We got a checklist. I think John created a checklist for the checklist. Okay. So we've got, you got it right there in front of you. The preparation, the acquisition, the lease and the rent checklist. That's going over the lease addendum, what you're doing with the lease, with the landlord, all that stuff. How do you manage the property? We got a checklist. And then the front desk, which is going to be a real significant part of this whole system for you to get your front desk at some point up and running. We got all that covered for you. There's a toolbox. Now you know where to go to get all these tools. You're not searching for it. It's a very organized toolbox with the profitability analyzer, city search tool, a house book template. That's right, it's a template. So it's not like we're just telling you, make sure you do this, this, and this. We've created the template. All you got to do is pick and choose the pages that you're going to want in that notebook and personalize it a little bit. I don't know what is attractive in your local area, but there'll be a checklist for you to go ahead, or the template, I should say, will give you a space to go ahead and get all that information in there. We make the process super, super easy for you. This is where you're also going to find the amendment to the lease agreement template. So you're not creating this thing. This template is the thing that you need. It's really the magic that makes this whole thing work between you and the landowner. Because as John was saying earlier, that the lease addendum overrides the lease and it explains everything so the landlord gets it. And it's in favor of the landlord and it's in favor of you. It's a really mutual tool that we use that makes this thing work really, really well. And then, of course, your remote control devices. So you'll have a list of all the devices you could ever think that you might need in any unit. We're not suggesting that you use every single one for any one unit, but there may be different reasons why you would want some things and not others. We have that in the toolbox here for you as well.
Hey, I'm Clayton Massey, and it's my wife, Pansy, and we are here with John and Scott, and they are the kings of AirBNB.
Yes.
And we've joined their team, and we've taken their courses, and what phenomenal information we're getting out of that, and the support is fantastic.
They explain very, very well. So they've dumbed it way down so people like me can understand this. And so I'm assuming through all of their failures, mistakes, and they tell us what to do, not what to do, it's going to save us a whole lot of time. So I went on there and went to his checklist, and John's a very checklisty type person. I love that because that's how I am. And I just started printing off the checklist, but we're really excited.
All right. So I know you're thinking already, okay, Scott, how much? How much are we talking here? Well, it's a deposit. It's a $1,997 deposit for you to invest in yourself and getting this business up and running. And of course, this just goes without saying, 30-day absolute guarantee money back if you're not satisfied with the system. I don't know why that would be, but we would not hesitate if you get it and you just decide, you know what, this isn't for me. You have our word, you're going to get your money back. So now you might be thinking, well, what do you mean by deposit? Well, let me first tell you what our promise is, okay? Our promise is if you get a short-term rental set up on your own and running in the next 60 days, we're going to go ahead and give you a check. We're going to pay for the system. You're going to get a check for the full purchase price. What that means is that your system is free and you're in the short-term rental business, and we're going to rejoice with you. We're going to be excited with you that you were able to take our system and do this on your own and get it up and running. And that would be valuable to us because we want more and more people to see just how easy it is to really get this business up and going. And we also believe this is not the first time our paths are going to cross. We want to continue because we know a lot of stuff about what we're doing here in real estate, and we want to continue these connections and this relationship with you. And so that's why we're open to doing that. So just a little while ago, Randy got his money back. Janet got her money back. And I want you to hear from Janet here as well.
Hi, my name is Janet, and I'm standing here on my back deck of my newly opened Airbnb in Dallas, Georgia. Thank you so much, John and Scott, for everything you did for me. The class was totally amazing and all of the support along the way. I loved all of the live Zoom calls, the coaching, the email support, the checklist, the search tool, the amendment to the lease. Everything I needed was right there, and you were too. Thank you so much, John and Scott.
Also, for today only, in fact, I understand that this whole system here, I think, is going to stay up, where you can go through this process here today to be able to make this happen. We're going to put you into what we call a 6-week implementation period. This is where we're going to take you through each week, and you're going to get an invite to come in, and it's going to be video, and we're going to show you step by step what you do each week for the next 6 weeks so that you position yourself to get your first property up and running within that 60-day period. When you sign up, we're going to enroll you in that and get you started on that right away. What we're saying is that we're going to guide you every step of the way. This is why we're here, and we're committed to doing that. But that's not the only thing we're going to do. There's more here that we want to talk about. And I'm sorry, that looks like my certificate here has turned sideways on me. But this is a 90-day. What we're going to do is we're going to enroll you into our 90-day coaching program. So you're going to get your first 90 days with us. And this is how this program works. You're going to have access to John and me. First of all, we're going to have 2 Zoom calls, live Zoom calls every other week. We got a great community of people that come in on these Zoom calls. We answer questions. We also bring content. Frankly, we do a lot to keep people very motivated, very engaged, keep them moving forward. And we always celebrate successes. It's a great community to be a part of. And that's why we're going to add in this 90 days of coaching so that you're not doing this thing alone. We're going to be there right with you. And you'll have access to us as well through our support ticket system. So if you've got questions, you're going to be able to go to our site, submit a support ticket, and interact with us if we need to do that so that we can keep you moving forward and answer your questions. But that's still not all that we're going to do. There really is more that we want to add. Now, we're going to talk to you more about this front desk training system, but one of the things that we do within our system is we teach you how to teach the front desk. Well, John and I decided a while back, you know what? Let's just go ahead and create the actual training system where we train the front desk. This right now is being sold on our website right now for $497. And what we're going to do today, for everybody that signs up today, this is just for everybody, you're going to get that system for free. We're going to add it to this whole thing. We're also going to give you a camera. Now we're limited and we're kind of back ordered on these cameras. So we only have 12 right now that we could actually mail out to you. We can still mail out additional cameras, but you're going to have to wait for them. Okay. We'll see when we can get them in, and you'll be on our list and we can do that. But for the first 12, we can commit to being sure that we can get you those cameras sooner rather than later. So keep that in mind as well. So I'd like to say this: now is always the right time when you're thinking about investing in yourself. The only way that things change is when you change, right? Now is always the right time. If you're waiting for it, it's right now. Listen, you should earn back the cost of your entire system from your first month of profit on your short-term rental system. This thing is going to cash flow for you fairly quickly, and you're going to get all your money back anyway on this, and of course, a whole lot more when you get this business up and going. You're also going to save more than that $1997 when you learn how to properly buy the furniture, do the electronics, all the supplies, all the stuff that we're going to teach you in our training system. And we've got our tricks. We've got our tricks for getting to that 85%. We got a lot of good things that we can teach you on that. I think I said a little bit earlier that the industry itself is a little lazy when it comes to this. John and I have figured out a lot of tools, a lot of things that you can do to get to that 85% or higher. And so that will pay for itself as well. Now, there's one more thing that I want to be able to add to this. That, and this is me, I'm putting myself out here on the line, okay? That I'm gonna call up to 12 of your, what I'm gonna call qualified leads. These are landlords, right? I just went through this training with you about how you find a qualified lead. I'm gonna make myself available to call up to 12 of your leads on the phone with you. You're going to be on the phone with me. You're going to get the leads to me. You and I will get on the phone. And for the next 60 days, we'll call up to 12 of those leads so that I can help you get your first deal. Now, listen, this is, and I want to be able to make sure you understand this. This is separate from you getting your own short-term rental on your own. If you get your own short rental on your own in the first 60 days, we're going to cut you a check. I also think that this is a great offer here, that if I make the call for you, the way that you're getting the money is that we're getting you into your next deal. So you're not reimbursed for getting it on your own. I'm going to be the one that gets you the deal and gets you cash flowing now. And that's the offer I'm going to make. I have to limit it to 12 because as this thing grows, I just can't make everybody's phone calls. I'm only one human being. And I can tell you that phone calls and having these conversations is where I excel in this business. So what I want to do is, you know what? Let me back this up here for a second. Can we show that video? I think it's the one with David. Can we show that?
This event has been great so far. It's really going to help our short-term rental business move forward.
The course is very interactive. They bring a lot of people who have a lot of information, you know, like the cleaners, talking to the landlords. So it's awesome to see people doing it like firsthand and getting that kind of experience from them as well.
Having people from other venues come in and give their perspective, like the cleaning people. Bob Bloom really gave the package a total overall look.
I've learned so much about very simple and practical ways that I can take the information that I learned from this seminar and go back to my local area and really leverage other people's properties.
They really teach a lot of stuff, a lot of real content, things that we really need to know, not just a lot of fluff.
Everything's been over the top. They gave 150%. John and Scott are so honest and so trustworthy.
What I really appreciate about it is getting to like kind of the hands-on information.
Being able to read through the scripts out loud with other people and go back and forth with everybody, that interaction is very helpful in getting used to just what to say and answering questions that they throw at you.
The bus trip to the properties was very valuable. It was very productive, and we were able to go in and actually see two different types of short-term rentals.
Scott and John pointed out the highlights of what the property did and what it didn't do, and what the presentation should be when you walk in the door.
They showed all of their experience that they could in a short time frame, and in such a way that I, as a new person to short-term rentals, feel like I can go home and do this.
They are both great. They're both so friendly and eager to help and answer questions.
I could feel the honesty and I could feel the integrity that John and Scott brought into the arena here.
I like their personality because they keep you so much involved, and they ask a lot of questions. If you know, it keeps you in tune with what you're trying to learn. They're beautiful people.
I would say this is the program you should join because they want everyone to succeed, and it really comes from the heart.
The quality, the depth, the education, the value, it will make you a better person and obviously a better business person. So it's well worth the money.
I mean, they lay out a program that's hard to fail. I mean, they're making the phone calls for you. You have their personal phone number.
They're there and willing and ready to help, and that is the biggest thing that's going to be good for me, is getting their personal help.
It's well worth it. Once you understand the process of real estate and the end goal and where you'll be in 6 months even, you won't look back. It'll be total appreciation after you've been here and you've learned a few things.
I've been to many seminars, and this beats all of them.
I would say do it. It's well worth the time and money. It's actually technically really inexpensive. Even before we've left, we've been able to gain back the investment just by the knowledge we've learned.
It was really a lot of great information, and I feel much more confident going home and working on the one Airbnb I have and getting some other ones going.
Give it a try. The cost for this seminar was well worth it, and it's even simpler than I thought it was before I came here. So it's so easy.
All right. So let me tell you, those people, that event is a 3-day event that we did last year. We did it last November. We are doing 4 more 3-day events this year. We're going to have our next one is March 1st through the 3rd. Let me tell you that and I'll tell you about the other ones as well. Let me just tell you now. So we got March 1st through the 3rd. It's going to be a virtual live event. Okay. We're going to be right here in Jacksonville, and we're going to, for 3 days, we're going to take this whole system, because this is really what you're going to be paying for, right? I mean, getting all of this knowledge, not just from the videos and the system that we're going to give you today. You're going to get that system today. But the 3 days is where we unpack the whole thing, full access to John and me. We walk you through the entire process. The people you just heard from were at our last 3-day event as we unpacked all of that. It was so enriching and so encouraging. And we've got people that are being successful in doing this. And that's exactly what we want for you. Now, we want you to make it to that March 1st through 3rd event, because that's just like six or so weeks away. But don't worry about it. If you can't make it to that one, we're going to be doing it again in June. That's going to be a live event, going to be in the Boston area. We're going to do it again, maybe like late August, early September. We'll get you those dates. And then we're going to do it in late fall. So we're going to have 4 events. And I want you to know that even if you come to the one event, you can come to all 4 throughout the year. We want you to be successful. And so this is why we're offering this 3-day event that you can take 4 times this year, so that you can make 2023 the life-changing year that you're trying to get financially for you and for your family and for your future. Let me ask you this. If you had your roadmap, I'm talking like step by step for you, and your support available for you, and your leads called for you, would you succeed? Here's what you're getting, okay? So we got the short-term. This is what we call our short-term rental mastery. So you get the 3-day event. This is what we were just talking about, right? That in and of itself is worth the $19.97. And then we got our bonuses that come with this. You get bonus number 1, which is that 6-week implementation period. That's to get you up and going now, to aid you in just getting your first short-term rental set up ASAP. Our 3-day event is going to take you to the next level so that you can get into the 6 figures ASAP. But that 6-week bonus is a $500 value right there. We got the front desk training system where we train your front desk. That's almost a $500 value right there. Bonus number 3 is you have these Zoom calls. You have this coaching that with John and me that I couldn't put a price on it. It's just absolutely priceless that you would have that access and have that time with us to be able to help you get this thing up and going. That's that 90 days of coaching, $500 just for the coaching in and of itself. We're going to add in that security camera I was just telling you about. It's a $75 value. And then the premium bonus is the actual, you know what, John, can you grab that manual for me right there? Thank you. The system that you're going to get today, when you go ahead and you purchase this today, within 24 hours, you're going to have full access to the site. You're going to have access to the system so that you can start working on this stuff and get it up and going. The system itself is worth $19.97. And then the second bonus that I was telling you about, with me making your calls, I wrestle with this. I think it's even worth more than the $19.97, but I want to put it in at $19.97. So I got a value here easily of over $7,500. Now, I told you at the beginning it'd be $19.97, but what we're going to do here, we're on Ron's planet here, and what we're going to do to make this available to absolutely everybody today, we're going to go ahead and take $500 off this thing. So all you got to do is just do this right now for the $14.97 and invest in yourself and trust the process and what John and I can do with you in the weeks and in the months to come. It'd be one of the best investments that you can make. So I want you to know that at the 3-day event, we're going to have a special manual that everyone's going to get. And this is going to be us unpacking all the stuff that you're going to be learning in the system ahead of time to get to that 3-day event. And again, remember, if you can't make it on March, I get it. Do everything you can to be there in March. But if you can't make it in March, we'll see you in June, and we're going to see you again in late summer and again late fall. Okay, this is what you want to do. What you want to do right now is either call this 800 number or go right over to Ron's website and type in that web address, and let's get this thing going. Let's get you access to this thing in the next 24 hours and get you going on this system. John and I are stoked, and we cannot wait to work with you and to witness your success. So,
break.
Are we doing a break? I guess that's what we are going to do. Yeah, let's take a break. We're going to come back, and we are going to be doing our next giveaway.
Yep.
John, what are we giving away this next one?
The next giveaway.
Are you on? Is your mic on?
Yeah, my mic's on.
Good man.
Is yours on?
I'm on.
My mic's on. So, yes, with a 15-minute break, when you come back from the 15-minute break, it's going to be similar to the first drawing.
Yeah.
And John Duck will take care of that for us. And we are going to give away. Do we tell them now, John? Yeah, we can tell them now, right?
We did
We can tell them what we're going to give away now. We're not going to tell them what to type in yet.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So we see
the giveaway.
There it is.
One of these keypad locks. You're in the short-term rental business. You're going to want to get, and we like this one. This is actually a higher-end unit than we have. Some lower end. This is one of the higher-end units. I love it. The lock state, the way it works. So this is going to be the giveaway. This is going to be the next giveaway for this next drawing right after the break. So you want to come back from the break in 15 minutes, and we'll have another drawing, and John will head out that drawing.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Here we go.
Hey, here we are.
We are back. Welcome back from break. So actually, this is again the most funnest part.
It is the funnest part, isn't it?
We got another drawing. Another drawing.
Another drawing, yeah. I was told I sounded very Bostonian.
It was commenting on my Boston accent. It's not a Boston accent, it's a Rhode Island accent, folks. So anyway, that's beside the point. We're going to drawing, and I think John's going to give out another hashtag code.
That's right.
So we can have a drawing for this lock. It's the keypad lock. It's a beautiful lock.
That's right. So we are giving away the smart lock. So we're going to have you type in hashtag lock, and we will do a drawing after we take some questions.
Drawing.
Here we go.
You know, I see people entering lock state. There we go, lock. Not lock state.
I don't know why people started entering in lock state because
I said the word lock state. Yeah, they were guessing. You guessed wrong.
Yeah.
Make sure if you enter lock state, enter hashtag lock. Otherwise, you're not in the drawing.
And you only need to enter it in once. It will not.
Oh, I see a lot of locks.
It will not help you to enter it in more than once. It only enters in one drawing per person.
Yeah.
He said very nicely, you can't cheat. There's no cheating.
Don't enter as many times as you want. Once.
Yeah.
So, and maybe we have some Q&As in the meantime.
Yep, we got a few questions.
Awesome.
Don says, your thoughts on Airbnb by the room? For example, get a 3-2 and Airbnb each room.
So, you know, if you had heard Kyle earlier as well, this is, yes. So the answer is yes, absolutely. I think you're going to have to look at it from property to property. So you got to just see what the layout is. But Kyle, in his office building, took the second floor. He's got 5 units up there. He's got 3 right now that he's renting out, is what it's either 2 or 3.
Are they
that he's renting out their rooms, and he has a common area, a bathroom with a full bath in the kitchen area. And he's renting out the rooms separately is what he's doing. And people are renting it. That was part of what he mentioned earlier today. So yes.
It's viable.
Yep.
Unless you're married to my wife.
Is there a payment plan available?
Well, you know what? So John and I can talk about that, I guess. And I bet we can come up with something. Maybe we can, why don't we have a little meeting of the minds here? And we will, you know what? I think I know what we're going to do. If you'll wait just a little bit, because I'm going to come back and talk to us. And I'll share a payment plan that might make sense.
Where you're making us brainstorm something here, folks. So you're making us work. Okay, so we're going to think it up. We'll get back to you before the end of today's program.
It'll be here in a little bit because there is some more stuff I'm going to share with you at some point. And I think because we did have a quick conversations. Let me see if we can come up with something that makes sense.
Moxie says, do the cleaners check for damage? If not, who does that for you?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, that's the question. What we do is every time a cleaner cleans, we want a report. The report could be as simple as we're finished and everything was fine. That's a report. By the way, that report is important for us to use to rate our guests too. See, the guests review you and you review your guests. It works both ways. And good guests, they know they have to get good reviews. Otherwise, they can't get back into Airbnb. So yes, our cleaners do check for damage. We've had some guests apologize profusely because they broke a water glass. That's going to happen. Cost you $1.
Is that the other one under there?
Mine.
Oh, okay. I was looking for mine. I had some paperwork here.
Question.
Paul says, is there a link to the requirements to get our money back when we are successful?
Not a link per se. When you get on board, you'll have access to our support ticket system. That's the best way to get a hold of us quickly through our support ticket system. You get the success. We're going to tell you just to give us the information that just shows, it demonstrates that you have done that successfully and it worked out fine.
It needs to be, and it's going to be in the paperwork on this anyway. It can't be a property you currently own, just so that you're aware of that. It has to be a property that you can buy a property, I suppose, and you can do that would work, or you work with a landlord. So that's how the process would work. Yeah.
All right. AJ, is there any upsell after we pay for the program?
Oh.
That is painful, isn't it?
Now, no. So let me just
We want you to come, we want you to come to your 3-day.
Look,
Yeah.
First of all, age, is it AJ?
AJ, yeah.
First of all, it's AT, but anyway. First of all, I want you to know that this system, this platform, the education, all the stuff you get in this system is everything you need. You don't have to buy anything else. You don't have to do anything else except for follow our system, join us in our Zoom coaching calls. You can be successful from this platform. Now, I will tell you this, we have other products, other things that we also have available that they're not available today, but we come up with new ideas of things to help people be successful in businesses, not just the short-term rental business. So we're always trying to think of ways to help you succeed. And yes, you'll be seeing more of those things in the future, but this is enough for you to succeed in the short term.
Absolutely. In fact, so what you're getting today, when you do this, you're getting the system right within 24 hours. Get to that 3-day event. And you're buying all that. That's where it gets really unpacked here for you. So we're giving you everything we've got on that for you to be successful.
Jolene says, I live in a rural city with very limited rentals. Would it be more viable to purchase a short-term rental instead of lease from a landlord?
I don't think that alone determines viability.
Right.
I think that first, there's differences between owning and renting. Renting from a landlord, a rental unit, of course, you can get out quickly if you have to, if you are that concerned. You buy real estate really for more than just the cash flow on a short-term rental. You buy real estate for the equity. Yep. If you got a good deal and you can grow that equity over time, that's maybe a longer term goal for like retirement or something, or just future asset growth, So I think you can work both ways in either own it or rent it. So I hate to say it's different.
Terry says, can I do this to a home my son just bought?
Sure thing. I don't see why not.
William says, do we need a platform to take credit cards with this program?
No. You mean for your guests? No. As a matter of fact, the basic is if you use Airbnb or even VRBO, and we use Airbnb almost exclusively, they take care of that. What you do is you're going to give Airbnb your bank account information. And by the way, it could be multiple bank accounts in Airbnb. You can say, I want this property to pay that account, this property to pay that account. You may have different states, different bank accounts. You can make your 10, 20 properties in your Airbnb identity pay different accounts. So as soon as they check in, say tomorrow, the next day I get an email that says Airbnb is paying out $948,024 or $9,300. I'm just like,
yeah, that's nice.
What happens is an Airbnb promises something like 10 days or, my gosh, I don't think I've ever seen more than a couple days. It's in our bank account, direct deposit. And they handle the credit cards and they handle all that money. All you do is sit back and watch your checking account grow.
I can't remember the person's name on that two questions ago about being in the rural area and is it viable. One of the things you can do right now is just go on Airbnb and see if there's other units that are being rented in the area. That can be a good indicator for viability.
Also hotels.
Other people and hotels. That's right. So that can be an indicator. Now I can also argue too, you can go the other way and say in places where you don't see a lot, maybe there's a need there. So some of this can be some trial and error as well. But
Cyrus says, how do I find a good handyman or contractor for the minor maintenance?
Yep.
Yeah. Thumbtack. And you mentioned Angie's.
I use
Angie's has really been really good.
I have a kind of a funny relationship with Angie. No, not her. The website. Not Angie per se. I'm just saying that years ago I used it for other things. Okay, then I kind of got a little bit dissatisfied, and I've had some good success over the past, say, 6 months, a year, call it a year. I know even with my daughter's house, I did some special things because she was out, and it's working well. So I think Angie, I know you can find handyman. I find plumbers, just a regular handyman, all kinds of skills and trades. I've had good luck.
Kay says, which camera brand do you prefer?
I like the Lock State. I've had two. I have two different
camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking Lock.
Camera.
Oh, that's a good question. So I'm a little bit, I spend too much money. I confess.
And I use ours. And I like to spend a little less.
Yeah, ours is expensive. Ours is a good camera. Now they're 150 to 170, maybe 170 bucks a piece, unnecessary. We did some research and tested a bunch of different cameras, and we give out a camera in our free package with cameras. Typically, it's a weird name spelled DZEES, disease.
Yeah, it sounds like disease. What a weird name.
But I don't know how to pronounce it. But we found that is every bit as good. Resolution, has the web cloud recording,
and it's a cheaper camera. I mean,
like
price wise, yeah,
$50 on Amazon.
Something like that.
160, 170 for an auto. So we have found we give that camera away not because it's cheap, but because we save you money by saying try this one. If you like it, buy this one. And I have 2 or 3 more at home I'm testing to come up with other cameras that may be cheaper than the Olive. They're great cameras, but they're probably just not necessary.
Yep.
It's expenditure.
Mary says, I ordered your system. Will you help me get my house set up as a short-term rental? I'm mostly moved out already.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you sign up right now, you're going to hear from us within 24 hours, maybe even tonight, depending on what time we get to the...
We're driving the U-Haul truck right over there, Mary. No, I'm kidding.
No, you'll get running.
You'll have, you'll have, we're going to get you right into the program. You'll have access on those Zoom calls.
Access to the
support tickets.
You'll be able to get to us through the coaching. We're going to help you. You'll see the Zoom calls. You're going to, and Zoom calls, you get to ask questions during the call.
Yeah. Welcome aboard, Mary. I know exactly who you are too, by the way. I know who you are. You're a pleasant lady. Yeah. Really happy to have you.
That landlord should be pretty easy to negotiate with too on that one.
That's right.
Eric says, do you ask for a security deposit?
No, I mean from our guests, no. You can do that on the Airbnb platform. Okay. What we do instead is, I think that may be a hindrance for guests, so I just don't do that. We just have learned how to carefully vet the guests, pre-screen the guests. I've seen others experience where guests have really done some, not permanent, but just not pleasant damage to the units. But we know how to screen them. And I say that, and you never know. People are people. Yep. But we just don't. We haven't asked for a deposit of any kind.
Dan says, "How will a recession or depression affect this business?"
Well, my feeling is that it could make it better. I will tell you, during COVID, which was not the same you're talking about, our business grew. It just exploded with occupancy rates went up. People wanted to get out of the cities and get out other places. Yep. And I think that, don't forget, rents, generally speaking, rents are much, much less affected by inflation and recession. They reflected in our favor by inflation, but house downturns and whatnot don't affect rents as much. And rents, the guest charges they tie closely to rents. So I don't see a real problem. Yep.
Marcus says, do I have to cover the rent even if I don't have renters?
You do. Of course. If you have a fixed, that's the advantage to the landlord. You're signing a lease. Say to the landlord, don't worry about it. I've got you covered. That's why, by the way, Marcus says, that's why I say, do your pre-screening with the profitability analyzer at 60%. It's a safe number. Yep. And you want to see a little bit of cushion there in case there is in your area some kind of temporary downturn or something happens. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe a meteor is going to strike downtown Boston in the next week and a half. I don't know. And so I'm just saying that you got to have some cushion so that you're going to be comfortable. So in worst case, it goes down to close to zero. Okay, we're in a rapid fire round. We got another.
Okay, here we go.
Alfonso says, do you ever use private money to buy houses and then turn them into Airbnbs? And if so, how do you eventually pay off the private lender?
So, I mean, we did. We have a vacation rental. We didn't buy it for a vacation rental. We bought it. We thought we were going to flip it. This is how we got into the business, by the way. Talk about so you figure something out and you realize, oh my goodness, we can repeat this.
Can I get the quick answer?
Yeah.
Lightning round now. Lightning round.
All right. Lightning
round. The quick answer is yes, we have. And the way you amortize that is because in your note, you're allowed to prepay. So every year we get a little more cash, we pay it down a little more. And of course, the equity is growing because the price of the house is going. So we're not worried. It's cash flowing. We still want to pay the equity down a little at a time.
Oh, there's so much I want to tell you about that property.
No.
Okay. John won't let me.
Fred says, is the live event virtual or in person?
Both. We're going to have 2 per year, virtual like this.
So virtual live.
Yeah, live, but attend in person. Yep. And 2 will be you'll attend in person. Yep. And you can pick 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them to go to. Anyone you want to go to.
John and Martha say, is a $14.97 deposit the bottom line price?
Yeah,
That's pretty-
we
Is-
discounted it
Is that
from
the
the,
best you can do?
yeah, we went from the 1997, which was really good. Yes, to the 1497. You're
Good
pulling a Ron LeGrand on us, huh? See, we already anticipated that. That's why we lowered it by 500.
Yeah, Ron already did the negotiating for you there.
Yeah, he did.
Well, frankly, he did.
He did.
Can a trust run this business?
Oh,
Yes, but here's the problem. You say trust run the business. Trusts don't run the business. Trusts are entities that hold assets in some way for anonymity and maybe some level of asset protection. But I don't think any landlord would want to sign a lease with a trust.
feels suspicious.
You're going to sign a lease. Your LLC is going to be the tenant on your landlord's lease. Next question.
Cyrus, are there any pros, cons, or special nuances if we want to use Ron's subject to creative financing strategies with short-term rental strategies, since we can also buy properties with low entry fees as well?
No pros, cons. This is another exit strategy.
Yep.
You buy a property using any of Ron's techniques, and you look at it and say, you know, I can cash flow this one, for whatever reason, as a short-term rental. You furnish it, short-term rent it. And oh, by the way, if in a year, 6 months, whenever, you decide, you know what, I want to get a lease option tenant buyer, flip it over to that mode.
John, I think you could have answered that question in about a half a second.
I'm
less.
sorry. I'm
We're
sorry.
in a,
Larry says, have you had to give any refunds to Airbnb?
Refunds to Airbnb. Yeah, we did once. You know why? We had one property one time that we did not put the keypad lock on yet. I had the old-fashioned
I remember
lockbox.
this. Yep.
And what happened was the cleaning crew slammed the key into the box. It jammed and it couldn't be opened. Guests came, couldn't get in. We couldn't. It was too far away to get there in time. We couldn't get this late arriving guest in fast enough. They had to get a hotel and we had to do a reimbursement. And by the way, that's a bad situation because that puts a negative mark on your record and you'll lose your superhost status. So that's why we say use these keypads. They're virtually foolproof, and I'll tell you how to make sure they are foolproof.
good question.
Morgan says, if a property is far from the city and uses well and septic, do you think it's a fit for Airbnb?
Sure it is. We have some of those. I will say this, though, that if it's prone to power failure with that, not the septic, but the water well, you're going to want to consider some kind of a generator maybe, but I wouldn't do that with a rental property.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely not. Only if we own.
Fred, how many properties do you currently have using your system on Airbnb?
We have plenty, but we don't count them exactly all the time, and we don't typically talk about that.
Not enough.
Not enough.
We want more.
Not enough. That's the true answer. Not enough.
Tom says, can there be many Airbnb in an area so that 60% causes a challenge?
Becomes a challenge, maybe.
Too many, I think, is what he's
Too
saying.
many Airbnbs in areas, so 60%. I guess it could.
I would suggest this. What you don't do if you get an area and you can do 10 right now. I don't know if I do 10 right now. Maybe I do a couple. Test your area.
New area.
Do a couple. If they're doing well, get a couple more. They're doing well. Once you see that curve come down, then maybe you've saturated that area. But I wouldn't just go right in unless I know my farm area really, really well.
Yeah.
Michael says, I'm based overseas. Any advice or experience on how to do short-term rentals from abroad?
Well, this is mostly done. I would say go to your home, do it from your hometown, your area. If you have boots in the ground, family, friends. If you're overseas, and I spent a lot of time overseas, by the way. And I've done my business from overseas. It's totally doable, but you do want to have some kind of support, some kind of help.
Yeah.
If you don't have it, you're going to be hiring a localized manager and negotiate that rate. And I don't mean those guys who charge you 20%. I mean somebody who's going to help you set up and get the unit running. Once it's running, you have a front desk, a person who handles the day-to-day communications, and you're not going to worry about a lot of
Start with people who know you and love you. Start there.
Dolores asks if you're talking to the landlord as a business or an individual.
Business. But I sound very individual. I'm working that rapport, but I make it clear because this is where we get into these conversations about credit and income and all that. Say no, we're a business. So hope that answers the question. I'm doing it very personally, but it's a business, which is why the answer to those questions is no. If you want to go ahead and share your credit report, go for it. We're not doing that. That is not our model. Everything is in our LLC.
Alejandro says, where are you allowed to put cameras in an Airbnb?
We put them in all the bathrooms.
I knew you were going to say. I just knew he was going to say. He was waiting for that question to come.
No. You cannot have cameras on the inside for the Airbnb model. Now, I will tell you this. We have one single property where I do have a camera inside a garage because I want to make sure it's remote. I want to make sure the garage doors are closed when I believe they're closed. That's all. But we disclose that. It's not just Airbnb, though. It's the insurance company that does not want you having any cameras inside the property, even in a public space like hallways, common hallways. We have them, for the most part, they're only on the outside of our building, looking at the entrances.
Yeah, that's all you want. You just want to monitor who's coming in, who's going out.
Terry says, did you say you pay the membership if a home was just purchased and we sign up, it's then free?
No, I was saying the opposite. If you own a house right now, and you put it into a short-term rental, that does not qualify for the refund. You have to acquire a house, and we're going to require seeing that. You got to show that you just acquired the house. Meaning, if you acquire it next week, then okay. Or if you get it from a landlord. But if you currently own a property, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. If you currently own a property, it wouldn't make sense for us to offer that.
Judith says, can you please explain the front desk option?
We're getting into that. We'll do that shortly.
Yes, and you're gonna like it. It's gonna be good.
All right, you guys ready for a drawing?
We are.
Drawing.
Hey, while that's going on, give me my notebook.
All
and that
right.
piece of paper.
Everybody
which is the
typed in
schedule, I believe.
hashtag lock
And that pen.
It's now time. Drum roll.
Thank you.
Where you gonna be?
Jolene Hoffman, the
Hoffman.
winner. That's a beautiful prize, too.
Congratulations. So Jolene, you're going to call in 800-567-6128, and they'll take your information and you'll get your prize.
I could go, hi there, I'm Jolene. Could I get that prize, please? 20 people call in.
Okay, we're on.
All right. Hey, I think what we're going to do is we want to share some pictures. I think we're going to, Nick, I think you have some pictures you're going to show us, aren't you?
So our friend Nick, is it Cavazos? Spell it right?
What's that? What'd you say?
Cavazos?
Cavazos, yep.
Look at that. Got like Gerstenlauer, he kind of work on. So yeah, Nick Cavazos here from Global Publishing has the short-term rental. I tell you, it's up in Michigan. You say, Michigan? Who would want to be in a short-term
It's in Michigan.
Yeah. Check out these pictures, and Nick's going to share a little bit about this.
Go, Nick.
Really been a positive for him, for sure.
We had it decorated at Christmas.
Wow, nice.
Nice and clean and white.
Yep.
It's a backyard. It's on Lake St. Clair in Michigan.
I'm ready to rent it.
I am too.
I wanna
That's
go out
Lake, picture of Lake St. Clair there. Fire pit.
Lots of boating action out there.
Is there a ramp? You said a boating ramp?
What was that?
A dock, a boating dock of some kind?
Yeah. It's on a canal. So you can dock your boat on the canal side, on the lake side. You can dock it on that side, but it can get kind of rough if it's windy out.
Sure.
It'll beat up your boat pretty bad. So, but that's it.
Wow, awesome.
I love the pictures, the colors though.
Yeah,
the white,
really
even
good.
white would love it. My wife loves those light colors, the light grays, the warm grays, I guess you call them, the whites. She's really into that kind of a.
So
design.
tell us about the house. I'm assuming some of this is seasonal, although are you renting it even in the off season? And
Yeah,
what are we looking at?
I have it up year round. It does get slower during the winter months, but still enough to probably about break even on it. And then during the summer months, though, it's probably make some months $4 or $5 grand.
Wow, nice.
Above what it costs in.
Can you share your daily rate in the high season?
In the high season, it gets up to probably $350, $375 a night.
Nice. Yeah.
Low season, maybe $140, $150 a night.
Yep. Great. Vacation spot. People coming from all over the
You
country.
like that sign? I got that review.
Hey,
read that.
Would poop. What does it say?
It's in the bathroom. It's a 5-star review.
I would poop here again. That's funny.
And it actually says verified experience, I think is what it says.
That's great. Yeah, are you having fun with this?
Yeah, it was a good. Yeah, we like it, and
Thank you.
we enjoy it ourselves.
Yeah.
We have that third bedroom set up with 2 sets of bunk beds, so it can sleep 8.
Yeah. Which is the nice thing when you
So
have
2
these, that
families.
you can travel to different places when you have them, and that's fantastic. Yeah, really nice. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Sure.
How long have you had it?
Had it since end of 21.
Great.
I got it on Airbnb April 1st of 2022.
Yep.
And had my first guest April 1st, 2022.
Oh, wow.
That's great.
You know, speaking about pictures, so actually, John, it was just yesterday we were chatting with Jennifer Shedlin, who's the COO of Ron's company. Probably many of you know her, maybe some of you don't. And she was all excited. She was sharing some pictures with us, her and her husband, John. Jennifer's not here, but John's here. And so we're going to take a look at some pictures. And anyway, just wanted you to see these pictures. And maybe we can put these up.
Is John coming up?
There, yeah, he will. I think we'll do the pictures and then we'll kind of go from there. Sure. Yeah.
I'll move on.
So this place looks great. John and I, we're impressed. It's right here in St. Augustine.
That I understand it. This is brand new. Let's get John up here.
Okay.
John, want to come up here and sit for a minute?
Where do you?
Can I
Does
sit over
John
here?
need a mic? Will this work for John? This mic
Yeah,
here?
you can use that. Yep.
And I'll sit right here. Just for, huh? This is almost like the Johnny Carson show, you know, where Ed McMahon gets up and then the guest sits down here.
In the Johnny Carson
Yeah,
seat.
you're Johnny
This
Carson.
is pretty good.
So what's really cool about this is we just learned about this just yesterday.
Yeah.
And you and Jen are just, this is brand new stuff just starting to come out. So as a matter of fact, it's not on Airbnb yet, right, Scott?
That's right. It's not on Airbnb, but we
Cool.
want you to see these pictures and just kind of ooh and ah with us here. Let's see where they. Oh, I think they're trying to bring them up now. Oh,
Do you have the pictures or? I have the pictures.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
This, we don't want to tell addresses, but we can say the city, or we can say just general.
Yeah.
Because it's not ready yet, but it'll be live. So this is what town is this in?
St. Augustine Beach.
St. Augustine Beach. That's a different town than St. Augustine, or is it? I know Daytona Beach is a city, and
It's on the water side.
sure.
Thanks.
Good. So, I mean, I used to live in Daytona Beach years ago, and I've lived in Miami and been here visiting for lots of events. I love coming to Florida. So
I like coming to Florida from say October through April. After that, I want to be up north where it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, living in Jacksonville, St. Augustine's probably 30, 40 minutes away.
Sure.
But when you go there, it's a vacation city.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
We're very fortunate to have a full
Is your
tourist.
It's green.
Is it not working?
Oh, there it is.
Can you
I
hear
think
me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Probably got to get it really close.
So we're very fortunate to have it very close to us where we can go and enjoy it. Our plan is to, when it's not being rented, to enjoy the beach, enjoy the
Yeah, of course.
property.
Yeah.
Nice. And I know at one of the events that Scott and I came down to, we did get a chance to go down to Old St. Augustine, which is exactly where you are, but you need no microphone.
You're going to try that?
Okay.
Is that working better? Okay.
So we went to, and it's really a beautiful place. I mean, there's no question. It's a place for anybody, locals or people from other states, to come in and do some little bit of R&R or vacationing or touring. And
So the property where we purchased, people have been going for generations to all the holidays, Memorial Day, July 4th. So that was our plan. And then we're like, okay, well, let's Airbnb it for when we're not there to pay for it.
see, this is another way you can use the Airbnb platform. It is a place you want to own, but you want to own it for free, let's say. Basically, you own a property that you can enjoy whenever you want. Just block those dates out on the Airbnb platform. And then other times people are renting it, paying if it's a break even for you, let's say, for the annual break even, you got a place for free.
Yeah. Well, what you're looking now is the master bedroom, which I really didn't like the furniture. So our big, while Jen was away, I chalk painted it. To turn it white, it was yellow. It's a vanity area.
I can see these are professional pictures, which we didn't talk about today, but you got to get professional pictures. I mean, this is what is going to rent this unit. Beautiful.
So we've done a few Airbnbs and VRBOs before, and typically when we book these, I'm looking at the pictures now. It's my daughter and my wife sitting for hours looking at the pictures, going through each property. Would you stay there? And then the bookmarking the dates that they actually want to go. So we had decided that we're just going to go and we're going to get a professional real estate photographer to take the pictures. Because I didn't think my iPhone 11 wouldn't take these good of pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
And that's a walk to the beach. So the actual unit is right, that's the porch, and it's on the pool and a hot tub, and it's about, I don't know, about a 3-minute walk to the beach.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So you're close to getting it maybe onboarded and all that?
We are, well, we need help. I need a little help with the listing, what the key things are, the LLC that we want to use, and the insurance and the lock. I think that's it. That's all we're left. We're pretty close.
Hey, you have an idea.
What?
Let's, if John and Jen, and we have a relationship, let's do this. John's okay with this. We'll tell Jen if he's okay with it. Let's help them do this. Let's help them onboard it. Let's help them. It's all set. It looks like it's ready to go. And okay, locks, maybe cameras, whatever, a few things that just the kind of the end game here. But then let's go ahead and help them get it up and running. We'll take progress pictures and progress reports, if you will. And then at our live event in March, we'll have a report of all this, of what was done and how it turned out and how it's operating.
I think that's awesome. John, that's the best idea I've heard you come up with in 2 days.
2 days?
No, I really like that, because then all of us, so it's kind of a win-win. It's going to help you guys out, which we're real excited about. But then for everybody else going, now we get to see something that's in progress, to see what the end result is. So we can walk you through all that stuff. I think it's a great idea, John.
Let's do that. Let's work it out. We'll do it. Heck, I'll even understand the night a couple times, Don.
You better watch it, John. John.
We're always
this John.
Yeah, I know.
So awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Appreciate it.
Looks like you're walking away with something. You put us to work.
All right.
I love it.
It's good.
Right, John.
I got to come here more often.
Yeah, really.
That's fantastic.
Good seeing you.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Right.
All right. Hey, I think we do have another interview that I want to share with everybody. And this is with a landlord that we have. Her and her husband just although they won't admit it that they're investors, they have multiple properties. We started with one unit with them, and this thing is starting to expand with us. I'm going to just let you listen to the interview that I have with this lady, Harshita, and then we'll talk on the other side of the interview a little bit, and we'll go from there. Okay. So let's hear from Harshita. I think this will be very valuable for you. Harshita, it's really a pleasure to kind of connect with you. And Harshita is actually one of our landlords, and I've asked her to share some stuff with you guys. I want to ask her a few questions. I'm really, really thankful that you're willing to do this, because we want to share it with our students and potential students that we actually market to. So sometimes we do that on our social media, but also to landlords. And so I just got a couple of really quick questions I want to ask you, if you could share it with the folks that are going to be watching us. But my first main question is, what made you say yes to us?
That's a really, really good question. I think honestly, us being very new to the world of landlording or rental properties or rental investments generally, and I think when I spoke with you the very first time, I felt confident that this is a possibility. Like I saw, okay, I can trust my property and I don't have to worry about the small things. Like so what I was looking for in my tenants, essentially that point was, what can I really trust my property? Having very little experience myself, and I'm not the type of the person, I'm not a handyman. So, how can I trust, especially a furnished unit, with all the stuff inside? I think that confidence that I got in the conversations we had with you, that was it.
So our first conversation, and I remember it now. We're actually 1 year in on our lease, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. So we just completed, or just about ready to complete 1 year on our long-term lease.
Yeah.
But we had a short conversation the first time, and I do that very deliberately, so that really what I want to do is meet the landowner, right? Because I really want this, so they can know.
Yeah.
But was it peculiar to you that you got this call initially, that this offer was being made?
So before before we connected, I had rented the property at short-term rentals with Airbnb myself, and then with short-term rental people who were like moving, moving into the area. And I think so when we first spoke, I didn't even know that this kind of a concept exists where we can rent to you and you can then kind of do something similar. So I think just that itself was very surprising in a good way. Like I was like, oh my God, this concept exists. This is like one less thing I have to worry about.
That's right.
I think that was what kind of I was intrigued by that.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Let me ask you this: would you? Well, maybe this is where we can talk about the lease. So you and your husband Harsh, who's holding the camera, by the way, thank you, Harsh. We've gotten into a conversation about extending our lease. Can you talk about that for a little bit?
No, we were very delighted to hear that you guys were interested in extending the lease. Honestly, the last 1 year has been, a wonderful experience. Yes, of course, there was a couple of, maintenance issues, but those were all so smoothly handled. I think we have a good understanding of, what your requirements are, what our requirements are, and I think we've met mutually, well on those. And I think with that, I was very excited to hear that you were interested in extending it, not just for another year, for multiple years after. I think it's one less thing we have to worry about. I think again, going back to the trust factor, I feel like my property is in good hands. I can, trust you guys that you've taken good care of it, and therefore, the tenants after, who the properties are given to, they're also in good care.
So we're 5.5, an additional 5.5 years. So we're happy with that. I can see that you're happy with that. So this makes it mutual. And I remember one of the things I said originally when we spoke together was both sides have to feel good, right? Or it just doesn't work, right? So it's not just a transaction. It has to work both ways.
Exactly.
So we're going to be a total of 6.5 years. This is like fantastic for all of us. We're really glad to do that. Would you consider other properties with us?
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, like both with you, Scott, and John, together, both of you, we've had such great experience. Again, maintenance-wise, dealing-wise, calls, conversations. We're really, both of you guys are really responsive when we send out an email. I think things are extremely clear, so that just makes handling the whole process so much easier and hassle-free. If I may say.
Well, what do you have for properties right now that I know we've already talked about this a little bit, but you and your husband just acquired the property right across the street.
We did.
So we actually have two. We started with 1 unit with you.
That's true.
We ended up in the first year with 2 units because we took over the building, right? Excuse the motorcycle. And then you purchased the property across the street that has 2 additional units. And I know that you're hoping maybe in the summer, maybe like July. So we're in conversation now about how we might be able to partner together on all of that, right, to make that work.
And I think ideally, like having, they're so close to the 2 properties are so close to each other, and then again going back to the fact that if all of it could be managed, together, that makes it a lot more easy for us.
It does. And I know you're thinking about other properties as well, and so we're in conversation with those. And I appreciate, this is valuable too here, folks, that you've talked to a friend of yours, and this gentleman is open to buying multiple properties, actually in the same area. And so we're trying to connect together. And I really appreciate you mentioning us to your friend.
No, our pleasure. And honestly, I think Scott's bottom line is, this is not my full-time job. This is a sort of an investment for me, and the fact that I can do my full-time job and still, the rest of it, I know it's taken care of. It makes it a lot easier for me.
Good.
I'm not in a real estate business. This is just a small investment, in my life that I want to keep going or increasing slowly over time. But yet I have a full-time other job that I have to.
Well, you and Harsh are investors. There's no doubt about it. I mean, so you guys have a good mind for this, and I'm really glad for the connection. Last question. The question is landlords or another landowner. What would you say, because we also will be sharing this with other landowners, that might benefit by hearing from someone like you. But what would you want to say to them regarding us and the experience and all that? What would you say to a landlord?
I think, again, with you and John specifically, like, I feel like trust is there, understanding is there, respect is there, not just between people, also of the property, right? Like, you respect our property, you respect for the Airbnb, the belongings in it, you know, like all of those things are well taken care of, I think. And in terms of the concept of short-term rentals, I mean, we originally wanted that because, I mean, you also mentioned it when we first met, was in a short-term rental, properties are maintained better, right? Versus a long-term.
That's right.
Rental. You know, and I noticed that myself because you had the first unit just when we started, but at that time, the other unit was rented out to a long-term. When that person left, even though they stayed for 10 months, it was a mess. And it took us forever to get it back into the right shape. So again, it really verified, or, you know, went back to what you said, my property will be much better maintained in a short term.
People are not pulling up with a U-Haul truck bringing all their stuff in, right?
Exactly. And I think I think that concept wise, I think it's a great concept, both investment, taking care of the property.
All right.
As a landlord point of view.
Well, thank you. It's really been a pleasure.
Yes,
I do
thank
appreciate
you,
you all
Scott.
so much.
No, our pleasure.
All right. All right. Peace.
Wow, that was awesome.
All right, yeah.
That was awesome. Hey, you know what, Scott? It just occurred to me that we had Nick show us some of his pictures for his property, and John was here showing the property and we're going to work through that and have a pretty thorough report come March for our live 3-day event. But you know, both those guys were at our last live event. And they were going that bus tour.
They were paying attention.
They were paying attention to the bus tour.
It didn't look like they were at first, but I guess they figured it out. Now they get these short-term rentals, and then John put us to work. So, but hey, it was actually an honor to have them. And Ron's been complaining that we're slowly like getting all of global publishing into our short-term rental.
I don't think we get any of them.
We got mentors and
They're
stuff.
not going to move to Boston. They're not. No.
So hey, listen, that's a video all in fun. That video with Harshita, she and her husband, it was one of the easiest conversations that I had. We struck that relationship up on the phone, and we're now in a 5.5 year. We're picking up additional properties. We started with one. We've got 2 across the street. We're going to have more conversation to pick up 2 more there. They got another property that's a little bit north, actually near our, near our short-term rental, the vacation rental we have. And then this friend of theirs. So, I mean, so this thing, listen, sometimes you can get 1 unit and it can turn into 10. So this is the value of relationship as well. This is why I like that meeting process. You gotta open yourself up. Let people see you for who you are, and be convinced. People already know you and already love you for who you are. Trust in that as you engage with other people, even in business, have that personal touch, and it can make all the difference in the world. John, I think you got some good stuff to share with us.
I do, because this is something that I know. I think a few folks have asked some questions about this already, and I know it's on your mind because you might be overwhelmed with all the stuff. Well, we're here to help you not be overwhelmed. And right now, I want to go over a couple of tips, a couple of pointers on your team, because at first you are your team. You and maybe your spouse, maybe your sibling, maybe it's just you. And by the way, it's not that hard to run. You can run 3 to 5, 6 of these on your own. It's not that hard, but at some point in time, you're going to want to build a team that's going to help you do all of this stuff so that you can just be on vacation in Aruba or someplace else like that. So the team, and there's really, I can think of 4 key members for your team. One we call the front desk. The next is your cleaners. The cleaners are a very important part of your team. Your handyman is a third person, and any kind of a maintenance team. Maintenance team is people who handle more than what just the handyman might take care of. So those are the 4 critical people in your team. We find the handyman, maintenance people mostly on places like Angie's or Thumbtack. But I want to go over the two first people on your team, because it's going to be really soon. As a matter of fact, right away for the first rental, you're going to want to have cleaners. I'm going to go over that in a minute too. But the first thing I want to tell you about is this front desk. People are wondering, what's a front desk? Well, a front desk is someone who takes care of your day-to-day guest needs. Now, the Airbnb platform says you got to respond within 24 hours to guest requests. The truth is, 24 hours is too long in my book. I would, if I was a guest and I had something, oh my gosh, the kitchen's on fire. Well, we don't get that kind of a call, but if there's a real urgent problem that we want to be able to handle it, and don't forget, in a guest's mind, anything is urgent, so we want to answer those quickly. Our front desk has the app we hook in as a co-host, and that front desk takes care of all kinds of regular day-to-day, minute-by-minute. Whenever she or he has a chance, look at the phone, there's a question on the app, answer it, go back to work. Stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home dads, that's a great person. Anybody can do it like that. It's just like the front desk at a hotel, someone who you go to ask a question about something you need to do. So basically, I want to share with you what the front desk does. And we've identified 6 simple things that the front desk does. One thing is they provide guest help using the Airbnb message function. That's very important, to use the Airbnb messaging function. You want to use that because there's an audit trail. If there ever is a claim or a problem or some reason you have to go to Airbnb, all of that communication is on that message app in Airbnb. You don't want to go off and do it regular texting, or only in the worst emergencies where you get on the phone and actually talk to people. Excuse me. So they do the day-to-day answering of questions of guests. They monitor those remote control devices. We have those, the lock pads. They'll change the combinations for the keypad lock mechanisms for every new guest. We set those codes to the last 4 digits of the guest's phone number. When they check out, we delete that code. So it's always a changing code. Our front desk takes care of all of that. And they send welcome messages out. That's the first bullet point there. They confirm that the scheduled cleaning was done. It was started and completed. And the way they confirm it, first of all, is by the cleaning crew will get back and say, okay, it looks good, nothing to report, it's clean. You're going to be short of toilet tissue or whatever. They report that kind of stuff. And so, but they also want to make sure that the cleaner actually came and cleaned. Otherwise, the guest checks into a very unclean house. Not good. You're going to be getting a hotel room for that guest to stay overnight. That's the third thing. The fourth thing is they're going to communicate any maintenance needs with your handyman. Something's going on. Maybe it's a smoke detector. It's beeping because the battery. Well, guests don't want to be there. So you're going to send your handyman out to change a battery. It's just going to cost you $25 or something, and it's worth it. You're going to have a person online, and your front desk is going to take care of that and make sure it all happens. Your front desk is going to do guest reviews. You've got to do guest reviews for your guests. Just as you want your guests to do reviews of you, which gives you this, they call it superhost status when you get good reviews. And they're going to send automated emails to maximize occupancy. That's one way we do to get that occupancy up, is that the front desk will send out, and we have a guest, say, in for a week. Let's suppose the guest before had checked out 3 days prior. We might send a message to that guest to say, hey, the 2 days before your arrival are available. We'll let you take those for half price if you want to come in a little early, or maybe come in or stay and extend it a day or two, half price. So we'll give a little discount on that to get that occupancy up, and it's extra money in our bank account. Those are the things that this front desk will do. Now, what we have here is we can go off the slide, guys, because now we have some videos. I want to share with you a video interview we've done with one of our friends. Actually, this front desk happens to be my older daughter, and she's a stay-at-home mom, and she's also does homeschooling. She has 3 kids. She's homeschooling, and she's doing this fill-in stuff for us as a front desk. She's been a real asset to us to take this. Even today, she's taking care of snow forecast and making sure the snowplow guy is going to come and all that kind of stuff. I don't do a thing. So let's go ahead and play that video on our front desk. The first person on Zoom is actually one of our front desk people. Her name is Kate. Kate's last name is Gerstenlauer. We're no relation. Kate's my lovely daughter. She's what's that?
Coincidence, right?
Coincidence, yeah. Kate's my older daughter. Here's your phone, Scott.
Can Kate see? Can you see us?
Look,
Hi.
look at this TV right here.
Oh, there you are. Can you see me? Hi, Kate.
Yeah.
All right,
She
I'm
did.
leaving.
She did. She got her looks from her mother. She's fortunate. and then her three kids got looks from the both of you. So, Kate, we're having fun here. This is a good crowd, about 42 people plus our staff. And it's been a great crowd. We had a good time. We took a bus tour this morning in Louisville, beautiful Louisville, Kentucky. I'll ask you, we have 15 minutes here with Kate. She's got to bring my granddaughter to dance class. Is that right?
Yes.
I love it.
She will be really upset if she misses that.
She'd be upset to miss dance class. So, Kate, we have 6 simple tasks that we define for our front desk to manage. Can you name any more tasks, Kate? You've seen those 6 simple tasks that we have. Can you name any more tasks than that are sometimes required for your day-to-day management of short-term rentals?
Well, you need to kind of be prepared and generally know the area that the Airbnb is in, because you will get a lot of questions about where should we eat, where can we do this kind of activity. We've got young kids, what would they be interested in? So there's a lot of that kind of hosting aspect that it helps a lot to just have lists of different activities, restaurants, attractions, so you can really easily access the answers.
That's a good answer. And you know what? We do have in our tools, we have some of these little sheets that have like pricing and pricing structure and some information about each property. I think, Kate, it'd be a good idea. And in our house book, we have maybe local attractions, maybe local restaurants that we like. This would be a good thing for me to add to that cheat sheet on a per property sheet to give your front desk. Because if your front desk could be in Los Angeles, because you have properties in some place in Boston, so because it can work that way. But if we have that stuff on a paper for our front desk, then they got the answers. That's a good tip to have. And you could do that on your own right now, but I'll add that on our standard boilerplate sheet so that it's a good reminder, places to eat. People do want to know that because they're strangers to the area. That's a good tip. Good,
right.
Good.
And I think because, the ultimate goal is to have happy guests always, which, sometimes things pop up and you just have to improvise and deal with them well. But it's really good to make sure that you're set up for the full experience for them.
See, Kate's better at this than I am, I'll tell you right now. I'm not quite, I'm a kind of a stuffy old engineer. And she's just got the heart more than I do to really help people, help them be happy. I see her responses go, I see them, and I say, wow, she's answering better than I could answer these people. Just kind of conversation. I'm not a long conversationalist, but she does that and engages them and they love it, So that's good. Good work on that, Kate. So let me ask this. Can you name some of the questions that guests ask? You just named some already about where to eat maybe, but are there any other questions that guests may ask, and which ones do you think that we can be automated? We have some canned answers in our Airbnb platform. If you can think of other routine questions, and I think that's a good answer, by the way, on the how to set up the restaurant answer is a canned email for that, a response. But are there any other kinds of questions that you kind of see repetitively come from guests besides the place to eat question?
Oh, of course. A lot of times it has to do with accessibility. We've got parents who are bringing young children, but we also have family bringing grandma, and she's got a walker or a wheelchair. And so we want to be able to answer those questions really quickly too.
Right.
Because if this property doesn't fit that life for them or what their needs are, then that's okay, but they have to know that.
That's correct. And we really, if the property isn't going to work for their needs, we really don't want them to stay in our property. I'd rather find another property for them. If we had exactly the right property nearby, I'd point them towards that. But that's a good point. We don't want them to come and be unhappy. We want them to come and be happy, and if it's going to work, that's the way we want to make sure. So, okay. How about guest reviews, Kate? Can you just kind of share with us how you go about doing the guest reviews?
Sure. I actually don't review any guest, even if we had like a really good conversation going and lots of positive chatter, until after I've been in contact with our cleaning team. Someone could be really kind and communicative and all of those good qualities, but maybe they don't really respect the property as much as you'd hope for. So I always wait for any review until after feedback from the cleaning team.
Yep.
Realistically, there are very few cases where we've had to really give any kind of critical review. So most of the time I just kind of keep it very simple, and, they were an excellent guest and we would be happy to host them again. Especially when you've got lots of reviews coming in, keep it simple, and that makes it easier too on the other side for people who are looking to either accept or reject a guest stay, to quickly look through and be able to tell if that's someone that they want to kind of roll the dice hosting or not.
Right.
Just one thing too is that it's really good for the front desk to read all of the reviews that come into, because a lot of times people will use like the little messaging area below the review in the email to explain that, you may want to think about replacing this item, it's acting up, or other suggestions that are really helpful for you to know to kind of stay ahead of repairs before, someone's in there trying to live their life and go to use the coffee machine and it won't work.
Right.
So,
and we want that. We want
it's attention to detail.
Right. And we had one guest say, actually she might have been there, that the drain was clogged, the bathroom sink was clogged or something. And recently we had a guest say, hey, you might want to update your house book because a few pages are ripped, or they're, oh, okay. I mean, we didn't see that, and I hope it was recently ripped and we got that I want that input, and we'll be up there having that house book rebound, reprinted. It's, it's easy. So that'll be done very soon. So good. Okay. So we've got a few minutes left here, Kate, I think. Let me ask you, how many properties do you think, with your workload at home, and you got the 3 kids and homeschooling and a garden and ducks and all kinds of cool stuff, how many properties do you think you could, as a homeschooling mom, how many could you manage in this role with what you do on a day-to-day basis? What do you feel is a comfortable level that you could handle?
Well, just preface this with, it's completely subjective for each person and their abilities and strengths and weaknesses, but I think it's doable to do like 4 to 6 properties. It probably also depends on occupancy. If you have a really high occupancy property, that's going to be more demanding. So you want to consider when you're hiring someone to be front desk, like really chat with them, see what their life is like, and make sure that both of your expectations match up.
Sure.
Because 4 to 6 is still quite a range. So communication.
Yeah. Good. And when we have a brand new person who's working as a front desk, we'll start them with a couple of properties. We want to make sure they don't get overwhelmed, because it's kind of like learning how to ride a bike. Once you get going, you can, okay, I got my balance now, and they can open up and get more properties. So we bring them in slowly. Last question. And can you share with us one guest problem you had that you really needed to get input from the host? That'd be me or Scott in this case, I guess. One guest problem.
Well, there was one major one that I think would have really become a big legal issue if I hadn't roped you in. And that was really when we had someone else in another property tipping us off that, these guests you may not want parked in your driveway and like abusing any kind of illegal
substances.
Because he basically saw them, and that was awful, because that's a different guest that you're hosting that's seeing this happen in the driveway. So you've got to address one guest and then also kind of make that other guest feel safe and comfortable. So that was definitely a situation where I felt like I needed to rope in management.
Yep. And we want that, of course. And you want that, by the way. If you have a property, especially in this case, we had several units in the same area, same property. And there was, in fact, someone who was, I think, in their car doing some drugs or something, And it's like, no, we want to fix that. That's not allowed. It's just flat out not allowed. It's against all Airbnb rules. It's against the rules of the, it's against the law. The stuff they were using was serious law-breaking stuff. And so we'll address that. And I'm glad that our front desk decides, hey, I need help in this one. This is a big one, and it was. We took care of it. Okay, I think that Kate, I know that if Bryn misses, it's getting close. Yeah, it's almost 1:30, so we have to cut this off. I know that we don't want Bryn to miss her dance class today, so I really thank you, Kate, for taking this time today. What do you think about that? All right, you're famous. All right, thank you. Thank you, Kate. We'll see you. It's my daughter, my lovely daughter. Yep, and she has 3 kids, and so she's our front desk for some of our properties, and I don't know how she stands me.
That's what I was thinking.
Anyway. Yeah, no, it's good.
You're a
All
good dad. You're a
All good.
loyal dad.
She lives only 5 minutes away, and we get to see her and the kids oftentimes too. So now I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the cleaners. I know folks had some questions about the cleaners and how you do it, which, by the way, the front desk is definitely a role you want to. Yeah, we don't need the slides. We're not doing anything on the slides, guys. There's a role of the front desk is something you want to do yourself at first, for 1 or 2, 3 properties. Until you get to a point where, and you're going to talk to a relative or friend, someone else who can do that for you. So what, on the cleaners, you need that immediately. But don't sweat it. Don't sweat it.
Can I
You
move
can
the
put
slides to where I want
your property on Airbnb.
to save on time.
At the same time, you look for a
So I
cleaner.
can
Matter of fact, you're
maneuver to where I
going to
need
want to have it on Airbnb, and then you can start with this turnover B&B and just advertise. You're going to get bids. You're going to get bids within 10 minutes of when you post it. People bid on cleaning your property. So it's not a panic time. You may change cleaners and do some picking and choosing, and we found a great cleaning crew at one property. This couple, were running a business you're going to hear from in just a minute. They're the ones who I told you that we couldn't do very well with turnover B&B, and we found them on Angie's list. And they're doing a good job. They're running a business, running and growing a business. And I think they're just engaged. They're not married yet, but they're working this business. So what I'd like to do, guys, I don't think I have anything else to add to the cleaning team. If John, we can go ahead and play that video now for the cleaning team. Okay, it's all right. It's all right. This is Keith. Keith, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you too. Keith, and I have not met your fiance. What's your fiance's name?
Vicky.
Vicky. Keith and Vicky. Very good. Keith, I just kind of did a brief intro about how we were fortunate to find you, and I love it that one thing that when I first, and that's the first time I've seen you face to face. I haven't met you in person, and now this is the first time on Zoom.
Right.
But so now I know what you look like, both of you. But I was really impressed with Keith because you know why? He sounded like he was running a business. When I talked to you, Keith, you sounded like you were running a business. You were serious about what you were doing. It wasn't just let's give this a shot and see what we can. And I have found people who are in the cleaning business, they're not really professional cleaners. They just, that's okay, they're earning some money, some side money. But you sounded like this is not just a side job. You want to grow a business here. I may be wrong, but I know you have plans for your long-term future. But so Keith, I really appreciate you coming on with us here today. We've got a room here in a conference center. We got about 42, 45 people or so in the room. And this week has been talking about Airbnbs and how we do things. And so let me just, I've got some questions here that I'll ask you, and then we'll ask the audience if they have additional questions. But give us a little background. Kind of tell us about your background and how you get into this business, how you get into this cleaning business, and what your plans are going forward.
Well, I've been cleaning since I was about 14, 15 years old. My best friend, his dad had a cleaning company. He always put us to work. We always cleaned for him. I've learned a lot of things doing windows, carpet cleaning, commercial cleaning, all kinds of cleaning. Me and Vicky both work at the local college here cleaning for, I was a supervisor over about 13 people. Cleaning up after college kids it's a daunting task at times with the kind of messes that they create. So we just both decided, why don't we just work for ourselves? And we kind of just took it, went out on the ledge and, went for it. And it's worked out pretty well.
Well, it's been, I'd say we've only been working together for a short period of time, and I've loved it so far. You're very responsive. So let me ask you, do you, for cleaning supplies, and we always talk about supplies and how to supply the properties, do you or do your hosts, and maybe sometimes it's both ways, who supplies the cleaning supplies, the sprays and the cleaning things you use?
We do.
Yeah.
Typically, we do.
Generally, we have all of our stuff because we're a cleaning company. So that's our business, you know, that's our service. So we have to be prepared to have all the supplies that are needed. So generally, we always have it. But we have like one client, she has 2 cats, and her cats are allergic to certain chemicals. So we have to use like what she has. But for the most part, you know, we want to look professional and show them, you know, everybody that we have what we need for the job.
Sure. And, you know, and I also would understand the advantage. You know how well your products are going to clean. Now, let's face it, not all cleaning products clean the same. And if you're using varied stuff, you might say this stuff is junk. Some things leave films and things feel sticky. And so I think that's good. And it makes it easy for us too, because we don't have to worry about supplying that ourselves. It's just they take care of it. That's good. Okay, how do you handle, here's one here we talked about earlier. How do you handle laundering linens and towels and those kinds of things?
Vicky's my linen person. She could probably tell you more about that.
Okay.
So we basically, with the clients that we do Airbnbs, we like them to have multiple sets for each bed so we can take the linens off site. Only because if there's a back-to-back turnover, laundry takes the longest out of all the cleaning. So if we can take it off site, then we can get the client's house done.
Sure.
So their next guest can come in as soon as possible.
That makes sense. And because I would think that your biggest expense, although it's your biggest expense is labor, I would think. And you don't want to be sitting around, hanging around, wasting time waiting for laundry to be finished. It can take hours to finish. We have a 5-bedroom house. It could take forever to do the laundry, especially with those new modern laundry equipment. They don't really dry fast enough. You know, they're not that hot, really.
They don't. They don't.
Yeah.
So we usually take it all off site. Sometimes we have 3 or 4 clients. We'll do it all at once and bring it back the next time we go to clean.
So can you identify? Go ahead.
When we first started, we tried using clients' washers and dryers, but it took literally 3 to 4 loads in the dryer, trying to dry towels. So we try to communicate that with our clients that it's better that we take it off site because it just dries so much quicker when we use, you know, the big commercial industrial size dryers, washers and dryers at like the laundromats and things.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So, and I like your point. We do at these properties, all of our properties, we'll have at least 1 extra set of linens and towels so so you can come in, strip the beds, make the beds, change the towels, and every other cleaning's going on, and the only thing holding you up is the last wipe down you're doing. So that really makes it for an efficient clean for them as well. You know, make sure you have that in place for them. So when you launder though, like massive amount of stuff together, how do you identify which sheets, which belongs to which client?
I typically just know which client sheets because I do all the beddings.
Yeah.
So I know which one of my clients' sheets and towels belong to what house.
We see them so much, but you know, it's pretty much embedded in our minds.
Sure, good. Yeah, that can be important to make sure that the client who has gray sheets gets gray sheets when you're done, so they don't wonder what happened to my sheets. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so and I just gave away that what we have on this property, but how about trash? Do you ever handle the trash in some of your, people kitchen waste baskets, and do you do anything to handle taking it off site?
We do.
Yeah, we don't like to leave trash behind. If there's trash in the bathrooms or in the kitchen or whatever, we'll take it with us because it's not a good thing to leave trash behind. We have some clients that ask us to take like actual big 55-gallon bags of trash with us, which we'll do. It's not really a lot of people that ask for that. It's like maybe 1 or 2 right now, but like small bags of accumulated trash when we're cleaning, we just take care of it and take it out.
Sure. Now on the property that Keith and Vicky do for us, we have like 5 of these trash bins in the garage, and so they certainly can take the liners out of the kitchen, the bathrooms, and put it in the garage once they're done. Typically that would work, and our trash guy hopefully comes in after you've come in so that he cleans everything else out. But those things can fill up. You get a guest there for a week with, 4 or 6 people, and those 5 bins can be filled sometimes. So, and we do have a separate guy who comes out and he handles the trash separately, which is part of our cleaning fee that we charge to the customer. Okay. Okay, here's one. So, what are your biggest challenges in working with some of your hosts? And how can a host like myself I'm interested in making your job easier, so it's a win-win. Sometimes I can just do one little thing different that makes life better for you. So, what are your biggest challenges in working with some of your hosts, and how can hosts make your job easier?
Basically, the
Laundry.
it makes our life so much easier. If we have extra sheets, towels. If the clients, however many beds, or say you have a king bed, like 2 sets of towels for that, queen bed 2 sets, twin 1 set. If they're just limited to how many towels sets per guest that's going to be there per bed, that's a big difference too. Because we've had some clients that their closets are just open with every single towel and linen that they have, and the guests will use every single towel, whether they've used it or not. We've had piles that have folded towels still in them, like they didn't even use them. They just threw them in the dirty pile that they left. So that helps us out a lot to, we ask the clients, it just makes it easier if they have like a locked owner's closet. That helps out a lot, so we can limit the towel usage that they have access to.
I think we're kind of out of time in this one here. I hope that was beneficial. Keith and Vicki, I really thank you for your time, and I look forward to meeting you in person in the near future. I'm here.
Yeah.
Scott and I are traveling around until the end of next week, but I'm sure sometime, certainly before Christmas, but maybe not before Thanksgiving, we'll get to see you sometime, all right?
Yeah, I can't wait. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow. Wow, good. They're a good crew too. They're very responsive. Make sure we took care of them at Christmas time. We put a little envelope in the linen closet that they picked up, because man, you got to keep your team happy. You got to reward your team when they perform. Make sure you make them happy as well. I don't know how long he'll stay in this business. I hope that we have him as one of our cleaners for a long time coming. But they take care so much. Now they'll let us know, of course, when there's any kind of a product the stock is getting low, or if there's damage. And I don't think that they've ever reported damage. We're pretty good again at vetting our guests, but they're really good at taking care of us. So we're happy with them. The price, I think, is reasonable for what's almost a 3,000 square foot house that they clean up there. So found them on Angie's, and that's I'm glad we give that a shot too. So I can recommend that as well. Finding your cleaners. TurnoverBNB.com is great, and we've had great luck there, as well as Angie's. Okay.
All right. Here we are. We're gonna wrap things up here in just a little bit. I want to show you something. This is my I guess I could call it a journal. It's more like I'm a collector of things that I read and quotes and
it's a scrapbook.
Inspiration. It's more like a scrapbook. Probably if you got a hold of this, you'd be like, what is in here? It's just random stuff. But I have categorized some of it. And it's just the kinds of things that motivate me and keep me engaged and stuff. So I wanted to share a couple of quotes with you as we sort of wind some things down here. We are going to open up at the very end for more questions, and I suspect there are going to be some good questions. Sometimes there are things that can hold us back. Sometimes it's fear. And we may not always call it that on the front end. Most of us don't want to walk around saying, "Oh, I'm just afraid." But sometimes it's because there's some unknown things, and so we can be unsure sometimes. And I want to just share a couple of quotes that have really spoken to me. But here's one that says this. Geez, just a lot of wisdom in this statement. Don't be afraid of fear. Instead, protect yourself from the harm of illusion. Can I say that again? Don't be afraid of fear. Instead, protect yourself from the... I'm sorry. Don't be afraid of fear. Instead, protect yourself from the illusion of harm. Let me give you one more quote to take with you today, okay? I'd love to get you to repeat these words after me. I am my greatest asset. I am the number one thing for my success. If you go away with anything today, and I really appreciate, both John and I appreciate you spending the afternoon with us, but if you go away with anything today, I hope you believe that statement, that you are your greatest asset, that you are the number one thing for your success. What I'd like to do is I just want to go back over and make sure everyone has an understanding of this, but I want to go back to our, right here. Can I go to the PowerPoint slide? Here we go. So I want to talk about this 3-day event. The 3-day event is designed to get you to scale this business, and it's why John and I are stoked. We were stoked to get ready for this, but everything is pointing to getting these 3 days that we can spend together. You're going to get access to, like I said, pretty much right away to the system, and then get ourselves ready for this 3-day event so that we can unpack all this stuff with you. You have full access to us. And I just wanted to go back over, we got that on March 1st through 3rd. And again, you get to come to 3 additional events as well. So if you can't make one of the 3 days, there are going to be 3 more opportunities for you to go ahead and do that. And we want you to take advantage of that. It's what we're calling, it's this right here. Well, you can't really see it there, but it's this. This is what we're going to go over. This is the manual we're going to unpack in those 3-day events. And we want to be able to share all that with you. See if I can get this to go. Remember, I also said that I will make myself available. I got to limit it to 12 only because I'm human. I can only do this with so many people, but up to 12 calls that I can call your leads in the first 60 days, qualified leads. We get on the phone together so that way you can actually learn by listening and watching what it is that I'm doing, okay? Again, that's for the first 12 only. Like I said before, and we're doing everything that we know to do to position you to be able to succeed, right? So if you had your roadmap, a step-by-step for you, if you had your support available for you, and if you had your leads called for you, the big question is, would you succeed? My hope is that it's going to be hard to say no to that you would say, absolutely, you could succeed if you had all those things in place. I just want to come back to this price structure and what it is that we're doing here. And I know I'm going back over a slide we looked at earlier. So this is our short-term rental mastery. There's a lot of value. We're giving you absolutely everything that we have that's actually helped us to build our business, and we want to help you do the same thing. There would be no more joy that John and I could feel than to see you succeed along the way as well. And so this is what our package is. We're selling it. It's the $14.97. Now, I think that was there some questions maybe that we could go over here? I just want to. I think I may want to leave this up. I see that we've got the email address that's on here for you to go to and the 800 number that you can call. But I think we may have some questions, and I think there was one in particular that John and I said that we would probably respond to here. I know someone was asking about maybe us taking like installment payments.
Right.
And so so we really want as many of you, if it's the $14.97 right now that's going to stop you from doing this, John and I are good on this, that what we'll do is we'll go with 3, we would go with 3 payments, 3 installments. The price will be $5.99 for each month that you pay. So you'd have to pay $5.97 to get in today. And then the next 2 months, you would automatically be billed for the additional $5.97 for the next 2 months. So we want to help you as best as we can, not let there be anything that's in your way for you to get into this business and get things going and learn this process, get to the 3-day event as well, where we're going to scale this thing together. And then together we'll enjoy our futures and what it is that we can do with this business. So there you have it. If you need to do installments, we'll do that. Okay.
All right. Yeah, on the website there, if you go to that website and you refresh, I just added those payment options on there.
Oh, you did.
Or you can call into that 800 number. They can get you set up. Let's see. First question is from Charisse. What title or role do you give yourself when speaking to the landlord?
So, and again, I did this when we did the script, when I was doing the script together with you. I just tell them that I do a lot of things in real estate, and one of my specialties is, working with landlords just like you, doing short-term rentals on the Airbnb platform. So I definitely don't say, hey, I'm an investor. You're never going to hear me say that to anybody. I'm not using that. That word investor can really scare some people. Investors can mean people that have more money than they should have, and maybe they're lowballing people and things like that. Don't go with the term investor. I just say, when I'm local, I say I'm a local person. I do a lot of different things in real estate, and my specialty is doing short-term rentals. That's how I present myself. I would encourage you to do the same.
Bill says, I purchased a course back in May. How do I get the link to the course now?
What? Bill, you bought it in May? You haven't? Well, here's what happens, Bill. When anybody buys this course, I don't say within 24 hours, usually within, say, 6 hours, we send an email with your password and your login criteria and all that good stuff. And we send us, like 2 hours later, there's an automated email that comes in that says, just in case you didn't get it, check your spam or your junk folder. So when you bought it, here's what I'm going to do, Bill. I'm going to get your name. You guys jot his name down for me, please. And I'm going to check our database and send out if I don't see that you've logged in by tonight, I'll send a password reset link. Be looking for that now. You'll be seeing that. Here it is sometime around 5 p.m. Eastern. Give me a couple of hours. And because by the time I get out of here and get settled down and get back to my hotel, I'm going to get in there right away and look for your name in our system and send you a reset link. But if you don't get this, now for people who sign up today, you'll get this tonight or tomorrow. Give me tomorrow morning. If you don't see it by noon, you check your junk or spam. It's rare, but I've had it happen maybe 0.5% of the time where somebody's email system blocked it and it goes to junk. Okay, so look for that. You'll see it coming from Mastery of Short-Term Rentals, and look for that. Please look for that, Bill. All right.
And for now, he can go to REIBN.com and click on login and click on the forgot password link if he wants to do it himself and get that forgot password link. Right.
That's correct.
All right.
REIBN.com, and you're going to be able to log in and do a forgot password.
All right.
I'll be checking that though to make sure you get that.
Marlon says, can you expand on the lease agreement used with the landlord?
Yeah, the lease agreement we use typically is the landlord's lease agreement. Every landlord has a standard agreement. We're not going to tell them we can't use your agreement. There's nothing wrong with them typically. We'll read them, of course. We don't sign without reading. But the key things that are very, very important to us are included in our one-page lease addendum, which is signed by both parties. And it says on that addendum, anything on here that conflicts with your basic lease, this addendum takes precedent, takes priority. So that covers us. We're very comfortable with that.
And we do have a template with that, and that may change depending on what you're negotiating. But there are some principles in there that you're going to want to have access to so that you know how to use that. But it's a really great tool.
Yep.
What really
And
makes this thing work.
you'll have access to that in the toolbox.
John, I was thinking too, if people don't see, once they sign up and they don't see something from you, they should probably check their junk folder. Maybe something gets.
That's what I just said. I mean, like tomorrow at noon, I'm saying tomorrow at noon, those new people, if you don't see it, check it and then call us or get a hold of us or Global, because we want to make sure there's no reason you won't have access except for some fluke happens like 0.5% of the time.
Yep. Any other? We do. We got more.
Yeah. Kay says, if the renter steals the kitchen appliances and dishes, etc., do you charge them or just replace them?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Kay. First of all, we get them replaced immediately. We're going to have a guest moving in the next 3 days. We replace them immediately, and we take an inventory. We take pictures, whatever, and we file a claim immediately with Airbnb, and they'll pay you. You don't wait. You get a 2-week window. If you wait beyond 2 weeks, you wait 15 days, you're not getting a nickel from Airbnb, but they'll cover that. It's good. It's a good policy they have.
Do you have issues with people stealing appliances?
No,
not like a refrigerator.
Never heard. Well, I saw that street with a stove on their back.
I don't think it meant stove. I think it meant maybe like a coffee pot, a toaster, maybe a whatever.
We have
small appliances. But if they steal anything, if they found and got access to a case of paper towels, which I wouldn't even bother with that.
We find that most people are pretty good. I remember one time someone broke a wine glass, and they
confessed
they were going to buy like a dozen of them for us. We said, "No, don't worry about it."
We've had good luck in that regard.
Yeah.
Jack Ryan says, any way to get a recording as I just got to this?
Maybe you can answer that, Nick.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I can answer. So this platform that we're using to broadcast this event is Hopin. So the nice thing about Hopin is we pay by the day. So we have this until midnight. So this event, as soon as it's over, as soon as we stop, it's going to replay right here in the stage area where you guys are at. So and we're also going to send out an email to remind everybody, if you missed anything earlier on, you got till midnight to go back and review all this today.
Yeah, and you can fast forward through the breaks if you want, or skip around to just the sections you missed or something.
So anybody can fast forward or watch it, rewind, whatever. It's between now and midnight.
Yeah, through midnight Eastern.
Great.
Let's see. Or Jack, how would I have the option to work with these guys again? Well, of course, you can get in the system here at that link there.
Yeah.
hollandgrand.com/STRM.
Yep.
Jolene, I wonder if I could Airbnb my travel trailer at a local RV park.
Well, yeah, the short answer is yes. You can Airbnb your travel trailer, but if it's hitched, if it's small enough, it hitches to a vehicle, you can rent it out that way in an Airbnb. Or if you have a park that allows you to do Airbnb in there, sure you can.
That's probably the issue. As long as the park's okay with it, someone's going to rent it. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah.
People will rent anything.
Lama says, so many years ago, I worked as a front desk clerk in a hotel. Do you have a test, a questionnaire, or a screening tool to find a great front desk assistant?
We don't. We have a training system that we provide with this. That Scott showed in what he demonstrated there. That it's a special front desk training course, if you will. It's in the system. There's no real screening. It's really a pretty easy job, we think. And at first, you're going to do it. You're really going to want to do it yourself first. You'll get your feet on the ground and you say, "Oh,
which will be good." Yeah, every
yeah,
day you'll do
you
it.
don't want to know. It's not that hard for a few properties and some. And while you're doing that, then you can even better share with somebody else that you want to pay to do it what they'd be doing. It's really an easy system.
Simon says, do you have any pointers where to find a step leasing contract to share profits with landlords instead of a flat monthly fee?
No, we don't have those. Here's what you would do. If you have first of all, a leasing contract is 99% the boring language, the legalese language, okay? There's a very small section about what the monthly rent is. What I would do if I want to do some kind of special, unique step leasing structure, I would in that say, see addendum B or something like that, and then addendum B would be a single page explaining my negotiated, agreed upon step leasing agreement. If I did that, we haven't done that. We just don't see the need for it. Would I do it? Yeah, if it was a profitable property and I thought it was going to work out right, I suppose why not?
Profit will guide us in a lot of ways.
Yeah. It just puts more work on you for the month-to-month management, a little more work.
Maddie says, how do you handle your front desk or late evening, early morning?
Good question. So if an Airbnb guest contacts someone at midnight and our front desk, let's say, is sleeping, they're not going to get an answer till the morning. Wake up in the morning, anybody, your front desk, you, whatever, if you're doing it, get your cup of coffee out in the morning and you're reading your news and you're looking at your phone, you see someone asked a question. That's what, 6, 8, 10 hours later? You're good. Anybody who has a question at midnight needs to know you're probably not going to answer until the next morning. Probably.
Kay says, can you pay Airbnb to handle the front desk responsibilities?
No. Nope, they won't do that because no, they don't handle that.
Maddie, again, how do you handle I already did that one.
Yep.
Listen, the front desk, I just want to say the front desk situation is easy, which is why we want you to do it at first. You're going to see, wow, this is, it's not bad at all. And we have some automated system within ours. And when there are certain questions asked, the front desk is going to know how to answer them because there's only so many things that a guest can ask, unless there's something urgent, like the toilet's plugged or something like that. So the front desk is an easy system. That's why we want you to do it at first. You're going to have fun with it. And then you're going to learn it, and then it's going to be easy for you to bring someone in. Plus, we can train them with our system that we're giving you as well.
James and Teresa ask if the cleaning companies provide accounting information.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, but I'll tell you what Turnover B&B does. It's one company we use. And because they pay the actual cleaners, we don't worry about all that stuff and reporting their income because Turnover B&B takes care of paying them. And Turnover B&B invoices us through a credit card. So we get the charge. So I can go back to my Turnover B&B platform and I can say, payouts or whatever it is, payments, and I can see all the payments they made me in the breakdown of every single one of them, because they have to get a small upcharge as well. I think it's 3%. I think they get an upcharge on that cleaning fee, which I just pass on to the guest. So that's, I don't know of much other accounting information per se I've got to get from the turnover B&B. If I'm paying a cleaning company and they're not incorporated, then I will certainly do the right tax law stuff and be prepared to issue a 1099 form for them. It means I have to get a W-9 from them early in the process before I pay them. We do that for all the stuff we do anyway, though. So,
Jade said, "Is there an extra fee for laundry or storage of the extra set?"
That depends. Depends on what you've negotiated and what your cleaning crew says. So we have, I will tell you that in most of our cleaning crews, they take care of that. I did have one time who would take the laundry off-site, and they do. Most of them take it off-site, by the way. And I'll have two extra sets. One, the cleaning crew takes with them off-site. They launder it. The next time they come, they bring it with them. And there's also an extra set in our locked owner's cabinet, so that just in case something happens, it's available there. I like having a belt and suspenders. It's my approach to life. So most of them, though, will launder it either at home or in some other kind of facility they do, and there's no real cost for that. It's boiled into whatever they charge us for their cleaning fee.
Cyrus says, "If there's still time later, do you have any quick thoughts on how repairs are handled with short-term rentals?"
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. If something goes wrong, well, either our cleaner will tell us or our guest might tell us, "Hey, there's a smoke detector. It's beeping like crazy." And, I'll say, "Okay, we got it." And I'll contact the handyman, who will sometime within a couple of hours be in there changing batteries out. We make sure we do that annual thing anyway, but sometimes they might get missed, or something might get, maybe the coffee pot's broken. They're going to tell us, but we'll go replace.
And guests are pretty good with this. They're not going to be good if it takes you 3 days. That's not going to be good. You got to respond. And that's why you want to build that team, right? You get that team in place.
Right. So our front desk will contact the handyman, who'll go out and get the stuff, and it's taken care of. Sweet. It's sweet when I don't have to do anything.
What would be a ballpark figure of what it costs to get your first property going?
Wow. That's like asking, how long is a piece of string? I mean, think of it. Let's suppose, and we have some properties that we have rented furnished. Furnished includes heat and electric. I mean, what's that going to cost us? Well, we're going to put on a lock. We're going to have our own keypad lock. And let's say there's one door with a keypad. Depending on what kind you have, $150, $250 for that lock. That's what they cost. The giveaway lock today was $250, $260. That's what that lock cost for you who won that lock. That's a high-end lock, because it talks directly to the Wi-Fi router, not through a hub. And it makes it easy to control. So I like that kind of lock. A thermostat might cost you, the fancy one that I got today was $150, $160. That's the giveaway today on the thermostat. That might cost around there. Cameras, you can get them for $50. So those are the things that you're probably going to buy yourself. Okay. Those would be your costs up front. If you have to furnish it, depending on how many bedrooms, it could be $3, $4 grand. If it's a big house, $5 grand. You're not going to go nuts and spend 20 grand. You're going to be minimal. That's
going to be the thing that really and our training system tries to help you with that. Don't look at this thing like you're going to move in. You're not moving your family in. But it's hard because it can be fun. You go, I want to put this in there and that in there. And before you know it, you're spending all this money. You don't need to do that.
So yeah, and we show places like these consignment shops. You get lots of great furniture. It's got nicks and dents. Nobody cares about that. It's a rental. They know that. Yep. But so consignment stuff, you can get real great discounts on furnishings. The only thing we buy new, typically the only thing we buy new for furnishings would be the mattresses. You can buy the bed frame. There might not be a box spring. It might be a platform. I like platform beds. There's less to buy for the new stuff. So we'll buy new mattresses for $600 a piece on Amazon.com, or we have a warehouse we get them from, and they're great. People rave about our mattresses. So we share all this process and procedure, how to do it on our system.
Keep in mind too that what you buy and what you invest in that property, you own all that stuff. And sometimes you are going to have turnover. You can repurpose and all that. So it's not an expense in that you're paying for something that you don't ever use. Again, no, it's yours. You own it. It's an asset.
So startup might be $400 or $500, $600, say someplace in that range. If it's furnished, if it's not furnished, you're talking, $3 to $4 or $5 grand. If it's a big place with no furnishings, those are the kind of costs.
Yep. It's pretty low for starting a business if you
You'll
think
get
about
paid
it.
back in a couple of months.
Judith needs some clarity. So you're going to make landlord calls, Scott, for only 12 people that joined today, or do you mean you'll call 12 landlords for each person that joins today?
Yeah, so it's going to be 12 people and 12 landlords.
Yeah, 12 times 12.
Yeah, so
144
right, so we're gonna-
total landlords.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, Scott, we did just check, and I think there is 3 spots left for that.
There is. Okay. All right. Good to know.
Tashara says, how much do you pay your front desk?
It's whatever you can negotiate with your front desk, whatever makes them happy. Now, I will tell you that we always plug in 3%. 3% seems like it's reasonable. We're in an inflationary period now. Maybe you're going to pay a little more. Maybe you're going to agree to pay your front desk a flat monthly fee, and it's going to up to a point, because if they're doing 2 or 3 properties, you may have to pay a flat rate until they get to 6, 7 properties, and they can give them a percentage. So they have an incentive to help you increase the occupancy. The 3% seems to work. So
that's pretty
depends.
standard.
I suppose if you're in New York City, that's not going to fly. If you're in out where Kyle is, out in Fort Wayne, Indiana, then probably the 3% works. There's different costs of living in different parts of the country.
Yeah, right.
John says, with the recording available, are you extending the offer past today?
Nope.
Well, if they watch it and end at midnight and they sign up at 12:02 a.m., I guess, right?
Well, that's a question for Global.
Nope, it's coming out at midnight.
At midnight,
Midnight.
it comes down. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's easy though, because they give you the website. I don't think you'll have a people on the phone line, do you, up until midnight?
No. I mean, if you're watching this recording right now and it's 11:55, then I would get on the website right now.
Get on the website.
Just get on the
and
website.
Get into it. Yep.
Lama says, what percentage of guests take you up on the offer to either extend for a day or more, or come in early when you offer a price discount?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you. I'd be guessing. I mean, it's
Some take it and some don't. I guess.
10, I guess 10 to 20%, but I just a guess. I mean, people, when you offer it, all the stars align. They say, "Oh yeah, great." They might take 1 or 2 days, or a day on either end. Thank you so much. They're very thankful.
Yeah.
We'll say half price.
And you want to offer it. I mean, that's going to help your occupancy. Some people can grab it. That's what all that's about. Better to get something than nothing.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Judith is confused by the $14.95 deposit. Does that mean there's more to be paid afterwards, or $14.95 is the total price and you get your money back?
Yeah. So it's $14.97. I mean, just a little technicality there, but no. This is, and I'm sorry if I confused it at all. This whole system, you get the 3-day event. You can go to it. We're doing 4 this year. You get to go to any one of them. Obviously, we want you there sooner rather than later. We want to help you scale this thing now, right? So no, that you're getting the whole thing, the 3-day event, the system itself. You're going to have access to that by tomorrow, the latest tomorrow.
Yep.
You'll have access to the whole system, so you can start digesting it now. There's nothing else that you're paying for. The coaching, as I said, comes with this for 90 days. All those bonuses. Let me bring us back here. This is it. This is everything that you're getting for the
Why the word
$14.97.
deposit? The confusion is why the word deposit.
So deposit might be. So the deposit is if on your own in the next 60 days, you get your own property, and you get a short-term rental up and running within 60 days. That's why we're calling it a deposit. You're going to get your money back. That's what we're saying. I hope that clarifies it for you, Judith.
All right. Lama says, what percentage would you estimate of your landlords after the first year agree to extend to a longer term lease?
Again, I don't know, but it's high. Because the landlords like it.
Matter of fact, in our experience, we've had landlords say, they're asking us if we will extend, in our experience. And then they say, and oh, by the way, we got another property across town or in the next town or someplace. Would you be interested in looking at that one and turning it into an Airbnb?
Which is why you want to get that first property and you work the
build that relationship. Right. Build that relationship. They'll love you. They will love you.
For those of you that saw Jerusha earlier today, she just jumped in on this in November. This is when she started. And this guy's got all these properties. He wants to give her more properties. She's going to test it. And she and I have talked through this. I'm just concerned. I don't want to grab 10 of them. She probably could get 10. Let's just test the market and do this. But when you work those relationships, people are going to be open to sharing it because their lives are easier. They're making more money. their property is better maintained. There's a lot of good reason for them to want to continue.
Right.
Lamba says, what is the pay for the front desk assistant? Are they paid per guest stay?
No, we're paying 3% of the gross, or whatever you can negotiate. If you have if you've got to give them a flat, $300, $400 a month or something, whatever you can negotiate with the front desk that makes sense for them and for you. It's got to work. It's got to be a win-win. Both parties have to agree with it. But as a number, we plug in 3%, and typically, if they're doing 6 or 7 properties, the 3% works for them of the gross receipts that come from Airbnb.
Lama, what is the biggest recurring maintenance issue with the units that your students encounter?
Replacing toilet paper.
Probably so. And towels, maybe sometimes.
Nah, towels. It's occasional. A towel gets a lipstick stain or something on it, and you got it. It's just not. That's not a big deal, Biggest recurring maintenance issue. There really are no maintenance issues. I wouldn't call them issues. You see our students encounter. I don't think there's any maintenance issues. I think the biggest thing that requires, quote, maintenance is restocking. Yeah. We don't see a lot of breakage or a lot of damage. We don't see a lot of that stuff. It's restocking is the routine, which if you have, and we show you how you set up your owner's locking supply cabinets and where you put these things so that you're cleaning and so you can stock it up. You get it stocked, you're going to go to Costco or to BJ's or whatever and get stocked up stuff. You have your cleaning crew or you can have your handyman do that and stock up for you, or even your front desk might do it for you. Go and get a case of toilet tissue and paper towels and 6 bottles of body wash and whatever it's going to be. Get it, stock up your storage cabinet. Good for 4 or 5 months, maybe.
Yeah. So, trust our vetting system that we're going to teach you as well, as far as like damage goes. And again, nothing's perfect, but the more you follow that vetting system, the less issues you're going to have. What's going to happen sometimes for people, they get a little nervous, they want to get a renter in, and they bypass the vetting system. And we're going to talk to you about that in the 3 days and in the system itself. We're going to give you some stuff to process through. Don't bypass that vetting system because you're going to regret it. Get good people in there, and our vetting system identifies those people pretty easily.
Mine is batteries for some reason. I don't know how guests seem to go through batteries a lot. Like my remotes at home never need new batteries, but I've had to replace batteries in every single remote in the house, and my cameras battery, like the cameras, the wireless cameras, those batteries.
You got to talk to John about some stuff he's rigged up. John's rigged up some stuff for solar. It's just wonderful.
I either have my cameras, for example, either plugged in, hardwired in, if I can, but that's something without penetrating through walls and stuff. Of course, if we own the house, I can do that. Yeah. Or I'll have those photo cells that.
And they work great.
They work great.
They really have.
Let's see. Next question. Any idea how many of your students are grossing $20K a month with your Airbnb system?
I really don't know the answer to that.
No. Yeah, you guys are probably like us. The students don't report back to us how good they're doing. They just go off and
they don't report, and we don't ask them. We don't ask them. That's kind of. I consider their private information. They make $1K or $100K. God bless them if they're happy. They're happy. I can tell you that we don't have anybody that's not happy so far that I can see.
Yep.
Let's see. Do you provide internet access?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, we do. Matter of fact, we stopped providing any television. So, because people, this is becoming more and more an age of streaming.
Yep.
So your internet access probably needs to be a higher speed, and we'll go ahead and pay for that. It's like maybe $50 a month, $40 to $60 a month, depending on where and what service. But we'll go for the high speed because people are now streaming, but we won't provide television, local or, because they're going to stream their content. They bring a Fire Stick or whatever, they can bring their own stuff and stream content. Get a Roku TV. They're pretty cheap. So
yeah, we're having no issues with that because everyone's doing it.
People expect that.
Yeah.
Larry says, if the towel closet is locked, how do guests access it?
Guests don't access it. We don't want guests accessing that.
Yeah.
We have locked cabinets that are owners' cabinets that are locked, and only our cleaning crew and of course us can get access. We don't want the guests our cleaning crew will put enough towels out for the average guest. And in our units, typically there's laundry, some kind of laundry facility of either the standard size washer dryer, or maybe it's an apartment size, or maybe it's a shared in a multi-family kind of unit. So no,
I think just like in the video with our cleaner, he's spot on. If you left that towel closet open, every towel is going to get used.
Yep.
And even if it isn't, they're going to throw it on the floor. So Yeah. You give them
And
enough.
I'll tell you
so
this,
that-
we have not had one guest complain about not leaving enough. We leave for our guests one bath towel, one hand towel, one face cloth. Every guest gets one of those. We've never had a complaint.
Doris says, can the front desk and the cleaner be the same person?
I don't see why not.
No.
I don't see why not. That absolutely.
Mary says, do you have a washer and dryer available at the properties?
Yeah, for the most part we do. We've had some, we had one, I can remember for a while we did not have it. And then we got a used one, said, let's put it, it had room for it. We put it in. Now that unit did have a laundromat, quarter or half a mile away. So it was easily accessible. We put that in our house book so they know. But then later on we upgraded, I think, and put in
it was easy.
a secondhand washer dryer. Yeah, it was easy enough.
Well, and
You don't have
again,
to.
the
You don't have
reason was too that we were getting requests for much longer stays, and we were like, you know what, it's going to make
That's
sense
what
to
it was.
put one in there.
Because of the longer stays.
And we had some good stays there. Yeah.
Is there a certain ROI that you look for?
Well, we don't call it ROI because it's not really measured against the investment. It's cash flow for each property. And as we said, we're looking, when we do our profitability analyzer, and I assume 60% at first conservatively, I'm looking at that and I'm saying, I want to make sure that I'm going to have some room for comfort in case I have a slow month or whatever. I mean, I'm going to have big months, but I don't want to have any month go negative. So I want to have, I'm thinking $600 to $800 in that 60% occupancy. Then I'll plug it and test it. I might put in 70, 75, 80, 85% and just see how it changes, because you'll see that change. Don't forget, if let's say at 60%, you're making, say, $750 a month net. And you say, you know what, that's not anything to write home about, but I'm okay with that because it's comfortable. All right. What happens is, don't forget, every night that you book extra is 100% profit. Because that number, that 750, that covers all your basic costs, your rent, everything. It covers the cost. So every extra night you book is all profit. So keep that in mind.
Maddie says, are your properties on other platforms other than Airbnb?
We've used VRBO, only VRBO so far. And right now we're not. We've kind of gravitated towards Airbnb, and we're looking at trying other ones but not for us. We're successful. We like Airbnb. We would do it just to be able to report to you folks and answer questions you may have about other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a real personal desire to get on anything else other than Airbnb right now.
I'm on a few others. I'm on VRBO. I'm on Marriott Bonvoy, which is, I've had a couple bookings from there.
Good.
And then of course we have a personal site where they can do direct bookings.
Right. And so, and you synchronize all the calendars, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And
That's important.
I count.
Yeah. And they all let you do that very easily in the platform. So, let's see. Natalie has the same question. Can you advertise your property on both Airbnb and VRBO?
Yeah, you can, of course, as you pointed out, you do. And we've done it. And you definitely want to synchronize the calendars from both VRBO and Airbnb, because you want to make sure that you don't get a double booking. That's easy to do. We teach that, matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah says, can we put our VA on the training calls to learn the calls?
On the training calls. You're saying the, I'm assuming the Zoom calls? Yeah, I don't see why not.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. They're part of your team. We would be open to that.
Mary says, do you have to renegotiate the price with the landlord every year?
Depends.
That's right.
I mean, I'm not going to chase a landlord down and say, hey, can we pay you a little bit more? What I'm going to do, actually, you're going to know a few months into this thing, if this thing's profitable. You want to start that conversation early. Don't wait till the 11th month. I probably wouldn't wait longer than 6 months to say, hey, you just wanted to touch base. We're really, loving the property. Things are going great. Hey, we want to extend. And then you ask for the extension and make them ask you, say, well, we got to renegotiate. Say, oh, well, gee, what were you thinking? And that's how you negotiate.
Now, if you have a multi-year lease and it's planned ahead, could be tied to an index, or it could be just flat out 2% per year or whatever.
We've done that too.
You're done for multiple years.
Jade says, how many landlords just decide to switch to short-term and do it themselves?
We've never seen that. At least I've never seen it.
Ben says, are you responsible for the yard maintenance, snow removal, et cetera, or is the owner of the property?
That depends. Again, it could go either way. We have some properties where the owner takes care of snow removal and lawn, cutting the lawns, whatever, and other ones that we do it. And if we do it, we put that in our estimate what the other expenses are going to be. It's not a big number, though. It's not anything to worry about, really.
Doris says, can my trust own the property? And if so, would that qualify for the rebate?
Yeah, if you, we would
The
well,
trust
own the
own the
property.
property.
So you're buying a property. I assume means you are buying a property. And yeah, well, I mean, that's okay. What Scott pointed out earlier, what we don't want to do is you've got a property right now, you own it right now, you just bought it a week or a month or a year ago, and it's sitting there waiting vacant, and all you got to do is just turn it on. We don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
So we're saying if you already have it already teed up, ready to go, we want to help you get to someplace you are not yet.
Yeah.
But if you're buying a property and you're going to close next week or next month, say whatever, and you want us to help you get this up and running by our system into the Airbnb mode, yeah, it qualifies. If it's your trust, you're going to show this to us. You're going to demonstrate it that we know that it's yours.
All right. Yeah, Doris, just if you already own one that's in your trust, that's not going to qualify, but just go get another one.
Go get another one. Exactly.
Call 5 or 6 landlords and get another one.
Yep.
Hey, before you go to the next question, let me throw something out here. I just got to note that it looks like we hit our cap on the 12 people and 12 calls on the first 60 days. I'm going to go ahead and extend that. I'm just thrilled that 12 of you have already jumped in to do this. So why don't I add on? I don't know what. Why don't I add on another 4 more? So we'll make it 16. We'll add on 4 more. And I'll extend that for making calls with you up to 12 in 60 days. You bring me a qualified lead. We get on the phone together so you can see exactly what I'm doing and hear exactly what I'm doing.
Sure.
Okay.
Good deal.
Let's see, Ben, is this your version of Brian Page's B&B formula training?
Who's Brian Page?
Well, I mean, there is.
Let me just say, I've seen Brian Page. Matter of fact, Ron had an event. I think it might have been in Nashville. It was years ago.
Yeah.
And I saw Brian Page on stage, and no, it's not. We stumbled upon this Airbnb business on our own many years ago, and I have seen Brian. I did not learn from Brian. Well, I should say it. You see anybody on stage, you're learning from him.
Sure.
But we didn't. This is not our version of Brian Page's system. He's got a system. We got a system. Ours is better.
I can tell you this, and there are different approaches to doing this. What you have here is you've got coaching. We've got our 3-day event. We're not just saying, hey, go buy our information, which by the way is great. The information itself, this system itself is good. We're going more than the extra mile by building the 3-day event, offering this coaching, offering to do the calls, doing all this other stuff. I haven't seen anything like what we have. And we were deliberate in that because we
have a dynamic,
to do this.
growing, regularly updated city search tool, and we have a profitability analyzer. And as Scott said too, we help you with this from our biweekly calls. We're going to help you.
It's all good.
I don't know who else does this.
I've owned both systems, and like I did Brian Page's a couple years ago, and I did yours, and after I did yours, I have an Airbnb now.
Yeah, there you go. And Brian, listen, and I don't know him personally, but he seems like a good guy. I don't want to disparage Brian. I'm sure he's got a good product, and he's a good guy, I'm sure.
Any issues with bed bugs, and how do you handle pest control?
We haven't yet.
Fortunately, we haven't. Yeah,
we don't have properties in those kind of neighborhoods. I say that, and you can.
Anyone can bring them in.
Anybody can bring in bed bugs. We have not had that problem. I mean,
in those times that it happens, there's ways to mitigate it.
Yeah.
What we don't want to do is just be sure that, like in some of these questions, that just don't back yourself in the corner. It could happen, and it could happen to us. Okay, we hire the right people, get it fixed, and start making money again. That's what you do. You cross those bridges when you get there.
And the first thing I do, if we had a problem with that, I look to see if it's insurable.
Yeah.
I look to see what Airbnb does, if anything. I'd be looking to see if I'd be talking to my landlord. If I didn't own it, I'd be talking to my landlord. Hey, your building is contaminated. Maybe. It depends. Maybe. There's so many things to look at if that happens. We haven't had that problem. We do vet our guests carefully to make sure they have 5-star reviews from previous hosts. That's so important. We're a community in this, and we rely on other hosts. Let's go. Okay, next one.
Moxie says, do you use airdna.com to check for viability in any area?
I've tried them out. I don't think I have to anymore. and maybe they've improved, but a few years ago I tried them out. I wasn't super impressed. I thought that their numbers weren't. I thought I could do better, and I think I did. So again, I wouldn't want to disparage their DNA, but I don't think we have to. We look at our own. We have our own method of pricing, and then we're engaged and active as to where should that pricing be. We increase or decrease. We do that on our own. It's not hard. It's not rocket science.
Lama says, does the lease addendum that you sign with the landlord have a force majeure act of God clause?
Well, typically there's a force majeure that might be in the actual general lease. Typically, you'll see something like that. And I'm very familiar with force majeure. No, I don't think we've added a force majeure in our actual lease agreement. You don't need to. We have plenty of.
I just don't think. Yeah, I just processing this. It doesn't need to be that big. Listen, this is why you work that relationship with your landlords. And if things get out of whack, there's other ways to move on in this property, and we want to protect you in that. So I really wouldn't worry about it.
We have escape clauses in ours. We do have escape clauses in our lease addendum, so that I'm thinking it's worse. Force majeure is a big deal. That's like a major hurricane shut you down for a month. Not just a week. If it's just a week, I'm not worried about it. But major thing. Meteor hits the house, a tree falls through and knocks out the house, and that's force majeure. I mean, I'm getting out of that lease. I'm not paying that guy anymore.
Well, yeah, and of course it's the landlord's property, so it doesn't impact us, right? So actually, as we're thinking about this, it just doesn't impact us. If it's with the landlord, you don't own the property.
Right.
I couldn't help but notice. I've been kind of peeking off to the side, and I'm seeing some awesome comments. Really, I'm very humbled by what some of you are saying. Natalie, I appreciate your thoughts, and Ben, thank you so much. It's been a joy to be with you today. And our hope is we really have brought some good value for all of you.
I think we have one more question here. Do we have one more?
Yeah, Mary says, do you try to schedule the lawn mowing when there are no occupants?
No, we don't worry about that. That's a good question, Mary. We don't. Matter of fact, guests won't, because usually lawn mowing is so fast. I mean, even one of our largest properties, they'd sit down with like a 42 or 48-inch wide deck, and they're up there and they're mowing. I see them on the cameras. They're in and out in 20 minutes, 25 minutes max. Weed whacking, in and out. So, and if the guest happens to be there, they'll just move out of the way for 20 minutes. I've never had a complaint from any guests about that.
Thank you. Hey, really good being with you all today. You brought a lot of joy to us just to be able to spend the afternoon with you.
And if you tolerated me and my curmudgeonness, did I outdo Ron?
You didn't. No, you didn't outdo Ron. No. I don't know if anyone can. So
we didn't have to bring out the grouch monitor. So
we didn't have to.
No, we didn't. So, hey, welcome aboard. We want you a part of this community that we have here. It's thriving. We want you to be a part of that. Thank you so much for being with us.
Excellent. Thanks.
Peace to you. Peace.